Welcome, dear listeners. I'm Jonathan Carlin.
And I'm Benjamin Carlin.
And we invite you to join us through the Griffin Door, your one-way ticket to the enchanting world of Harry Potter. So grab your wands and dust off your broomsticks and join us as we unlock the mysteries behind Prisoner of Azkaban, Chapter 4, The Leaky Cauldron, live in Washington, D.C. Woo! Yes! Oh, man.
We're going to have to extend the tour.
I know, right? We got to find some new places.
It's way too much fun to get to the end of the intro and be like, we're somewhere.
That's it. I know. Yeah. Right? Next one we'll be like, from Roanoke, and there's no cheers.
Just pure dead silence.
Just dead silence. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I gotta say, DC, I'm excited for you guys because we have what I think is a truly great chapter.
Dude, it might be the longest chapter we've done so far.
Could be.
It might be. I know, yeah. I kept reading. I was like, a lot happens. Is there more pages? Like, geez, all right.
It just keeps going. I know. So buckle up, because I think some of the chapter or Chamber of Secrets episodes were coming up at like an hour 45.
Yeah,
so
right, you know.
Hope you're all... No, we won't go that long, I promise.
Hopefully not, yeah. Someone will yell at us before then.
Yeah, they start playing like the send-off music.
Yeah.
And that's it. Closing time.
Yeah. Hopefully not. Oh, jeez. All right. What?
Audition for the voice.
Oh, in Umbridge's voice.
Yeah. So don't audition for the voice.
Yeah.
That closing time rendition was not what sold it. Okay.
Yeah.
I was like, man, is this an agent or should we talk?
They like the sound of our voice.
Yeah, this is good.
Is that Blake Shelton? Oh my God.
Wow. It's an honor.
It's an honor. Thanks for coming to our show.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. I love your music. All right. Okay, so we're in chapter 4, the Leaky Cauldron. Let's see. So right out of the gate, of course, we can talk about the chapter art as always, which is just a big bunch of Monster Book of Monsters in the cage, which I think is pretty whimsical and fun chapter art, although, as ever, I think the movie did it better as the Monster Book of Monster goes.
Yeah, I know. These guys kind of have like an eye that almost looks
one eye.
It seems just kind of sultry or something.
Sultry?
Yeah, it's kind of like giving like a smolder, you know.
Do you want to give the audience a smolder?
No, I don't have.
Show up. What do you mean by smolder?
Dang it!
You walked right into that one. Wow. Good smolder.
Thanks.
All right. So right out of the gate, we have Harry here, who's just getting off the night bus, and he has several days to adjust to his strange new freedom. Never before had he been able to get up whenever he wanted or eat whatever he fancies. And I know what's crazy when you think about this. He's here for like 3 weeks total in Diagon Alley just by himself.
Yes.
And it is like, when you think about it, these are like possibly literally the 3 happiest, or at least carefree weeks of his entire life, until Voldemort is defeated.
Yes, no, right? I know. Yeah, this is such a sweet spot for Harry because the stakes haven't gotten quite so aggressively high. Voldemort's not officially back.
No, and it's like the summer will end with him overhearing the argument with Arthur and Molly and learning that Sirius Black is hunting him. But right now, he's ignorant of that.
Right. So it's there's danger out there, but it's probably not directed at me.
Yeah, well, come on. When is it ever?
Not again.
Not again. It can't be. This is just a bad thing that happened.
Yes.
But so upon learning that, he will have the threat of Sirius Black looming over his head right up until he learns Sirius is innocent, which just comes with the news that Peter is alive. And then Peter escapes. Then Voldemort comes back, and it's pretty much downhill from there.
Yeah. Until it isn't.
But that's still 4 years from now.
Yeah. So stress level midnight is about to start with chapter 5.
Right. I mean, literally though, it's the Dementors.
I know. Yeah.
Chapter.
Called the Dementors.
Or I'm sorry, the Azkaban guards.
As they're still currently
known. I don't want to get spoilers, guys. I don't want to ruin anything for you. Let's see. So Harry is pleased to just stick around in Diagon Alley. He thinks he sees a hag ordering a raw liver. Like, gross. Yeah. Let's see. Nothing happens on the first page other than that.
Well, I think the big thing that's kind of interesting to me here is like chapter 1 of Prisoner starts kind of positive. Like it's Harry getting like all of his like fun like birthday cards and letters, like the first ones ever, and he like goes to sleep in this like happy little position, and then Marge arrives and like immediately goes in the complete opposite direction, and then this is kind of like a return a little bit, and this is some of like my favorite like Harry Potter moments altogether, though, because it really is just sort of like it's just exploring.
It's lots of world building. Happening, just seeing what it's like in the wizarding world during good times, except for Sirius Black.
Right, yeah.
Who's escaped out there. Which, as like you keep going through the, like, I never really noticed this as much, but it's like every turn, it's like you're never allowed to get too far away from someone being worried about Sirius Black. Like even when before Harry knows, it's like Stan is like, oh yeah, Sirius Black, and then he's just like walking down the street and people are like, yeah, let's talk about Sirius Black. I can't let my kids out anymore.
Right. Yeah. Like I wonder if that's like a vital part of like the storytelling process where it's like you can't let the audience forget what the threat will be. But like I also wonder, like, you mentioned I think in chapter 1 that it didn't even really super occur to you that the escaped prisoner heard on the Muggle news is most likely going to be the key villain of this book.
Oh yeah,
like right. At this point in time, are you clued in? Are you?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, by now, yeah. Well, we know he's escaped from Azkaban now, so we figured that much out.
The evidence is building.
Yeah. Also, I love that he overhears people talking about Sirius, and they say, "Personally, I wouldn't let any of the children out alone until he's back in Azkaban." And it's like, unless it's Harry Potter, the boy he's looking for, in the place he's likely to be. Cool. Yeah, he can wander around all by himself, unaccompanied.
Right, yeah. I like all the stops and all of like the ignoring of the law that the ministry is doing, and then they're sort of like, yeah, but like he's by himself in like a city, so like what could go wrong?
What could go wrong? Yeah.
He's
like,
13.
Right? I know. I love how like later Mr. Weasley's gonna be like, we had to convince Dumbledore to let the Dementors around the school, but like here in Diagon Alley where the public could be at danger, nah.
No big deal.
No big deal. They're fine. They're fine.
You worried? I'm not worried.
They're not worried. He's only after Harry, who's also there.
Yeah.
It's fine. It's
good. Man.
Let's see. I
was gonna say. Yeah, I like that Harry is he's doing his little time at Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlor.
Yes. Still working on his essay.
Yes. So in chapter 1, we learned that Harry has been sneaking under the covers every single night to work on his witch burning essay, which sounds like a pretty short essay.
You think?
Basically, wizards are capable of casting a charm that prevents them from being burned.
Yeah.
End of essay.
Yeah,
But here we are, 4 weeks later.
4 weeks later. I love at Florian Fortescue, who knows a great deal about medieval witch burnings, and is giving Harry free Sundays every 30 minutes.
Yeah.
Like, good Lord, Harry.
The frequency.
That's so much ice cream.
Too many Sundays.
He
must be lactose tolerant.
Yeah, he is. Harry's very lactose tolerant. Yeah, no doubt about that. What's also just fun fact about Florian Fortescue, like one of his ancestors was also a headmaster at Hogwarts.
Right.
So it is like maybe not so surprising that he's like a history buff.
Oh, that tracks.
Plus, that means that said headmaster will have a portrait in Dumbledore's office, and it would just super not surprise me if there's also one like in Florian Fortescue's shop somewhere.
Oh my gosh!
What I mean? He's just like, what's Harry up to?
Eating ice cream
again?
Dumbledore's like, still? Has he exhibited any signs of heroism?
Yeah. He hasn't finished that essay yet. Gosh, we're going to stop doing summer lessons. I'm telling you, they don't take it seriously.
not one bit. Oh man! But then we get like a glimpse at some of the objects that Harry would love to purchase.
Yes.
While he's at Diagon Alley, including a handsome set of solid gold gobstones.
Yeah, like as if he's ever played.
I know. Yeah, it says, a wizarding game rather like marbles in which the stones squirt a nasty-smelling liquid into the other player's face when they lose a point.
What a fun game.
Everybody's like, I can't wait to play.
I know. It's like, because, like, there's no, like, if you play more than, like, any game, like, you're going to lose a point at some point.
Yes.
You know? Like, it's going to happen every game.
This is like in Jay versus Ben with, like, the danger beans that we've done once upon a time, which I think... Someone brought some.
I know.
They might even be on stage right now.
They're
right there. We're keeping our distance from that.
I know.
But can you imagine, like, every time you lose a point, it's like, heated danger bean.
That would be terrible.
It would be.
I mean, you guys cannot imagine.
Oh, gosh.
I know. They're chanting.
They are chanting.
I know.
Maybe later?
Yeah.
Once we don't have to do a podcast.
Yeah, once we don't have to be on. Yeah.
And when we do the Q&A, we'll think about it then.
Well, yeah.
If you guys remember, which I doubt.
You'll probably forget.
They'll probably forget.
There's no doubt.
I feel assured.
Yeah. There's no doubt.
Reminders on phones, a whole bunch of glowing screens.
Danger beans, here we go.
Remind me in 47 minutes.
Yeah. Yeah, and suddenly this chapter just got a lot longer. What do you know?
Yeah.
Who knows?
Buckle up.
Buckle up, people. Another thing he wants is a model of the galaxy in a large glass ball, which means he would never have to take another astronomy lesson, which is like, is that all you're doing is just memorizing where stuff is? Like, that's all you need? There's no application for this?
Yes, it does. It does feel rather strange to me that there's a class that's taught that can be undone by one thing that can be bought.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right?
It's like a calculator.
Yeah. Take that, math.
We've definitely never gotten math wrong before.
I know. Wouldn't that be great if they're like, everyone's always like, why don't they teach math at Hogwarts? And at Hogwarts was like, calculators. Come on. The Muggles can't figure it out. They're not paying. So you pay the math budget, it's no problem. Your math is done.
This is like paying the astronomy budget.
It's the astronomy budget. You just got it. Now you're done.
Now I have the thing.
Right?
But there's nothing he wants more than something that appears at his favorite shop. Quality Quidditch supplies.
Oh, yeah. Where we see the firebolt for the first time.
Okay. I got to say, though, I mean, you and I know where we stand on this.
Yeah.
But I am not super in favor of the design of the movie grade firebolt.
Yeah, no, me neither, Ben.
Does it not seem like the Nimbus 2000 would be faster?
It seems like it'd be way faster.
Like, one of them looks like a broom you decoratively put next to your fireplace during the holiday season, and the other one looks like a racing broom.
Yes, exactly. And I mean, one has training wheels on it.
Yeah.
And it's this one.
Function over.
It helps the rest of it. You know what? But when you're going for aerodynamics, does having footrests seems, I don't know. I don't like it. I'm not for it.
Jay doesn't like the footrests.
I'm getting flustered. Anyway, I like this though. There's just nice foreshadowing here where the guy at Quality Quidditch Supply says, Irish international side just put in an order for 7 of these beauties. It's like, oh. And then there's the favorites to win the World Cup, which they do. I know.
Yeah. That's totally one of those where it's like on your first pass, there's no way in the world you realize that's like a reference.
Right. All you're like is like, oh yeah, I guess that makes sense. There's a Quidditch World Cup. That's cool that it exists.
Right.
But you don't think you're gonna go.
Right.
Yeah.
But next year we see them, and they're on firebolts.
And they are on firebolts. Yes. Yeah, although these, I'm surprised they have those because the ones they're looking at say, just come out, prototype. And it's like, you're just buying the prototypes or you get the real deal by then?
How does that work? Yeah, maybe so.
Yeah. Also, just like quick stat on the firebolt, it says it goes 150 miles an hour in 10 seconds, which, whoo,
that's
you moving.
That is hauling.
I don't like, but like, it feels like we may need some math budget. Yeah. What? You probably would. Yeah. Could you even get up to 150 miles an hour inside of the Quidditch pitch? It feels like you'd have like,
Oh, no.
Yeah, right?
I doubt it. Yeah. At this point, it's like racing broom is taking on like a whole new a whole new definition. Like this is
I know.
like drag racing. Broom.
Racing broom. The title "Racing Broom" suggests that there are broom races.
Yeah.
Right? Oh, where's that sport?
Oh man.
Oh, where's
Pod
B1
racing.
broom racing?
Yeah, P1.
Yeah, B1.
B1. Oh, I like it. I like it. Yeah.
That'd
okay.
be great. Different teams.
Something to look out for.
Right.
The other thing that it has featuring it's too American racing.
They race cars all over the place, man. What the?
13 years old. They're 13 years old and going 150 miles an hour.
It's a tad quick,
Yeah.
admittedly.
Only one of them has one,
Yeah.
and it's probably stolen.
He's the main character. We're
Yeah.
fine.
It's good. Harry's fine. They also have the unbreakable braking charm, which really too bad the Nimbus doesn't have that.
Dude, I had the same note
Yeah.
written down. Yeah, the unbreakable break. Because Harry later this year, of course, is going to fall off of his broom, which is going to just continue to not break
I know.
and fly into the Whomping Willow.
Dead.
Destroyed.
Good thing he has a escaped convict godfather who can somehow walk into Quality Quidditch Supplies, haggle with the owner, not get recognized.
And and let's just check this next page because it says Harry's I'm not sure if I should get one because he had never lost a Quidditch match on his Nimbus 2000, and what was the point in emptying his Gringotts vault for the Firebolt? How rich is Sirius?
I know. And how is he getting to his gold? I don't think he's walking into Gringotts vault, please. Yes. Yeah, I'm not that guy. No, not him.
I am not him.
Black family vault, not him. Not him. I've got the key right here. Thank you. I feel like they would. There's an answer, is what I'm hearing. I guess you could order it by mail.
My name's
By the
Regulus.
time Voldemort controls
I'm not
the
dead yet.
Yeah. My name's yeah. Exactly. Yeah. Don't mind the posters everywhere.
My brother.
That guy. Okay, let's see. So after he decides not to buy the Firebolt for the price of his entire vault, how expensive are they either?
I know.
The entire fortune left to him. Harry thinks it will cost that.
Yes, I know. Well, that's the thing is that Harry's fortune. He talks about it a couple of times in this chapter where he's sort of he had to keep in mind he still had a lot more schooling left to do. And I'm like, Harry, I'm pretty sure your fortune's going to last you well past school.
Right.
You're going to be fine.
Right. You're in year 3, so you got 4 more years worth of books to buy. I think you're good.
You're going to be fine.
You have more than what? You'd think, yeah, right? They're still selling Sleek Easy Hair Potion, right?
Yeah. To the dismay of Gilderoy Lockhart.
I know.
It's that Potter kid.
Yeah, still, they're just adding in there. Let's see, we also learned that he's taking, care of magical creatures and divination.
Yes.
Right? New subjects here coming up later in the book. Both going to be pretty important to the book, too.
Yes, absolutely. The thing about the Monster Book of Monsters that I do find to be interesting, though, is that he's going to Flourish and Blots, and he walks in, and the manager immediately is like, Hogwarts, and Harry's like, yes, and then he's like, come this way, and he's pulling out his thick, heavy gloves and knobbly walking stick, and he's gonna go crack open the monster book's cage, and Harry's like, I've got one of those, and he's like, oh, thank goodness.
He doesn't even ask Harry if he's taking the class, even,
Yeah,
presumptuous,
A little bit.
Yeah.
A little bit.
You don't know I'm taking that. Come on, man.
He's
But he doesn't have to take care of magical creatures.
Well, he
could just be taking arithmancy and Muggle studies.
Maybe Florian Fortescue's portrait went to the headmaster's office,
right?
reported back, and this manager was getting ice cream and heard word the Potter kid's taking.
Yeah.
We figured it out.
Dumbledore knows all of this, but not that Hagrid sent him the book.
Yes. Yeah. The thing I can't figure out about the book, though, is that the store manager of the bookstore doesn't know the trick.
Thank you.
Yeah, right? Exactly.
It's what kind of bookstore are you running here?
I know. Also, this has got to be the premier bookshop in the entire wizarding world, right? Flourish and Blots, probably, right?
Sure.
And they bought copies with never stocking it again. Where is stocking it? where is it being sold at all if not already here?
Maybe Hagrid is taking a leaf out of Gilderoy Lockhart's book, and he wrote
wrote it.
He wrote the book.
That would be so much better. That would be so. It's a brand new book.
It's a brand new book written by Hagrid, and he's the only one who knows the trick.
That would be good. That would honestly make a lot more sense.
He's just adding. What is it? With help from Newt Scamander. There you go. Yeah. So. Exactly.
Also, like, that makes me feel better that, like, the reason he doesn't just stick, because I feel like Hagrid and Newt must know each other, and he's
okay. You have to imagine.
Yeah.
Why does that never come up?
I know.
That's the duo I want to see. I want to see them have coffee.
Right? And he's like, here's a giant spider egg. I don't want it.
Maybe you do.
Maybe you do.
I know. Yeah. We'll never know.
We'll never know. I love the inclusion here where he says they ordered 200 copies of the Invisible Book of Invisibility and we never found them. Like, I would just absolutely love it if in a future book people kept tripping on something in the shop and, like, you just didn't acknowledge it and it's like, that's where they are.
That's
the books.
No, I love that because it's like when you read that sentence, it's like, wow, you got scammed is what happened.
I know, yeah. No, I want them to exist somewhere and people just keep tripping.
Yes. That's a much better scenario.
That would be better. Then he's getting Unfogging the Future, and he says, very good guide to all your basic fortune-telling methods. Palmistry, crystal ball, bird entrails, which I was just like, wait, what? Did we ever learn about that one?
Yeah, definitely. Is this a common thing, bird entrails? Are we studying them? Does anybody know? No? Nobody here, at least.
No one here, yeah. Okay.
It's a possum thing? A Boston thing.
Yeah.
The Bostonians probably.
Wow. The dish tracks are flying, man.
I know.
There we go. Okay, then so Harry then notably spots the Death Omen book. What to do when you know the worst is coming? To which the manager's like, "Oh, I wouldn't read that if I were you." And I'm like, "Dude, you are the worst bookshop owner. Are you trying to sell books or not? You're getting scammed on books about invisibility. You don't know how to use the monster book. You're actively discouraging people from buying other books."
Right. It's like, why is it for sale?
Yeah, I know. Right?
Why stock it?
Why did you stock it? Anyway.
Yeah, I do think it's interesting though. He does say you'll start seeing death omens everywhere. It's like, man, what is going on here? Like, what are the odds of this book being here?
I know, right?
Is that Dumbledore big plan potential? He's sort of like,
no, because he doesn't know about Sirius.
I know.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
That's a good point.
He's just messing with Harry. Maybe you'll see it. Yeah.
Normally I take this job seriously, but this one's for a laugh.
Well, randomly the shopkeeper does say though, like, you'll start seeing them everywhere. It's enough to frighten anyone to death, which is like actually how the Grimm works. People are afraid that it is going to be the death of them, and the fear is what kills them.
Well, there you go.
Yeah, so that's kind of funny right there.
And it makes sense because I think the cover of the book does feature the Grimm.
It does. And it makes you wonder, how would the year go if we just didn't see this book?
Right.
You know? Like, if he's just like, what was that dog? You know? And now, because now it recontextualizes it for him, he's like, I'm going to die.
Right.
I'm doomed. Yeah. I'm not going to die.
What's the kid say? Oh, gosh, I'm going to blank now on it.
Bim?
Bim. Yeah, Bim. Yeah.
It's like trying to catch smoke with your bare hands.
We need that kid.
Yeah, where's that kid, man? We should get him on the show.
Say again? Yeah, oh, you're right. A black spectral dog. An omen of death.
Okay. Who are you? He doesn't even go to this school.
Oh, man. That was good.
Harry starts trying. We're going to get the giggles.
Got the giggles?
Maybe. Harry starts trying to reassure himself that it was just a stray dog. But, like, I want to say, like, later on, does Ron not have, like, an uncle who saw a Grimm and died?
Oh.
Right? So, like, Uncle Bilius! Life of the party!
That is until
the Grimm.
Too soon?
Yeah. I think we're good.
I think we're good.
He was lighthearted.
He was off page.
Yeah, he was off page. I don't even know.
There's no Dobby.
I know. What's crazy is...
Sorry.
Too soon.
that one's too soon.
That one's too soon. Oh goodness.
But yeah, so as Harry is, he's trying to convince himself of this. He's back in his room at the Leaky Cauldron. He raised his hand to try to make his hair lie flat when the mirror responds, "You're fighting a losing battle there, dear." Which
Great mirror.
great mirror.
Yeah.
I hate that this is abandoned. Like, we have the Mirror of Erised in book 1. In book 2, there's the mirror at the Weasleys that's like,
Yeah.
tuck in your shirt, Scruffy.
Yep.
And then in book 3, we have this mirror.
We have this one. Then Sirius gives him a mirror in book 5.
Oh, you're right.
Oh,
Okay,
yeah.
so mirrors do keep coming back.
They are. They're everywhere.
Any
man.
good mirrors in book 4, though? We'll have to keep an eye
I don't
out.
know. Do you guys remember any? I don't know. Ooh, no.
Asking a room full of Potter experts must mean it's not there.
Oh no, you're right. The faux mirror in Moody's office.
Oh, there is a mirror.
The faux glass. Yeah.
Nice.
Good
Well
one.
done.
Wow. A lot of magic mirrors.
Magic? Oh, magic mirror. I
Yeah.
heard it.
Like Snow White.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I got there eventually.
Okay, cool.
It may have taken me too long.
Yeah. Oh, did you just have more? You just have blood prints? Anyone? No?
No.
No? Okay. Cool. 7 is just the same one from 5. So,
Yeah, true.
Yeah,
Yeah.
or the other one. I don't know. Whatever. Okay. Anyway, moving on while y'all think about it. What'd I write down? Okay. Later on, Harry meets. He starts meeting his other classmates in Diagon Alley, including Seamus Finnegan and Dean Thomas, who are also ogling the firebolt, which I like because it's like this is like the tiniest little setup for like way later on when Dean has to like get on the Quidditch team
Yes.
for like a hot minute, and then Seamus is all bent out of shape that he didn't get asked.
Right.
Yeah, because like you never understand. Like they never seem to express interest in wanting to play, but clearly they are interested.
I know, yeah. That's like, and that's the other thing too, is that we don't hear about Quidditch tryouts until Harry's captain.
Right.
So
yeah.
it's
Oliver
like,
Wood's just like, nah, everyone's back.
no way. Yeah,
We're good.
we're keeping the old people.
That's right. Which is like Angelina Johnson or someone, Katie Bell's like first advice to him, like, don't just keep the old people, Harry.
Yeah. It was not working. For
Not
Wood.
working. Yeah. And then let's see, he runs into Neville, and his very formidable looking grandmother.
Yeah.
Which is really good. That's just a nice little boggart setup for later on in the book when he's gonna turn Snape into the grandmother.
Yes, yes, you're absolutely right. And then Harry finally, it's the last day of holidays, and he finally runs into Ron and Hermione, or
Yes.
he believes he's not going to see them until the Hogwarts Express.
I know. Like, does he think they're just not going to get their books?
I know, yeah.
Wouldn't
But
it be
like,
or that he missed them somehow?
this is what I was trying to go back and see. Like, we'll be back about a week before term starts, and we'll be going up to London to get my wand and our new books. Any chance of meeting you there? Like, whatever happens to Ron's plan?
Yeah.
He misses them by a whole week.
Misses him by a whole week. And wouldn't that be good? They're like, oh, we were there. Where were you? He was like, eating ice cream? What? I thought...
The whole day?
No. He keeps bringing them. Oh, boy.
It's hard to get away. Wait, hold on. They were both. Wait, hold on. They were there, both of them, sitting outside Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlor.
Oh, never mind.
It's the next sentence.
I know.
I was like, wait, this is too good.
Yeah.
That is where they are.
All right. The one time Harry's not there.
I know, yeah.
There he goes. All right. So then they start questioning him. Did you really blow up your aunt? And he said, I just lost control. And then Hermione's like, I'm amazed he wasn't expelled. Which, like, if you lose control, it seems crazy to me that you could be expelled for that.
Yeah.
Like, it's not like he intentionally does it.
No, I know. Yeah,
Yeah.
this definitely feels like, especially considering like underage wizards aren't allowed to do magic outside of school. It doesn't even seem like unlikely to me that they're manifesting their powers in this way. Like this is just, stuff like this has got to be happening every summer.
All the time. There's just blown up aunts floating all over London all the time. You know? They're out there.
I mean, the way Fudge talks about it, it's like, we don't send people to Azkaban for blowing up their aunts.
Right. Happens all the time, Harry. Have a crumpet. Right?
Harry's like, no, thank you. I like Sundays.
Yeah, thank you. But do you have ice cream? Yeah. That Harry is like determined to be punished for it. It's like, your dad doesn't know why Fudge let me off. And Ron's like, probably because it's you, isn't it? And it's like, yeah, that's pretty much it.
Famous Harry Potter and all that.
Yep, you got it, man. Nailing what? Ron is on it in these first few books. He's just like always right about stuff.
He is, yeah. He's batting 1,000.
Yeah.
I do like what he says next, though. I hate to see what the ministry do to me if I blew up my aunt. Mind you, they'd have to dig me up first because Mum would have killed me.
I know. Ronald Weasley! Oh my gosh.
Would that be Auntie Muriel?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
If
If anything,
she might just give him a high five. I don't know.
yeah, true. Yeah. Muriel may have it coming. Hold on, everybody just talked.
I know, everyone had a thought about that. Oh boy.
Who had the best one? What you got?
Go. Oh, no, never mind.
No,
Okay.
That's all right. That's all right.
It's all good. All right. Moving on. Ron pulls out his new wand. Thank goodness. My goodness. I mean, 3 years in, he finally has a working one.
Yeah, and it's like that really is like, we've gone on and on about it, but like Ron's wand that he's been dealing with up until this moment is 100% holding him back.
Absolutely.
Like it's active. I mean, year 2, it's just physically broken.
Right,
Like
yeah.
he has missed an entire year of education.
Yeah.
How he got to year 3 is almost like
I know.
him, Crab, and Goyle should be back there,
Well, they can't.
doing mandrakes again.
They cancel the exams.
They did cancel the exams.
Yeah. Skated on by. Skated on by, Ron.
You're on it today,
Even though
Jim.
he like gets all those points from Dumbledore and wins the House Cup.
Yeah.
Wouldn't that be great? Dumbledore's like, and Ronald Weasley, 200 points for Gryffindor. Failed all of the exams, though. It's going to be year 2 again for you. All right.
Thank you for your service to this school.
Yep. Yeah, here's a nice award. Grades are grades, Ron, okay? You're not Harry. We can't make any rules, all right?
You're not Harry.
Yeah.
Exactly what Ron wants to hear.
Exactly. Actually, that plays so nicely into his wandwood, which is Willow. The new wand is 14 inches Willow with unicorn tail hair. And if you look up what Willow wandwood means on like Wizarding World, the part I bolded is that he says, I have noted that the ideal owner for a Willow wand often has some usually unwarranted insecurity. And it's like, oh, that's so Ron. That's so Ron. So bad.
Poor guy.
I know that is not great. And then the unicorn hair also, it says wands with unicorn cores are generally the most difficult to turn to the dark arts. They are the most faithful of all wands, which is just like also very Ron, just like such a loyal friend at all times, even though he is constantly feeling insecure about living up to his brothers and living in Harry's shadow.
Yeah, that's a tricky
all
one.
Unwarranted.
Well, another thing I found out that I thought was kind of interesting about the Willow wand is that it's the same wandwood as Scorpius Malfoy and Lily Potter, meaning that in all 3 instances of Willow wands, which are otherwise considered to be kind of rare, they are all really good partners to Potters.
Oh, that is
kind of
interesting.
Yeah.
Man, that's a good one.
Yeah, isn't that kind of fascinating?
That is fascinating.
So
that does not feel accidental.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah.
That definitely feels intentional.
Right? So if ever there's anything else, look for Willow wands.
Yes, exactly. Moving on from that, though, we finally catch a glimpse at sort of like the earliest setup that we're going to have for Hermione using the time turner throughout the rest of the story. And it says, "What's all that, Hermione?" Harry asked, pointing at not 1 but 3 bulging bags in the chair next to her. And she basically says, "Well, I am taking more subjects than you, aren't I? Those are my books for arithmancy, care of magical creatures, divination, study of ancient runes, and Muggle studies." To which Ron's like, "What are you doing Muggle studies for?
I know.
You are Muggle-born."
I know, man. He feel like he says, "Your mom and dad are Muggles. You already know all about Muggles." It's like effectively Hermione was just a Muggle for like 11 years. Like she didn't know.
Although I don't hate this because I think it's like the idea of getting to like if I could go and take a class taught by aliens about the study of human beings, I would take it in a heartbeat. Like, Yeah,
I know,
but
but like at the same rate, like would you go to like a French school and like take the speak English classes?
Maybe not speak English, but like
I would take the same thing though.
I would take a course on like Americans.
Right. Well, sure.
How do they see us?
Yeah.
The perspective must be interesting.
It is. Are you from France?
I got relatives out there.
Okay.
Yeah. So I don't know. Yeah, there's a piece of me that's like, I can see why.
Okay,
I might
all right.
do it.
She does drop it after 1 year, though. So
That's true.
I guess she's like, well, nope, never mind.
Yeah.
Turns out, I don't like this.
But then our Harry follows up with, "Are you planning to eat or sleep at all this year, Hermione?" To which I was just like, "No."
Yeah, pretty much. Which is weird because she still has the time turner. Like she could still just keep giving herself hours to sleep
Could
or
you
eat.
use a time turner for more naps?
Oh, right? Why not?
Oh,
You know,
man.
I feel Hermione's misusing that thing.
I would take all 12 classes to get the time turner and then just not go to like 3 of them.
right.
Use that time to nap.
Exactly, right? Just I keep using it. Yeah, I'm just napping. It'd be great. You'd be really excelling in all those classes and be like, oh yeah, I'm just dropping those other 3, so don't worry about it.
Yeah, no big deal.
Yeah,
no big
problem.
deal. Yeah. But then we learned that she has 10 galleons left over from her birthday, and she says that she really wants an owl, which is kind of a nice setup here because it gets us back on the topic of scabbers, because it says Harry's got Hedwig and you've got Errol, and Ron's like, not really. Harold's a family owl. All I've got scabbers, and it says he pulled the pet rat out of his pocket, and I'm like, that's how you're carrying your rat?
How surprised would you be if I was just like, rat?
I kid you, I would pass out. Right here, right now. So if anybody has a rat.
Yeah. Anyone bring their rat tonight?
No.
Oh, man.
Yeah. It's eating the danger
It's eating
beans.
the danger beans. Shh, don't remind them.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Dang it.
I know. I think they had forgotten. Oh, no.
Yeah.
Ron, like, is just he's sending you down all sorts of the wrong paths. I don't think Egypt agreed with him, so the whole book you're like, I guess Scabbers just didn't like Egypt. He's been sick for a whole year. That makes sense. No, this is what it bothers me so much. You're reading this, and it's like every time they bring up Scabbers, I'm like, who cares? You know, like, why is it important that Scabbers is sick? Like, great plot line. You know.
Yeah.
It's like, oh no, never mind.
Ron really does seem to care, though. Like,
Ron does.
He does seem to take like a certain amount of pride in old Scabs.
Yeah.
When you shorten it, it's worse.
Yeah. Remember when I said Ron was always right earlier?
Yeah.
Turns out
he has
no.
some misses too.
Yeah. Let's see. You always just assume it's Egypt, though. You never wonder why he's sick, if it could be anything else. But anyway, they make it to the magical menagerie where they got all sorts of fun things. There's already a wizard there asking about double-ended newts, which probably means it has heads at both ends, but I like to think it has tails at both ends.
Dude, I literally thought the same thing.
It's just a worm.
It's just tails.
Yeah. Why? Oh, well, we know that actually some of the ingredients are there. In fact, it's the very next thing listed. It says a gigantic tortoise with a jewel-encrusted shell, which doesn't sound like something you would call a fire crab, but that's what it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's that. Which I did wonder, like, I wonder if this one in particular is like the fire crab Hagrid gets for the breeding, because it's like a gigantic tortoise.
You're right.
The scroots are big.
So like Hagrid comes in like right after they leave.
Yeah, right.
He's like, you got any
give me
like
that.
bedazzled tortoises?
Yeah, I want that. That not tortoise, definitely crab.
Yes.
Yeah. And then there's also, it lists poisonous orange snails were oozing slowly up the side of their glass tank. These are actually an animal called streelers. Streelers, and they change color every hour, so they're only orange right then.
Wow.
Yeah, fun fact.
I did not know that. I couldn't have pulled that. Yeah, Jay versus Ben, I would have missed that.
Yeah,
even with
streelers. I
multiple
got it
choice.
locked and loaded. Let's see. Yeah, highlight. Yeah.
Yeah. I'll get to it. Yeah.
Yeah, my crazy person book. Yeah.
Yeah.
Beth, my wife, who's here.
Yeah. Hey! And Alice.
And Alice. Oh man, she was riding up with me, and she's like has never seen the book, so she opened it. She was like, "Whoa." She's like, "I'll read your copies," and I was like, "Okay, okay,
Enjoy.
yeah, enjoy."
Yeah.
All my crazy thoughts in here. Yep. Let's see. So and then the next page is just full of Scabbers clues that go just right over every single person's head.
Right.
First of all, the guy asks, "How old is this rat?" And then Ron says, I don't know, quite old. And then later down on the page, it's going to say, an ordinary common or garden rat like this can't be expected to live longer than 3 years or so. And it's like, well, then he's not ordinary or common, is he?
Right.
And it's like, and in between there explains to you that he has no powers. So it's like, it's like there is so much information that like something is really weird about Scabbers, and you're just like, hey man, if someone's pet lives longer than they did, that's just good for them.
Exactly.
You know?
Yeah. It's like Ron's doing a great job.
He's just doing a great job.
Yeah.
This is also the big hint right here, and it's so sneaky too. When he has his tattered left ear and his front paw, which had a toe missing. And it's like, because he's a rat, you would call it a toe, but it's actually a finger. So later, when Pettigrew is mentioned missing a finger, you're not like, oh yeah, someone else was missing a finger earlier.
Yeah, right.
Right.
Even then, you're like, hang on a second, I swear this came up once before. Oh no, that was a rat. We're all good.
Yeah, right, never mind. Yeah.
I made a mistake.
This is the same trick as not letting Tom and Marvolo and Riddle existing next to each other.
Yeah,
It's
you're
just
right.
like,
You're right. Yeah, yeah, it's true.
It must be. I don't know.
Yeah,
There's a lot of things.
Maybe
wrong
that
with
just
him.
happened during rat life.
Yeah. Right. Just got into a big old rat fight. You know?
Yeah. Is it not surprising at all though that Scabbers, like it says, he's never shown the faintest trace of interesting powers, but like, let's not forget, he is in fact an actual wizard.
Yeah, I know,
Like,
right?
And like a reasonably good one.
Right. I mean,
at
he
that.
became an animal.
Right, like Harry accidentally blew up his aunt as
Yeah.
like undertrained. Like you'd think at some point in time something would have happened.
I know, right? You
And,
would
like,
think.
Yeah,
Yeah, I guess not. I guess he's just really good at controlling it.
maybe so.
You know, it makes you wonder, like, he must be, because he's not doing magic either. Like,
Yeah.
It's like, he feels like a real obscurus candidate.
Ooh.
You know, like
repressing the magic.
but then you'd think you'd like start, exploding or something.
Yeah. Oh man.
Oh man. I guess the thing, most obscuruses are like kids, so this would be like an adult rat getting an obscurus.
Right.
I don't see why he doesn't.
It's like Sharknado, but a rat.
Yeah, exactly. Ratnado.
Ratnado.
Yeah, that's somehow worse.
Yeah.
I'd rather it be sharks. Yeah. If a shark lands in front of me on land, it's like, who cares? What are you gonna do, shark?
I'm fine.
Yeah.
This isn't dangerous.
100 rats in the sky. I'm like, oh no. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, or what they call Tuesday in Australia, right?
Yeah.
No.
Oh, like by staying in rat form, like he's
it's an
constantly
active use of power.
Yeah.
That seems possible.
That does seem possible.
Okay, I accept.
All
I
right.
accept.
Yeah.
All right. Next up, though, we have the introduction of Crookshanks. Something huge and orange came soaring from the top of the highest cage and landed right on his head. Almost gets Scabbard. Might have all ended right there. That could have been it.
That could have been it. I know.
been
Yeah. Can you imagine Voldemort? It's like the dang cat.
Cat! No one would even know. Crookshanks would be this tremendous hero.
I know. Yeah. But the thing about this, though, that I do think is interesting, and I'll allow you to elaborate on it, but Crookshanks basically doesn't like Scabbers from the word go.
Yeah,
like,
right.
It's like, I think sometimes I convince myself in my head that like it's befriending Sirius that like teaches Crookshanks to dislike Scabbers, but it's like from the actual moment they see each other, Crookshanks is like, no way.
Oh.
It's
What?
you.
Because it's Crookshanks is Regulus, you think? I've seen this there. I think my thought on it is that Crookshanks was owned by the Potters.
The Potter's cat.
The Potters
Yeah.
cat once upon a time. Because, first of all, so we don't, it's never revealed in the books, but Crookshanks is actually a half Kneasel.
Yes.
Right, so half Kneasel, half regular cat. Kneasel's like special powers that they can like detect suspicious activity or behavior or whatever. So obviously Crookshanks is going to be good at recognizing that Peter is in fact a wizard and not a rat.
Yeah.
So there's that. However, there's plenty of other squirrely figures that Crookshanks does not notice, like Mad-Eye Moody next year.
Yeah.
Sort of a big one.
Come on, Crookshanks.
Basically the same trick too. You know?
Right. Yeah,
More
just a
or less.
shape-shifted villain.
Exactly, shape-shifting villain. They're all over the place in this book.
Yeah.
So that would make you then wonder, like, why is Crookshanks so good at recognizing Scabbers but not Moody? And the answer is because he's seen Peter before.
Yes.
Because Peter, as the Potter's secret keeper, would be the only person capable of visiting them.
Which we know he does
Which you know he
during
does.
Lily's letter to Sirius, thanking him for the tiny broomstick.
Yeah, and I would think that whether you're in human form or rat form, Crookshanks could tell it was the same being.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah,
Right there. Plus, we know that Crookshanks from the owner has existed at the Magical Menagerie for like an extended period of time and that no one wants him.
Yep, it
for a
says the
long
witch, that witch said he'd been in there for ages, no one wanted him.
Exactly.
So,
And then on top of all of that, there are 5 known half-Neasels in all of Harry Potter.
Okay.
4 of them are owned by Mrs. Fig,
who was a member.
who is a member of the Order of the Phoenix and whose hobby is breeding half-Neasels to sell to people. And she was in the Order of the Phoenix with the Potters who own a half-Neasel, right? So like, math. Crookshanks belong to the Potters.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Oh, what? Why does Crookshanks not love on Harry more?
For all we know, he's actually jumping towards Harry here and not even Wormtail.
Yeah.
He's like, Harry!
My boy!
Oh, you're back, thank God!
This is fun. It's like having the comment section in the room with us.
But live, here we go. All right, so anyway, despite the attack on Ron's pet, Hermione's like, I want that creature.
Yeah.
I'm buying that right now.
Yes, like I love that Harry and Ron go sprinting out of the shop to try to damage control the situation, and Hermione is actively paying for.
He's like, we'll take it.
Yeah, I'm in.
I am in. I've never liked that rat. Good on you, Hermione.
Yeah,
Goodness me. I love when she comes out too. She's like, he's gorgeous, isn't he? And Harry's like, that's a matter of opinion. Which he does not say out loud, but I love that he thinks it.
I know. I like that Ron says, Hermione, that thing nearly scalped me. I'm like, okay, Ron.
Dramatic.
That seems like a stretch. It nearly scalped Scabbers.
Yeah, if only. If only. But now that Scabbers is out of sight, cat purring contentedly. So just more that sentence right there. Also more hints that there's something squirrely about old Scabs.
Yeah.
Yeah, Scabbers. It's still worse to shorten. Yeah.
We just keep doing it.
Keep doing it. Yeah, it's not better. Feels like it's gonna sound funny, and then it's just gross. Yeah. Let's see. And then the Hermione's like, she's trying to like smooth over the situation. She's like, Crookshanks will be sleeping in my dormitory and Scabbers in yours. What's the problem? And I'm like, are there no other cats in Gryffindor Tower? Like, you're allowed to bring one of 3 pets: toad, cat, owl. Ron's like, screw it, rat. But like, no one else brought a cat?
Apparently
at all?
not. Apparently not.
Yeah.
At least
Yeah.
Gryffindors are dog
people or rat people.
I could see that.
Or deer people.
Or deer people.
Or wolf people.
Wolf people. That works 2 ways. Like Lupin's a wolf person.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh yeah, okay.
Yeah, that's what I was going for.
That was the joke from the.
That was the
I'm catching up.
What was your other way?
Like fan of wolves.
Oh, yeah. That's what I meant by deer people too.
Oh, I see. I thought you meant like pens of deer.
Yeah.
Petting zoo.
Right.
Yeah.
I got you. They just like them.
They just like them. They do.
What?
Millicent Bulstrode does, but she is a Slytherin.
But she's a Slytherin.
Yeah.
Yeah. No one else in Gryffindor has a cat. Like in all 7 years. You know?
Right. We never hear about any other cats.
You never hear. Yeah.
But it also McGonagall.
Yeah. Umbridge. Plates. Yeah.
That's our complete list.
That's it. Yeah.
Probably.
Yeah. Mrs. Norris.
Mrs. Norris.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, we hear about cats. Yeah. Scratch that from the record.
Yeah.
All right. Anyway, I love. Then we get back to Mr. and Mrs. Weasley, who were arguing, saying Black's not going to be caught by a 13-year-old wizard. Which wrong. It's the Azkaban guards who will get him. Mark my words. It's just like, Mr. Weasley, call them Dementors. But this is also the way they don't call them by their proper name is like another hint that Sirius is actually the good guy and the Dementors are the bad guys. Like, because you don't call Voldemort by his name. You didn't call the Basilisk by its name. It's like, the Azkaban guards. We're going to call them Dementors.
Right. Oh, yeah, fear of a name.
Yeah, fear of the name.
Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah.
So they're always the bad guys. Which, I mean, they seem pretty bad right away, but you're sort of like, oh, but for the greater good, kind of.
Right.
You know, we got to make weird allies.
Well, so then moving forward from there, we get the rest of the Weasley children who are all kind of variously stepping forward, and probably one of the most potentially plot unnecessary scenes ever, but otherwise potentially one of the funniest.
Oh, I mean, I circled it entirely. Just this is one of my favorite exchanges in the entire series. It is when, first of all, Percy comes up and just is just so full of himself about being, head boy. Harry, how nice to see you. Like as if they've never met before. And then Fred and George, without missing a beat, are just like mocking him relentlessly. I just love it. Just like simply splendid to see you, old boy. Absolutely spiffing. Yes. And I love when Mrs. Weasley comes up. Mom! How really corking to see you. So good.
I love Fred and George.
No, corking is not. It's an underused word.
It really is. We should pick it back up.
Yep.
No, this is. I mean, we talked about it in a little bit in the last chapter, but this is once again where like Percy being head boy is just like. It's just like, oh, apparently this is a bad thing.
I know, right.
And deserves scrutiny.
Right, like Mrs. Weasley's so excited about it. You get the feeling that Fred and George probably thought it was cool when it was Bill.
Yeah, probably
right?
so.
They're
Yeah,
like, yeah, Bill, way to go, you did it.
Bill was just cool.
Right, yeah. I'm sure Bill was way more fun as a head boy.
Yeah.
He's like sneaking people out, right?
He had an earring.
Yeah. And a ponytail.
And
Yeah.
But then I love that Mrs. Weasley is like, I noticed they haven't made you two prefix. And their reaction seems so genuine.
I know.
What do we want to be prefix for? Said George, looking revolted at the very idea.
Revolted, I know.
He'd take all the fun out of life.
Fun, right? That'd be such a Dumbledore thing too. Like, oh, we'll just make them enforce the rules,
Oh my gosh.
I know. But you can only put like one of them, like just Fred or George.
This is what Umbridge missed. She should have just made them prefix. They
Right.
would have been miserable.
I know.
She could have won.
She could have done it. Yeah. Nope.
But she doesn't understand them, so.
She doesn't get it. Yeah. She's just like, I'll just take your brooms. Even you weren't even involved in this, probably for good measure.
Right.
Yeah. We're getting ahead of ourselves by like 2 books, but
That's okay.
all right. I love I love Mrs. Weasley's like, oh, you want to set a better example for your sister? And Percy just like, I think he thinks he's making a real point here. He's like, Ginny's got other brothers to set her an example, mother. It's like, I was so condescending, man. Like, wow. Okay, as you want to set a better example for your sister, as if like Ron and Harry aren't there like solving the Chamber of Secrets last year too.
Yeah, exactly.
Like,
It's
what about Ron?
Yeah, Ron's like special services to the school.
Hello, I know, right? And then I love when they're like, Mr. Weasley says they're providing a couple of cars, and Percy's like, why? I'm like, it's because of you, Percy.
Little flags on the hood with HB on them for humongous big head.
Oh man, they just never let up.
As they shouldn't.
I know. Well, as we haven't got a car anymore, and it's like, nope. Turn into a thestral or something.
A wild beast.
Yep. And then later, God, you'd think Percy, with all of his pompousness, somehow manages to, well, I guess he doesn't lose the head boy pin, but because Fred and George steal it. But even his reasoning for why he's not wearing it is, I put it on the bedside table for polishing. Like, dude. Why? Come on. How long could that take? You want to see me polish my glasses?
Yeah. Sure.
Here we go.
Wow.
And we're back.
Wow.
Glad I didn't lose them.
Man. Yeah, that was good. Yeah.
Man.
The things people didn't know they were going to get at the live show.
I know. They're like, whoa, did you see Jay? He couldn't see us, and then he polished his glasses. Oh, man. And then he's just convinced Ron has done it. And it's just like, as for all of his composure, you can tell he's still just like has that sibligness. Is like, you're not going anywhere until you found my badge. I was like, oh, boy, I've heard that sentence before.
From me?
No, not from you. I have twins also.
Oh. I was like, because we're brothers. So.
Yeah. No,
This is like the deer situation.
Right,
all over
yeah.
again.
I'm like, people will get this joke.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No. The thing I do want to commend this though, because Ron has his rat tonic, which is a good setup. And like the rat tonic is like 2 words that come up in the Harry Potter books way more times than was strictly speaking necessary.
Yeah.
Like I think in this chapter it's said like 11 times.
Well, here's the rat tonic itself is yet another clue, because Ron is giving it to Scabbers all year and it's not working.
Yeah,
You know?
it does nothing.
It does nothing. Can you imagine if you're Peter? You're just like, oh man.
That stuff. It
I'm not
tastes
even
so-
a rat. It tastes so bad.
I know, but it's really good setup though. Like I can't remember which chapter it is. It might literally be the chapter titled Chamber of Secrets. But I talked a lot in the episode about how there's coincidence that's used rather poorly, I believe, over and over again to like lead Harry and Ron to a situation where they end up running in, or they go up to, find Hermione in the hospital wing where she happens to be holding the answer to the question, and one thing leads to another, whatever.
Yeah.
When they decide to go into the Chamber of Secrets. This one I actually think is really well done, because like the rat tonic is established in a way that sort of makes sense, because like Scabbers is freaking out, and he's freaking out for a different reason, but then he's got it, and then there's the whole situation with Percy's badge, which is the rat tonic is also lost, and then because they're arguing in the room, Harry's like, well, don't worry, I'll go get it for you, and in the process of going and getting it for him, he runs into Mr. and Mrs. Weasley.
Yes.
So it's like this huge series of events, all of which are guiding Harry to this one particular situation, so that he has a good reason to overhear a candid conversation between Arthur and Molly.
Yes. Which the first line is, what Harry and Ron are like wandering off by themselves. They ended up in the Forbidden Forest. Which this is like one of those when you're like, I was listening to it and reading it, and this is like one of those corrections where it used to say, if you have an older copy of the book, they've ended up in the Forbidden Forest twice.
Yes.
Which is not true. It's like, because in that first year, it's like Harry, Hermione, Neville, and Malfoy who go into the forest. So Ron's actually only been in there once at that point, but now they've corrected it. But
Good save.
there you go. Whew,
Yeah.
man.
That was a close one.
I know.
People are about to be like, what?
Like, what?
I am confused.
I know. And then he says, I'm prepared to bet he would have been dead before the Ministry found him if the night bus hadn't picked up Harry. Which, like, he's, like, obviously wrong about this, but, like, sort of right, because, like, Sirius Black did find him, like, immediately.
Yes, he did, yeah.
Right? The Ministry seems like they're overreacting at, like, oh, man, we got it. Like, if Harry's out there by himself, like, Sirius Black's probably going to find him. And, like, they're right.
They're right, yeah. The real question is, why hasn't he found him again in the 3 weeks that he's been hanging out in Diagon Alley?
That is a good question.
Yeah, because nobody knows he's a dog.
I know. Even like next year, he'll be like, I just pretend to be a lovable stray. And it's like, oh, that works? Okay.
You could,
Seems like because
yeah, exactly. Gryffindors are dog people.
Yeah, the Dursleys would love that. For sure.
That means they like dogs, not that they turn into dogs. Except sometimes they also turn into dogs.
Yeah, right.
That's
true.
It's hard to be a stray inside of a high school.
He should just be a stray around Privet Drive.
Yes.
That's what he should do.
Yeah, I'm sure the Privet Drive-ians would love that.
Yeah.
If they're
giant black dog.
Yeah, well-manicured lawns.
Yeah, they're not going to...
On their lawns.
Yeah, on their lawns.
Yeah. Oh, he'd be like leaving some presents on the Dursleys' lawn,
Oh man, we have some top tier content tonight for you guys.
This is a good crowd. Oh my goodness. I love. Okay, so this is also great. Bit of like Fudge setup too, where he says, "I don't care what Fudge keeps telling the Daily Prophet. We're no nearer catching Black than inventing self-spelling wand." So it's like. What that means is like Fudge is just lying, like already. He's clearly telling the Daily Prophet like we're making progress, and it's like no, you're not.
Right.
So he's already starting to care more about image than results.
Yes.
Which obviously like just plays in nicely in Order of the Phoenix when he really goes out of control.
Right.
But then let's see. Molly's like, but Harry will be perfectly safe at Hogwarts. I was just like, since when?
Let's check the tapes.
Let's check the tapes.
Year 1, Voldemort attacked.
Voldemort attacked.
Year 2, Voldemort attacked.
Right. And especially it's rich coming from Mrs. Weasley. Right? Like last year, her daughter was almost murdered.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
But saved by who?
Right. Mm-hmm.
Harry.
Harry.
Yeah. Anyway.
Kid can fend for himself.
Let's see. More cover up by Fudge that they didn't report it in the press because Fudge wanted to keep it quiet, but Fudge went out to Azkaban the night Black escaped. I don't know why I actually highlighted that. He's at Hogwarts, that's why. So they know, like, they the Ministry know that Sirius Black is looking for someone at Hogwarts, but just cover that up because that wouldn't be important, right? Like, you'd think the parents would want to know that.
Yeah. You think that might come up?
Yeah.
Like, the person we're worried about. He's specifically hunting someone who's at Hogwarts.
Right.
So,
yes. He's a student.
Right.
Yeah.
They almost closed the school for the Chamber of Secrets, but not for this.
Not for this. Yeah. Right. Nope. Known murderer, apparently. Yeah. Let's see. We
get like a little bit of like setup here, and I think it's kind of interesting because I actually highlighted a line where on the page prior where it says, "Molly, they say Sirius Black's mad, and maybe he is." And I highlighted that, and I was like, I wonder if that's Arthur like having like a small amount of doubt. Like, I knew Sirius Black back in the day a little bit, and he didn't seem like such a bad guy. Like, maybe he's mad. But then the next page, it seems like this is just kind of like false information. But basically, it says like Black lost everything the night that Harry stopped you know who. Like, basically suggesting that he was like Voldemort's second in command. And it's like, that would just be kind of like known information. Like,
Right,
this
that he was,
is
like-
just like factually incorrect.
Right. It's like he's only thought of as Voldemort's like being a huge supporter because of how he acts the day after. But up until that point, no one would have known at all.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Which I guess they suspect there's a mole, and then they think this proves it was him.
I guess that's true.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I guess there's that.
There's a reason.
Yeah. All right, moving on. We find out where the head boy badge has gone. Fred and George have taken it and changed the text that now reads "Big Head Boy."
Nice. Some people in the front row had that one.
Yes,
I highlighted
yes.
it for trivia reasons.
I know, yeah.
Yeah.
I just highlighted it for the lulz. I was like, don't let this one go by.
There you go.
I love this though. It is just like when you know the answer. There's so many hints all over the place. Like. So after that, Harry overhears this conversation, learns that Sirius Black is hunting him specifically, and then he goes back to his room and it says, Harry lay listening to the muffled shouting next door and wondered why he didn't feel more scared. And it's like, as ever, Harry just has super good instincts on the situation. It's like, why aren't I scared? It's like, because there's nothing. Like, somewhere inside you know it's not a problem.
Yes.
Yeah.
No, I know. And I love this one too because there's also the situation like where this is like setting up really well, I think, where Harry would become a great Auror in the future, just simply because like when he first runs into Sirius Black before he calls the night bus, it's like he can like detect that somebody else is out there with him.
Yes.
You know, and then like this is him like sort of like reflecting on the situation a little bit more and being like, you know, I'm not that worried about this for some reason. Yeah, so I think you're absolutely right. Like I think Harry is just like, he is super dialed in for some reason.
Yeah. Even the next line, like he doesn't know anything about the Azkaban guards yet at all, but he's like still thinking about them right now. And he says, they seem to scare most people senseless, which is pretty much their exact power. Like he's like picking up on what they do.
Yes.
You know?
Yeah.
Like without knowing.
That is the actual function of a Dementor.
Right, yeah. So that's what we got. We're going to meet them in the next chapter, which is called The Dementor.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Spoilers.
Spoilers. Oh, sorry. People are like, The Dementor, that sounds bad.
Don't you mean the Azkaban guard?
The Azkaban guards at last, yeah. We're on the last page here. I think it's really more of the same. He's like just laying in bed, thinking about Sirius Black, and it says, unbidden, the image of the beast in the shadows of Magnolia and Crescent crossed his mind. And it's like, right there. Right there, Harry.
You are actually circling the drain.
I know.
Right now.
But like, I know you were really there, but he's also thinking about the book cover, about what to know, what to do when you know the worst is coming. He says out loud to nobody, I'm not going to be murdered. And then, I am not going to be murdered. And then I love the mirror who's just asleep. It's like, that's the spirit, dude. Oh, man.
Oh,
It's a
the
great ending.
mirrors.
The mirrors. They're all over the place, man.
It's so great. It's so great. I know. That feels like it would be like a really good, like if you're Harry, I can't imagine not laughing.
I know. Like,
You know? Just like, thank you, mirror.
thank you, mirror.
Good night.
You're listening to everything I say? Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Goodness
Well, there
me.
we go. I believe we have made it
Yes,
to
I
the
think
end of
We've
chapter
made to the
4.
end of chapter 4.
So, here's the moment where I would normally ask Jay to read us a review. But
Yeah.
since we had some listeners here in the audience, maybe you guys could let us know. Did we get 5 stars? Did we do it? Yeah.
I think that was 5 stars.
I think that's a 5
That's
star.
5-star review. Yeah.
Yeah.
Very good. Yeah.
I got 30 feet. Thanks. Oh man.
Well,
One second. Here, yeah. Why don't you close us out real quick for podcast reasons?
Oh right, yes.
Yeah.
For recording reasons, I suppose we'll go ahead and close the show.
For the folks who aren't here.
For the people who aren't here who are just listening. All right. Thank you guys so much for listening to this episode of Through the Griffin Door. Make sure you join us next week for Chapter 5, The Dementor on Through the Griffin Door. Boom. Welcome, dear listeners. I'm Jonathan Carlin.
And I'm Benjamin Carlin.
And we invite you to join us through the Griffin Door, your one-way ticket to the enchanting world of Harry Potter. So grab your wands and dust off your broomsticks and join us as we unlock the mysteries behind Prisoner of Azkaban, Chapter 5, The Dementor, live in Roanoke, but not really live.
We're back in
Just
studio.
back in studio.
That's okay, though. That's okay.
That's okay, and we'll be here for a while, but not forever.
Not forever, because Tour 2.0, or Tour West Coast, is now upon us.
It is on sale.
It's on sale.
It's on sale. Yeah, if you haven't heard, if you missed it, we're coming to the West Coast with Through the Griffin Tour this September. We're going to be hitting Seattle, Portland, Sacramento, Berkeley, San Diego, and Los Angeles.
Yes, it's going to start. Everything will kick off in Seattle on September 21st and run through September 29th. So it should be another amazing leg, and it's going to be so much fun because we are going to be hitting the final chapters of Prisoner of Azkaban while we're on the West Coast tour. So
Yes.
there are going to be some super juicy, super action-packed,
Yes.
big meaty chapters that we're going to be able to dissect.
I'm so excited about it. Especially, we were just sort of looking ahead at the chapters. If you are in San Diego, that is what is it? Hermione's Big Secret. That's the chapter there.
Yes.
That is the longest chapter we've had to date. It is all of the Time Turner stuff. So just saying, you're not gonna want to miss it.
Yeah, it's gonna be so much fun. And honestly, I can't stress it enough. Going out on the East Coast, it was so much fun.
Yeah.
It was so cool to get to be in the room with everybody. There were moments I think I said it before, but you'd be reading along, or you'd be making a comment. You could see little heads nodding off in the distance, and you're like, oh my gosh, people know exactly where I'm going with this, or the occasional collective gasp, certainly some laughter.
Yeah,
it's all so much fun. And there's exclusive merch that's also available whilst we're on tour.
Also, yes, exclusive merch and meet and greets and all that. And then we'll also do a live Jay versus Ben as part of the show as well.
Yes, indeed.
So
Yeah.
all that's fun. It's going to be great to be in the same room as you guys. But what it's not fun to be in the same room as, Ben, is a Dementor.
Yes, which is going to be the primary subject of Chapter 5 here in Prisoner of Azkaban. It is also our chapter art.
It is. We get a look at the Dementor as well.
You know what's really interesting about Dementors is that they have hands.
I know. Yeah, they do.
Because
they have hands and they have mouths.
Yeah, it seems odd to me. Because I think if you go into Fantastic Beasts, the book, aren't Dementors supposed to be descended or created or some cousin of Lethifolds?
There is something, about that in there. I don't know. I did not look that up before this particular chapter. I do remember something to that effect. And it's sort of they are they're a classification that's not mortal or immortal. They are amortal.
Okay, yeah.
Which is it's sort of like Peeves the Poltergeist. He was not born and he cannot be killed, but he could just sort of dissipate. Like Peeves is the manifestation of all of the rule breaking in the castle.
Yes.
And Dementors kind of exist in the same
realm. They are like the manifestation of like despair and depression and suffering.
Right. So like the more of that is existing out in the world, sort of like as we'll see going into like Half-Blood Prince era, is like the Dementors are starting to like breed, like they're like appearing or manifesting out of seemingly nowhere. But that's what's always so strange to me, like because like the cloakedness of them almost makes me think of just sort of like a black shadowy figure of sorts, like almost as if it's like it's there but it's not there, but like it's almost ethereal.
Right. It's surprising to me that they have like a physical thing you can touch, but I guess at the same rate, like Peeves can like pick stuff up.
That's
and
true.
Like throw things.
Like Peeves can interact. Pretty thoroughly.
He just feels more like a ghost in a way that like a Dementor doesn't. Like it feels like a Dementor cannot like pass through a wall or something.
No, it doesn't. But it does seem like Peeves can do that. Right? Yeah.
So like they are like a solid creature, but they cannot be killed and they cannot be like I guess it says they breed. But I guess that just sort of means they're like spreading. They're sort of like a virus almost.
Yes. Yeah.
You know, like the more of them there are, the more despair there is, and the more despair there is, the more Dementors get created.
Yeah. I don't think there's a world where Dementors are like, you know, having like a prom. You know, it's like Can you imagine like a Dementor doing like a little promposal for you know like another Dementor, and it's like, hey, you want to hang? Have little Dementors one day.
Dementoids. There's nothing romantic or lovey-dovey about a Dementor.
No.
At all.
None whatsoever.
None whatsoever. I think, like, even the way they're depicted is, like, almost interesting because they look like the classic depiction of, like, death.
Yeah, like a little bit of, like, a Grim Reaper.
Of, like, the Grim Reaper. Like, if they're holding a scythe, you'd be like, yeah, that's just death.
Yeah, absolutely. Which, I mean, I guess is not, I don't know, terribly far. They are like very, they are so very unusual in their unique ability to like remove one's soul while also like not having that soul be like inside of them. Like, you know, it's not like they like possess the soul for like later usage. It's not like you can get the soul back. So strangely dangerous creatures that we finally get to refer to, you know, officially
by their real names. So this has been like I've thought before, like could there be like a way like or like ways for like, I don't know. I thought once upon a time we could make a video like, you know, ways Voldemort could still come back or something, which I don't really think there are great ways for it. But like if you had someone like Barty Crouch Jr. who eventually like loses his soul, like if Voldemort had like put a soul inside of that body as like a Horcrux, he would just like be back to life, right? He would like be able to walk around and just sort of like be Voldemort then.
I sort of think so.
Right?
Yeah, I mean, because then there'd be like the only piece of soul left in Barty Crouch Jr. would be Voldemort's.
Right.
And it's already like a living body, so it would have some kind of like impulses again,
right?
You know, to do things. So I sort of think so. But after all of his, you know, pieces of soul had been destroyed, there would be no soul left to be placed.
Right, yeah,
in there.
There's
so,
nothing left to put in
like,
there.
you know, at that point, it would just be like more of like a Nagini type situation where Neville would have to cut off Barty Crouch Jr.'s head.
Exactly.
Yeah. I think if so facto.
If so facto, then gone.
Then gone.
That'd have been a great scene too, you know, just Neville going full decapitation.
Oh yeah, absolutely. That's for the Game of Thrones version of the tale. It's like, oh, I see what we've gone. Oh, we've gone heavy.
Oh, we've gone big. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. That would have been such an interesting like plot twist, Deathly Hallows, if it's just like and Barty Crouch Jr. was back.
Oh my gosh!
You know?
Yeah. Because I mean, who's that? David Tennant? Is that
David Tennant?
Yeah.
Yes.
Like they went for some like pretty big casting.
Yes.
To not use them.
Yeah, he's like
more.
Barely in the movie.
Right.
Yeah. Right.
Just very barely. So that I wonder if that was a situation where he was like, "Can I be involved? I want to do something."
Yeah.
And they're like, "Yeah." It's David Tennant. Yes,
of course.
You can be involved.
We'll put you in the trailers.
Right, yeah. People will be so excited to see you, and then they'll be kind of disappointed they don't see that much of you.
Yeah, but you can do like the exposition dump at the end.
Right. How do you feel about kind of having like a tongue nervous twitch maneuver.
Yes, it'll make it super obvious who the bad guy is in a way that was not obvious in the books.
Yes.
All right.
Anyway.
Well, okay, we're getting very ahead of ourselves and haven't even gotten to the first sentence, which I do want to talk about.
Oh,
the
okay.
first sentence is, Tom woke Harry the next morning with his usual toothless grin and a cup of tea, to which I'm like, is Tom in the room?
I think he is.
You're like,
Yeah.
why are you in the room? I cannot, if I was at a hotel and the people working at the hotel came in to wake me up, I'd be like, whoa, no tip. No tip.
I am not comfy.
This
with
is
the way this is played out.
Cross the line, Tom.
Yep. Yeah. Harry's like, wah! I could just imagine that wake up call.
Yep. Harry doesn't seem bothered by it, but whatever.
At least there's tea.
Yeah, I guess he brought tea, right? Green with a cup of tea. Also, I guess he must have already made it to Ron's room, because before Harry can even get dressed, Ron is bursting in and Percy's all mad at him for dripping tea on his photo of Penelope Clearwater, which I just love the idea that Ron was just like sort of up early, having a nice calm cup of tea alone in the room before Percy woke up. And then Percy wakes up and is like, Ron!
Yes.
What is this?
What has happened here? What I think is funny about that is it says that apparently the blotch of water that fell on the photo has like smudged her nose.
Yeah.
So this is like one of those like wizard photo problems.
Yeah.
I guess. So now the photo of Penelope is hiding at the bottom of the frame because her nose has gone blotchy.
Does that mean like the blotch moves around with her?
Yeah, exactly. I'm like, I don't know if that's how I think that would work, but
I know.
I'm fine with it for comedic purposes.
Absolutely.
But you know, it's like, is that how that would go down? The other thing that I think is kind of interesting about this and this chapter in general, really in everything we've heard about Percy so far, is that like it kind of feels like Percy is just there to be annoying. And I can't tell if I'm like forgetting an obvious something that happens inside of this book with Percy that would be so important, because like all of Chamber, we kept talking about like the little subtle illusions that like Percy kind of keeps showing up at like the scene of every crime, and he's got his little secret that Ginny knows about and Ginny doesn't get to tell him in time. And it's like, is Percy the one opening the Chamber of Secrets? And it's like, no, he's just sort of like a red herring. But so far, I feel like this book has just been all about Percy just being like a punching bag.
He basically has been. I mean, literally, the next sentence is Fred and George barge in just to congratulate Ron on the act of infuriating Percy.
Yes. It's like
I don't think it's like Percy's definitely like pompous and he's like kind of annoying, but it's like at some point, like I feel like they're almost like what's he supposed to do? You know,
right.
He's just constantly being berated by all of his brothers for like being responsible.
Yes,
something that his older brothers also were, but like they're like old enough that like Fred and George are just like, yeah, Bill's cool. Yeah, that's cool.
Yep.
Nah. But when Bill did it, it was cool. When you're doing it, it's sort of like it's a little derivative, Perce. Okay,
a little derivative. Yeah. I love that.
Yeah.
Oh man. But so yeah, the next little detail that I find to be kind of odd about the Weasleys in this particular chapter is a story from Mrs. Weasley.
I know. I highlighted this too.
Yeah, she's telling Hermione and Ginny about a love potion she had made as a young girl.
I know. Literally, I was like, "Excuse me."
I know. Yeah, it's like, I mean, like because I mean, I think when we're introduced to love potions way down the line by Slughorn, they're sort of like, that's one of the most dangerous potions in this room.
I know.
But
then like Fred and George are also selling love potions at like Weasley Wizard Wheezes.
That's true.
That's
true. So maybe they got the recipe from Molly Wobbles.
Maybe it's like an old family Weasley recipe.
Yeah, gotta cook up the old love potion.
There must be like maybe like Amortentia's like the strongest love potion, but maybe there's just like lesser, like minor infatuation love potions.
I think that's probably more likely. Yeah, there's the heavy hitting stuff, and then like more like soft grade.
Right, exactly. More like the butterbeer kind of.
Yeah.
This isn't fire whiskey love potion,
Diet
love potion.
Diet love potion.
I know, but it's like, who were you trying to spike this? Like, that's the thing about love potion is like you're making it to use on someone. Right. Probably.
Maybe.
Like,
but it also feels like Molly and Arthur have been together. It doesn't feel like it's the facts. They have been together since they were at Hogwarts together.
Do you imagine in the wizarding world people who are like already like married, like ever just like experiment with love potions with each other? They're just like, we're already married. What if I took some love potion with like your hair, you know?
Oh,
it's
still moderately uncomfortable to imagine.
I know.
But maybe.
But maybe? Like, what would it be like? I want to say yes.
Oh, man.
Someone's done that.
Yeah,
someone's done that.
Surely.
Absolutely. Yeah.
So anyway, apparently maybe Molly. Yeah.
Maybe Molly.
Although this does
possibly Arthur.
Possibly Arthur. It does say that she made as a young girl.
Yeah.
So I mean, I guess we don't know how young relative.
We know they've been sneaking around the castle, you know, together.
Yeah, making love potions.
Making love potions. They like snuck out because the caretaker wasn't Filch then. It was like Og or whatever.
Right.
Yeah. Whoever.
Yeah, no, we know some of this backstory.
See, this is the thing. This is why Molly actually gets so mad at Fred and George, because she's like, she sees so much of herself in them, and she's like, it's like when you like hate like all the things, like when your kids do stuff and it's like it annoys you because it's the mistakes you made.
Yes,
and you're like, no.
You're doing the thing that I did wrong, and I should have taught you better.
It's probably my fault because you're my kids and you genetically inherited that from me, and yeah.
Specifically my love potions.
Specifically, I mean, literally, she's making love potions. They're selling love potions. You know what I'm saying? That's all it's right there.
I know. Yeah, the proof is in the pudding.
Yep. Also, there's a minor description of then everyone heaving all their trunks down the Leaky Cauldron's narrow staircase, which I'm like, guys, did everyone forget we can do magic? Like, why are you carrying these things? Like, you know, and also even narrow staircase, like Leaky Cauldron, you are the entrance to the magical world. You have a magical entrance. Like, why don't you have like magically wide hallways?
Right.
You know, like there's no excuse. There's no excuse. There should be no heaving and no narrow ever.
And yet,
for
whimsy.
For whimsy and for the character building, I suppose.
Yeah.
Character, like, you know, strength of will and constitution and stuff, not like, you know, characters in a book.
Oh, yeah.
Right,
Oh, yeah. I follow what you're saying.
Yeah.
It's kind of like when you're growing up and you have to like move dirt or something. It's like it builds character.
Builds character.
Dig a hole.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. As if anyone had to ask us. I know.
I love digging holes.
Exactly.
Anyways, so then we get to the two old-fashioned dark green cars, which I highlighted because it just feels like the type of question that would show up in trivia at some point in time.
It sure does.
What color cars take them from the Leaky Cauldron to platform 9 3/4 or King's Cross Station? Mm-hmm. And let's see. I thought this was kind of interesting, though, that the cars were green, and then it also says each of the cars was being driven by a furtive-looking wizard wearing a suit of emerald velvet.
Emerald velvet.
It's like,
well.
What is it? Who are these people? Like, these valets seem quite fancy, but also kind of like Slytherin-y.
It's very Slytherin-y.
Yeah,
these
very
green cars, velvet, high class, expensive sounding.
Oh yeah, expensive
right?
because old-fashioned.
Especially because old-fashioned, because velvet suits, you know.
Right, yeah.
I mean, there you go. It's also like Harry talks about how the cars drive too, and it says he noticed they could slide through gaps Uncle Vernon's new company car certainly couldn't have managed, which to me is an interesting contrast to the night bus, where the night bus was speeding along, things jumped out of its way.
Yes.
Whereas these cars, like they adjust to their surroundings.
Yes.
Yes.
Which like that's like the one in the movie. Is there a joke about like why the long face or something? Because they're like squeezing through two double-decker buses.
Right. Yes.
So I'm reading it as if this is like a milder version of that, where they can sort of like become. You know.
Yeah, they're just sort of driving past, and you're like looking past, like, oh, this guy driving. Wow, okay, I see.
Or like when like the motorcycle like kind of shoots between.
It's exactly
all the
like that.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, it's so infuriating.
Could you imagine if you ever like open your door to like, you know, like pour out your drink or something because you're like, sort of stuck in traffic, and then anyway, that's a total aside.
Yep.
Okay, so let's see here. Then they make it to King's Cross Station, and there's the plan as per Arthur Weasley for them to go through the platform in pairs.
Yes.
As there are so many of us. This is sort of like it also feels like a little bit of a throwback to Chamber of Secrets, where like because all of the Weasley family went through before Harry and Ron, they were then barricaded on the other side. So
this time Mr. Weasley's like, Harry with me.
Right. I was fined a bunch of money, 50 galleons
Yeah.
for your antics last time, so I will be holding your hand.
Exactly. And we're going through first, and it will not be, if something happens, everyone will be here to see it.
Yes. Yep. Exactly.
Exactly what's happening there. I do like when they get through there, Percy immediately sees his girlfriend, has to smooth his hair down, but then there's this tiny little glimmer here. It says, Ginny caught Harry's eye, and they both turned away to hide their laughter. It's like, what was that? What was that?
They just have a moment.
They just had a moment right there, Harry and Ginny.
I think they just had a moment.
They just had a tiny little moment, just right there.
Foreshadowing.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah.
Indeed.
Yeah.
Foreshadowing big time. Yep. Actually having a little private moment together there.
Yep.
And then such a heartwarming moment here where they're all getting on the train and Mrs. Weasley kissed all her children, then Hermione, and finally Harry.
I know.
And then I love the next sentence. It says, he was embarrassed but really quite pleased when she gave him an extra hug. It was like, Harry.
Yep. No. Honestly, I feel like this reminds me a little bit of my mother-in-law. I feel like she is known to do this type of thing. Like she'll be like, watching my daughter Addie, and in her process of like leaving the home, she'll be like, all right, well, then you guys take care, and she'll like, give me a hug, then give my wife a hug, then give me a hug again, and then leave. And it's always sort of like,
a little extra.
That was nice.
Thanks. All right.
Well, I know. Yeah, I do love that because I've brought this up a bunch of times, but I do feel like the relationship between, or one of the most like heart-wrenching things for me about the whole series is the relationship between Molly and Harry, and the way in which she just like is like, I will look after him. I care for him. He is basically my own son.
Yes.
And it's just so sweet.
Yeah. It's there from the beginning.
Yes. And then also Molly's just firing on all cylinders in the mom department today. She said that she made them all sandwiches, which she must have done from the Leaky Cauldron.
I know, right? She must have.
You think she just was
unless she brought them from the burrow. She's just been storing these sandwiches for several days.
Yeah, it's like no need for Tupperware in the wizarding world. You can just use like
magic, probably.
Like a freezing charm.
Like a freezing charm, yeah.
It's just exactly. It's like a little like freezer.
Yeah. Still make them carry the trunks down the stairs.
But still, you got to build character.
Yeah, exactly.
But she does say, here you are, Ron. No, they're not corned beef.
Yes. Which is nice because in the first book, Ron is like, she always forgets I don't like corned beef.
I know. Yeah.
It's like, she did remember now.
She remembered.
Yay.
And then also she goes, Fred, where's Fred? Is this a throwback at all? Or is this the case like in book 1 where it's like, he's not Fred, I am. And it's like she's always looking for Fred,
right?
Like when it comes to boarding, like is that like a fun like little like running thing there?
Is Fred like always the one like a little off to the side?
It's like, where is Fred?
Where is Fred though? Yeah, these are the kind of things we can hope to see in the Harry Potter TV show that's coming out.
Exactly. Yeah. It's like, oh no, drink, take a sip every time they said, "Where's Fred?
Where's Fred? Where's Fred?
Where's Fred?"
There he is. I would love that if like once an episode like, where's Fred? And then just like do like a push transition. Fred's like, here's Fred. Here I am.
Yeah. As much Fred and George as they want to give us. There is literally no limit.
Just all of the Fred, all of the George. Let's see it. I love then. So Mr. Weasley pulls Harry aside to have his little private conversation about how, Sirius Black has broken out specifically to find him. And Harry's like, no, I overheard you talking. It's fine. This way you haven't broken your word to Fudge, and I know what's going on. And it's like, oh, sort of. I mean, you did still learn from him. Yeah, it's one way of looking at it.
You're good. I just snooped. So you didn't break the rules, but I kind of did.
But kind of, it's all good. Don't worry.
I know. Yeah, I feel like there's a little bit of effort in place here to attempt to protect the integrity of Arthur while also still basically letting the exact same information be transferred. But we're also seeing we bring it up a lot as well that if anybody at any point in time was just willing to ask any of the adults for help, then so much could just be taken care of. Although we are seeing quite clearly, and we will continue to see throughout this chapter, that when adults know that there's a problem around Harry, they just keep insisting that he's going to go looking for danger. And they're just like, please don't do that. Like nobody's ever solving the problem. They're just telling him what not to do.
Exactly. Yeah.
And then Harry's like, it's like, Harry, you must be very scared. I'm not, said Harry sincerely. Really? He added, because Mr. Weasley was looking disbelieving. I'm not trying to be a hero, but seriously, Sirius Black can't be worse than Voldemort, can he? It's like,
one, I love. I think we said this before, but when he says "I'm not," it's like, again, I feel like it's like a tiny nod to Harry's like good instincts. It's like Harry's not afraid. It's like, because if he was afraid, he'd have good reason to be afraid, but he doesn't, because he's like, yeah, Sirius Black's not a threat.
I know.
Not for the reasons he thinks, but Sirius Black can't be worse than Voldemort, can he? To which I think is poor logic. Not to follow up Harry's good instincts with poor logic, but like the times we faced Voldemort, he's been like 95% of a loading bar full of memory, and then also like living on the back of Quirrell's head. So like, I'm not sure you've really faced Voldemort, and Sirius Black is apparently at full power and just broke out of Azkaban and is coming to hunt you down specifically. So like, I feel like he could be worse than Voldemort, Harry. You know what I mean? You know what I mean?
You don't know. Although he did beat full power Voldemort as a baby, so there's that.
Yeah, I mean, I guess.
Although nobody understands why.
Nobody understands why, including Harry, and arguably Lily did most of the work.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
That's a good point.
Yeah. Either way, I love Mr. Weasley. Mrs. Weasley gets in her hugs, but Mr. Weasley has his own little faith in Harry where he says, I knew you were, well, made of stronger stuff than Fudge seems to think, which I love. That he's just like, he has a lot of faith in Harry as well.
Yep,
Yeah.
absolutely. And honestly, that is a huge amount of respect to be coming from like a full-grown adult to a, what is now 13-year-old.
Yeah.
To be like I don't know if I could imagine speaking to a 13-year-old now and be like, I know you're made of strong stuff. You could probably take on a full-grown killer.
Yeah, who broke out of prison to get you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You got this, small child.
You got it. Absolutely. I'm not worried at all.
Not that a 13-year-old's a small child, but you know what I'm saying.
Yes. Okay. But then after this, we have a lovely little bit of Dumbledore's big plan clue action happening here.
Okay, lay it on.
I think. Okay. So first of all, he gives him the same advice that everyone will keep giving Harry, like you just said. Swear to me you won't go looking for Black. Right? And then he says, swear to me that whatever you hear, don't go looking for Black. And everyone, like Harry and Ron and Hermione are baffled at this. Like, why would I go looking for someone who's trying to kill me? What weird advice? And it's like the reason they don't, that part of it, no matter whatever you might hear. So what he's saying is, if it comes to pass that you find out that Sirius Black betrayed your parents, and that's why Voldemort killed them, like that's the reason Harry would go looking for Black, is because he's going to find out that Black is was the secret keeper.
Right.
Like,
yes.
That's what they're afraid of. But here's the thing. There's no reason for Mr. Weasley to know this information. Like, later on, like, who's telling it? Fudge is telling it.
Right.
The Three Broomsticks.
Yes.
And like McGonagall doesn't know, and Flitwick doesn't know, and Hagrid even doesn't know. Like, why does Mr. Weasley know that Sirius Black was the secret keeper?
Oh,
you know what I mean?
Yeah. No, that's a good. I like that interpretation better than what I had, which was like the possibility that maybe this is like Arthur knowing that like Sirius has a history beyond that of being like a convict. Like, no matter if you hear that he was friends with your dad, don't go looking for him.
I see.
Which I suppose could be information that was known, but I like yours better because I do think that sort of like one of the critical components of Dumbledore's big plan is that Molly and Arthur are like very willingly sort of agents on his behalf to be sort of like in this like looking after role of Harry, and therefore they need certain bits of information. But you're absolutely right, because as good as Molly and Arthur are, they were parents to young children the last time that Voldemort was in power, and therefore decided not to join the ranks of the Order of the Phoenix.
Right.
Although Molly's brothers, Fabian and Gideon, did, and were of course killed in that duty. But yeah, you're right. Like, so like they're while they may have known some of the people in that organization, it's not like they were directly inside of it. And Hagrid also doesn't know and was directly inside of it.
Right, exactly.
He is a member of the Order. So.
Yeah. So that to me just screams of Dumbledore's big plan, that like Dumbledore has filled them in a little bit more.
Yes.
On the situation.
Yep, I like
there.
it.
And it's also worth noting, you might think, well, then why were they arguing about it? And it's like, just because they're working for Dumbledore doesn't mean they necessarily see eye to eye with him at all times. Like, even late, especially Molly, because she's the one who's like, don't tell Harry, or And Arthur's like, no, we should. But then, like, at the Order of the Phoenix, she's also of the opinion, like, no, don't let him in on the meetings. We're not telling him anything.
Right.
And the rest of them are like, well, but we're gonna.
Yeah, right. Yeah, he deserves to know.
He deserves to know.
I think that's probably part of like why Dumbledore would have chosen this particular pairing, because Molly is always just going to be looking out for Harry's own safety.
Yeah.
And it's possible that even Arthur is looking out for his safety, but it's slightly different approaches as to whether or not you think information is helping you or hurting you. And
whether you're safer being ignorant or not.
Right. Yeah. And probably I think if you're Molly, she's probably transposing some of her own worries about Harry and believing that if he knows this information that he will be as worried as Molly is about him. But I think that's probably like one of those, to Arthur's credit, made of stronger stuff. I feel like Harry he's like, he doesn't seem to like dwell as much on these.
Yeah.
It's like someone's out there and wants to kill me. Like, what else is new?
What else is new?
Yeah.
This is just life, right? People want to kill you all the time.
I've been doing this my whole life. I live with the Dursleys.
Love the Dursleys,
They once left me in a cupboard for a week.
Yeah, right. My Aunt Marge left me treed for a whole day once.
Yeah.
Till midnight. It was great.
Yeah.
Fine. No
Good
big
times.
deal. Right. Although it's funny too that Mr. Weasley would like err on the side of information is more important, but he's still hedging at like it. You should know Sirius Black is something but I don't want you to know about anything else that he was like friends with your dad or anything, or like I'll give you some information, but not like enough information.
I think that's where he knows that if he gives him too much information, Harry's going to act on it.
Yeah, Harry's like, well, I got to talk to this guy. What do you mean?
Yeah.
How could you?
I got business to be up to.
I got business here. Yeah. Anyway, I'm sure we'll talk about this at length later. But next we're on the train, and there's another just tiny little advancement of character here where Harry wants to talk to Ron and Hermione privately, and Ron has to get rid of Ginny, and so he just says, "Go away, Ginny," and she just says, "Oh, that's nice." But it's like these are just more words from Ginny in front of Harry, like that are less common at this point.
You're right.
Yeah.
You're right. Like I think going back 1 year and Ron saying "Go away, Ginny," the phrasing that would have followed would have been like Ginny turned a brilliant shade of red and stormed off.
Right.
Like tears forming in her eyes or something. So it's like you're right. Like this is sort of like a little bit of that like fierceness that like you can tell that Ginny is someone who is going to be able to stand up for herself.
Right.
Like, oh, that's nice. Mm-hmm. Like, whatever. Like,
You're starting to see like her true personality come through.
Yes. Yeah.
A little bit more here. I wonder how Ron and Harry's life would be different at like how their entire life might be different if they were ever at the train early enough to find an empty compartment.
Oh yeah.
You know?
How about it?
They're always like, why does this train just not have enough either? There's always someone, and they're like, I guess we'll just sit in this one with the random adult in it. That's where I'd go.
This is like one of those things where Lupin sleeping throughout the course of this chapter. So it says they entered the train. It says this one had only one occupant, a man sitting fast asleep next to the window. Like this is a situation where I think Lupin's being asleep is almost a requirement for the plot. Like, because otherwise questions could have been asked. They're on the train for seemingly hours on their way to Hogwarts.
Yeah,
it's like,
right.
It's like too much time would pass without it being like, so tell us about yourself. What's going on? Who
Right.
are you? Do you happen to know my parents? Were you guys
Right.
best friends?
Harry, I was friends with your dad in school. You
Right,
know?
yes.
Seems like it might have been the first line out of his mouth.
Yes. Precisely.
Right.
It's almost odd that even when they do talk, well, maybe it is something that comes up rather quickly. But
No, I mean, can you even imagine? I mean, Scabbers is in the compartment with him.
I know, yeah. Yeah.
Like Hermione gets Crookshanks out. Put that away. Scabbers is afraid. Oh, let me see you all rat.
what? Wait.
Right, exactly.
So instead, he's going to sleep.
So
and
he's
sleep
asleep, but at least he wakes up for the Dementor.
Yeah. So he gets there a little bit. But it is kind of interesting as well because the Hogwarts Express was usually reserved for students, and they had never seen an adult there before except for the witch who pushed the food cart.
Yeah.
I can't even remember exactly what the trolley ladies or the trolley witch's role is in the The cursed child.
The cursed child.
But is she also not somehow like a bizarro manifestation of the train?
She kind of seems like maybe she must be. She does chase Albus and Scorpius onto the roof of the train and throw pumpkin pesty grenades at them.
Yeah.
Which is not a sentence I'm making up. That is literally what happens. She throws explosive pastries at them after chasing them to the roof of the train.
Yeah.
Which they then jump off.
How about
anyway.
that? So the real question is just sort of like, it is kind of interesting to me that Lupin is taking the train. Like
it is like we know, like it's supposed to be like, I guess, like information to you, the reader, that he's like poor.
Sure,
guess,
like,
right?
maybe this is like other means of travel were less available to him. The big reason I feel like he's on the train is so that like you can get that first touch and know that this is somebody who is trustworthy, somebody who is knowledgeable. Like
Yeah.
you start to build inside of this chapter alone with our very first introduction to him. It's like despite his sort of like shabby appearance, he clearly like knows his stuff.
Yeah.
Which is even kind of interesting as well, because as we then move down, there's sort of one of those classic Hermione moments where Ron's like, who do you think it is? And then Hermione like has an answer, and it's like, she just has like read his briefcase, of course, but it's hilarious to me that like Hermione always knows.
Yeah.
But she says, Professor R.J. Lupin. And Ron goes, well, how'd you know that? It's on his case, she replied, pointing to a large luggage rack on over the man's head, where there was a small battered case held together with a large quantity of neatly knotted string. The name Professor R.J. Lupin was stamped across one corner in peeling letters. And that's kind of interesting as well, because it's like,
It is.
how long has Lupin been a professor for?
I know.
And where?
Or like, because it seems like you probably just got the job, so why is it peeling?
Yes,
if
that's
you
what I
just
mean.
became it. Yeah.
Right, yeah.
Exactly. Which also, like, even this is again where it's like the description of the case, again, it's all supposed to make you think like, Lupin's like, I guess poor of lesser means or whatever. But like small battered case held together with large quantity of neatly knotted string. It's like, but magic. Right?
But magic.
Why can't magic fix your case? Because we know you're a good wizard. Like
For the vibes, Jay.
I know, I guess. Like the peeling letters, but like magic.
Yes.
Like
This seems medium solvable.
it seems medium solvable. Lupin. That's all I'm saying.
Yep.
Interestingly though, so this is like the I don't know if it's like if this is supposed to be like a flaw in Hermione logic or anything, but like, Ron says, I wonder what he teaches. And Hermione says, that's obvious. There's only one vacancy, isn't there? Defense against the dark arts, which, later this chapter will prove not to be true. But then also hilariously in book 6, Harry will use this same wrong reasoning to come to the conclusion about Slughorn. That's like,
True.
there's one vacancy, so he must be the defense against the dark arts professor. And it's like, nope.
Right.
But now, Hermione turns out to be right, but she is in fact incorrect about the number of vacancies.
Yes, yeah. I was going to say, just for clarification purposes, in case anybody was listening, was like, he is the defense against the dark arts
Yes.
professor. What you mean is that there are actually 2 new positions, just we are only... They are currently only aware of the one.
Right.
And the other will be care of magical creatures, of course.
Yeah.
So I do like, though, that there's the line that's like, there were rumors that the job was jinxed. And I was like, there's got to be more than rumors at this point in
I
time,
know.
because what we will eventually learn is that this position has switched every single year since the day that Tom Riddle arrived in Dumbledore's office to request the job of Defense Against the Dark Arts professor, when he's actually hiding the diadem. And Dumbledore's like, why are you actually here, Tom? And so it's like, that's been, we have different estimations sort of like depending, but like 45 plus years, 40 years.
Yeah, yeah.
So it's like no one has ever had the same Defense Against the Dark Arts professor 2 years simultaneously.
At least 2 years simultaneously. Like part of you're right, because it always says the rumor of the job was jinxed. Like if they have had 45 different professors in that time, it's like, guys, word is out. Like,
something be up.
Something be up. So it seems almost more likely that there has been like some like turn taking or something. Like you can't have it more than 1 year in a row, but maybe you could have like alternating professors for a while or something. Or
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it even goes back a little bit to like if you want to try to solve a little bit of like Fantastic Beasts inaccuracies. of which there certainly were more than one. But like Dumbledore has very famously taught like Transfiguration. Like that's sort of like the job that we know
Yeah.
that he had was Transfiguration professor before he was headmaster, and then he's like teaching Defense Against the Dark Arts back then. So it's like maybe this is the type of thing like where different teachers sort of like occasionally would step in and be like, I'm going to do this one this year.
Yeah, right.
know,
Just
so-
sort of fill in where I'm needed. You know,
Maybe they're multi-qualified.
exactly,
Yeah.
exactly. It also seems possible that based on like all that information as well, that like in Fantastic Beasts, Crimes of Grindelwald, you see Dumbledore teaching like the Bogart lesson.
Yes.
Which then makes it seem like maybe Dumbledore was Lupin's Defense Against the Dark Arts professor, because like maybe that's where he gets the idea from.
Could be.
Right?
Like it was like originally like a class that like Dumbledore taught.
Yeah.
Because it stands to reason that Lupin and Dumbledore would be like similar kinds of teachers, because they're both sort of like wise, sort of like calm at their core, like they understand like the students in a way that's like very unique. So I could certainly see that.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. So anyway, we move down here. Harry tells Hermione and Ron that Sirius Black broke out to, hunt him down. Hermione says, don't go looking for trouble. Harry says, I don't go looking for trouble. Trouble usually seems to find me. To which I responded, I wrote down, I was like, what about the time with the two boats, Harry? Which is a Lego Batman reference, but it's like
The two boats?
what are the time? Yes. No, sorry. This is what made me think of at the beginning of Lego Batman. The Joker is taking over a plane and he's like threatening the pilot, saying like, "Let me get over. I'm taking over this plane." And the pilot just looks at him and he's like, "Batman's gonna stop you." he's like, "No, he's not." And he's like, "What about the time with the two boats?" And they just start referencing all the other Batman movies. But to me, this was the same energy. It's like, I don't go looking for trouble, and it's like,
Right.
I don't know about that, Harry.
We go through the trap door.
Yeah, we go
tonight.
Tonight we do it. And it's like, I think there's even a line in Chamber of Secrets where he's like, Harry had given up looking for the Chamber of Secrets, but he wasn't going to give up an opportunity if it presented himself.
Yeah.
He's like, well,
Right. Yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
to be fair, Harry is rather uniquely positioned, and it does seem like things sort of like orbit around him, but it doesn't mean that he's not also like kind of stepping right into that frame.
Yeah, he does right there.
Go be a part of the action.
I mean, Ron's next question is, how thick would Harry have to be to go looking for a nutter who wants to kill him? Which, to me, I'm like, guys, let's back up a second here. In Philosopher's Stone, you guys 1,000% believed that Snape tried to kill Harry on the broomstick during the Quidditch match, right?
Yeah.
And you also 1,000% believe it's Snape who's going to get the stone.
Yes.
And you go through the trapdoor.
do
So
you want to stop Snape from getting that stone or what?
So, how thick would Harry have to be? Apparently, not that thick.
Not that thick.
Not that thick.
Yeah. As thick as he is.
Yeah, you guys have some real bad memory here.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah,
little bit
as thick as he is.
Yes,
Exactly.
yes. Oh man.
Oh my gosh. So yeah, there's some lovely reasoning there. So then we get a nice little interesting like bit of like confusing red herring foreshadowing something is amiss, where suddenly they start hearing the sneakoscope from the trunk. And yeah, this is such a good like I don't even know if the word is misdirect. It's such a good just little like suspicious thing that happens.
It really is. Because like we've already sort of had like the one instance in Ron's letter to Harry where like he's like, I don't think it works though because it was going crazy last night at dinner, but I think that's because Fred and George put beetles in
in his
Bill's soup or whatever.
But that's not the reason.
But that's not the reason, of course, because it was because Scabbers is there.
Scabbers was there.
Yeah.
And Scabbers is here now.
Right.
As well. It's hard to say if that's what, I guess that's what it's setting it off, is Scabbers again. Like it's suddenly picking up on him or something. Like it seems like it would have started immediately.
Right. Like I suppose there's a couple of different things that could be going on there, because it could be that the sneakoscope will only start to whir like whenever like Peter is like, would it always go crazy around Peter, or is it because now Peter is in the same compartment as Lupin and they just finished having a conversation about Lupin, so it's like more what am I trying to say here, like now Peter, even if he wasn't actively attempting to hide, he is now attempting to hide because he knows
Right, like
who else
before
is
he was
there.
sleeping, and now he's like, oh.
Right,
Yeah.
yes.
Yeah, now he's like hiding. Yeah, I guess that could be the difference right there.
like that's the untrustworthiness. Like Scabbers, like Peter just being Scabbers at any point in time isn't just inherently being untrustworthy just for being in his animagus form. It's like the actual like deception needs to be more in play, and
Sure.
because of Lupin being there, it's like now it's deception.
Yes, but then this is also like it's also a bit of a red herring to make you wonder about Lupin himself.
Yeah,
because it's going to feel like the whole book that like Lupin must be the one helping Sirius because he's the only new person there.
Right. Yeah, and you know, like with this sort of like downtrodden, you know, whatever. It's like, is that supposed to be presenting any amount of suspicion at this character in some capacity?
And we know nothing about him. He's just in the compartment, and now the sneak scope's going off. What's going on?
Right.
You know, and it's like, it'd be so hard the first time you're reading it to be like, well, who was there the first time? Okay, right? Yeah, Ron was there. I mean, maybe you'd think Ron was there both times or something.
Right.
You know,
right.
but like, obviously Hermione wasn't there and Harry wasn't there. You wouldn't be like, well, even if you realize, like, I guess Scabbers was there, like, you still wouldn't think.
You still wouldn't think,
Scabbers
yeah.
is the reason.
You just wouldn't have enough to go off of.
Yeah, and I guess like even as I was reading it this time, I was like, could it be because of the Dementors? But like they don't actually show up for a little bit, so like it's not from the Dementors. So it's like maybe it's for Lupin, or maybe it's just going off because it's a cheap one, which is what Ron says later. It's like everything is meant to like confuse you about this scene. It is a very like it happens sort of like just barely even happens, but it is a really like misdirecty kind of like, now we've spun the wheel. Now we don't know where the arrow's pointing.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yep. No,
Yeah.
you're totally right.
Or is it like, or Sirius Black on the train? Who knows? You know,
well, because that was my thought as well.
because they literally just finished talking about him.
Right. Yeah. That's true. But like, yeah, because that is very interesting because I highlighted that line. Like, you know, mind you, it's a very cheap one.
Yeah.
Like in reaction to Hermione's like, is that a sneakoscope? And it's like, clearly it doesn't matter. So it's like Ron did in fact buy what was ever otherwise like maybe like a little bit like a tchotchke sort of like souvenir.
Right.
Like it's not a high end device no matter what.
Right.
You know, so it's like, but it seems to be working rather well.
Right.
Which,
Ron's insistence and even Bill's insistence that it's like sort of cheap and just for tourists is just like it's meant to make you think like, yeah, like you've seen these things a million times in gift shops. Like,
yes,
they don't really work, but like it does work.
Yes, yeah,
like,
exactly.
Yeah, like they're all wrong about it. It just works.
It just works.
Yeah.
Like, it's accurate.
It's accurate,
Yes.
and yeah.
It points north.
It points exactly. That's right. You know what? A compass you buy at the gift shop still points north.
Magnetic north is magnetic north.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Right. You know, it's easy to make them because they don't require much.
Right. Yes. Yep.
Yeah.
So yeah, that is definitely like a little bit of an interesting one as well because like you know there really is a lot of suspicion building happening. Inside of this chapter altogether. Then Harry does hide it in a particularly horrible pair of Uncle Vernon's old socks, which is another one of those questions that I feel like has come up in trivia a bunch of times.
It has.
So.
Knobbly, I believe, right?
Well, does it say knobbly?
Maybe not this time.
Okay.
Maybe they
knobbly.
become knobbly.
Yeah, okay.
Right now, they're just particularly horrible. Yeah.
Okay. The room to evolve.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. So from there, the conversation drifts away from Sirius Black and towards Hogsmeade, because that's obviously going to be a huge obstacle for Harry. And there's just a sentence here or a paragraph where Ron is describing Honeydukes. He just says, it's a sweet shop. They've got everything. Pepper imps that make you smoke at the mouth, great fat chocolate balls full of strawberry mousse and clotted cream, and really excellent sugar quills that you can just suck in class. And it's like, I feel like it is paragraphs like this one in particular that make people love the wizarding world. It's like nothing is happening here. You're just learning about it. It just sounds fun and whimsical and great, and like you want to be there.
Yes,
Yeah.
I know. No, it's so true. And I even highlighted the sugar quill one because that's one of those where I'm always kind of like, is this really all that inventive? But then like when you think about yourself, actually somebody commented while we were on tour, so I'm going to bring it up again, how whenever we're doing Jay versus Ben's over on the Super Carlin Brothers channel,
yes, they did.
I have a tendency to take the Apple pencil and like poke my teeth with it.
Yeah.
And it's apparently it was upsetting somebody due to the lack of sanitary nature teacher, so my apologies. I'm going to do my best to not do it, although we have since filmed more, and I did actually do it again. But anyway, so it's funny because whenever I think about the sugar quills, I'm always just sort of like, is that really that creative? It's just sort of like a wizard-shaped object, but made of sugar. But then the idea that you would be sitting in class and doing that sort of like pensive thinking, like tapping your...
Yeah.
It's like, like sucking on the end of your quill or whatever. It's like, oh, it's a treat. I get it. It's like, it's kind of deceptive to like the teacher who probably just thinks you're thinking.
Right.
But actually,
like even like how much would a teacher even care,
Probably not that much.
I know, not that much. Although even some like the pepper imps make your mouth smoke, and the sugar quills are at least like, maybe a bit of a trick or something. But like great fat chocolate balls full of strawberry mousse and clotted cream, like that's just candy. That's just muggle candy.
It just sounds good.
That just sounds like we could make that.
Yeah.
We mere muggles, probably.
I do think it's very funny as well because Hermione interjects inside of this amazing list from Ron, and she's like, oh, and the inn sites of historical sorcery, it says the inn was the headquarters to the 1612 Goblin Rebellion. Speaking of Hogsmeade, and then also that the Shrieking Shack is supposed to be the most severely haunted building in Britain, which is kind of like one of those things where I'm like, is it? Though, like I can't remember it, and this is like a detail where it's like maybe I just need to like review one piece of detail. But like, did you do this?
No, what
has the Shrieking Shack existed before the Whomping Willow?
Oh no, I don't think so.
Okay, because otherwise we know that the Whomping Willow is planted in what? We have this number somewhere in like 1971.
Yeah.
Because it's the year that Lupin himself comes to school. And this is only 1993. So it's like it's the Shrieking Shack has only been there for 22 years, and like it was only really inhabited by Lupin during his 7 years at school.
Yeah.
So it's like it really, I mean, that and even then it was only inhabited by Lupin during the full moon.
Yeah.
So
and only while he was at school. So if you want to say it's like I guess summer for them is like 8 weeks, so like 2 months. So it's like 10 months for 7 years. I mean, it's like 70 nights over the course of a decade where like someone is genuinely screaming and stuff in there.
Right. So people are hearing it. But like the most haunted?
The most haunted? Yeah, I don't know. Just feels like the sort of legend that pops up around it. But again, to your point from earlier, if only Lupin was awake. Oh, the Shrieking Shack.
It was built for me.
He'd be like, don't worry, it's not haunted. Trust me. I'm sure he wouldn't tell them, but
probably not.
Yeah.
Trust me.
Trust me, it's not.
It's not as bad as people say.
Yeah. No one's made any noise in there, and at least I'm sure this would be the sort of thing where if he was awake, that place hasn't been haunted since year I graduated.
Yeah, it's been like 15 years.
It's been like 15 years.
Nobody's heard a peep.
No one's heard a peep. Yeah, I'd be like, how do you know? That's weird.
It would have been fun though. It would have been like, all right, sure.
Yeah.
New mysterious sleepy band.
Exactly. We'll just take your word for it. But at this point, of course, you would already know that, I was friends with your father at school, Harry, yes.
Yeah.
Oh, great friends, your dad. He used to be able to transform into a deer. Did you know that?
Fun fact.
What if Lupin, that should be our next one. What if Lupin was awake on the train?
I know, yeah. People are like, what? There's so much that could have happened.
They talk about literally every plot point, just about it. Maybe not the time turner, but might not have come to that had he just been awake.
Right.
Yeah. Let's see.
More on like the Hogsmeade though. Like Ron has the idea. We can ask Fred and George. They know every secret passage out of the castle. Yeah. That's kind of a funny one because it's like, yes,
just like setting up the Marauders map a little bit later as well. And even that note about the Shrieking Shack is setting you up for like a location later in the book.
That's true. Yeah. Just kind of like laying some groundwork.
Yeah. The sooner you mention it, the less it was like the more it was always going to be there.
Exactly. It feels less shoehorned in.
Yes, but like even the way it's like sandwiched between Ron's list of things is like you don't even think about it. It's like Ron's listing off all these fabulous candies. Hermione's like history, and you're like, shut up, candy.
I want more candy explanations.
Yep. Meanwhile, then we get them arguing about how Harry indeed should not go to Hogsmeade because Black is out there. and they say, "Do you really think he's going to worry about attacking Harry just because we're there?" Which I keep bringing this up, but it's like, yeah, you're right, but also still no Dementors in Diagon Alley. Like, if that's your defense,
Oh, sure.
Is he going to care that other people were there? Apparently not.
No, we just needed the dramatic entrance for.
We just needed the dramatic. Yeah, the answer is they wanted a dramatic entrance for the Dementors. So it doesn't make sense for them to be at Diagon Alley, even though it 1,000% makes sense for them to have been there.
Right.
That's all. That's all.
Right.
Anyway. Go ahead.
I was going to say, at the same time, though, then we also, in addition to having the Sneakastope kind of going haywire, Crookshanks also shoots out of the basket at this particular point in time, where you get like a little bit more of like the debate between, Hermione and Ron, who Ron is now all of a sudden extremely worried about the health and safety of Scabbers.
Yep.
During this particular incident, though, you have another moment where Lupin stirred and they watched him apprehensively, but he simply turned his head the other way, mouth slightly open, and slept on. So Lupin really just snoozing up a storm, missing everything.
Right? You get a nice little just weather setup happening here too. Like, as they're moving towards the school, it becomes wilder and darker outside, and then mid-afternoon it just started to rain. So you're really setting the stage for the Dementors to show up. It's like, oh yeah, it's not like in the middle of a sunny day. It's like, yeah, things are already. It's like, it's bad weather. It's raining out there. The Dementors are coming.
Some ghostly creatures that kind of look like Death himself.
Yes.
are about to arrive.
Exactly.
Yep.
Yeah. Like, everything about them arriving on the train is so silly. Anyway, Malfoy shows up. He sees Lupin for the first time, and Malfoy's like, "Whoa, never mind. I'm not gonna beat you up."
Yeah.
Whatever.
Not with a teacher sleeping soundly right next to us or anything.
Yep. I do think there's Malfoy's being a jerk as usual, but there's a nice little subtle dig that happens here where he opens the compartment door and just says, Potty and the Weasel. So he addresses Harry and Ron, but Hermione is there, and he makes fun of them and calls them calls them names. He does not even acknowledge Hermione's existence. As a person in the room.
Interesting. Yeah, that's a good note. And it is kind of surprising too, because you would have had so much from it wouldn't have seemed unlike Malfoy to say Potty, the Weasel, and the Mudblood.
Right, yes.
It feels it's I always feel very uncomfortable myself saying it. I feel like I'm I also recognize how awful it is to say. But it's not like he doesn't have an insult to sling her way that we've heard him say out loud before.
Oh, I know. We know he actively hates her, but now he's treating her beneath acknowledgement.
Yeah,
yes.
Yep.
Yeah. So I hadn't quite noticed that lack of acknowledgement in the past. That's another look what Malfoy. What a little turd.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, speaking of turd, there's a line from Ron that for whatever reason stands out to me and almost doesn't feel like it fits inside of the book, which is, I'm not going to take any crap from Malfoy this year.
Right.
For whatever reason, it just feels like a sentence someone I went to high school would have said. I'm not taking any crap from him.
Right.
It's just I don't know, the casual.
It doesn't sound British enough or wizardy enough or something.
Yeah, any crap.
Yeah.
Sure.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Not a word you typically use there, Ron, but all right. It's fine here. Let's see. So then so next up though is the Dementor's arrival on the train, where the train just comes to a complete stop. And then without warning, all the lamps go out and they're plunged into total darkness, which I'm just why is it without warning? Why is it hey, we're going to stop the train at one point and just have some people search it just for your safety. Be aware all of the lights will go out.
Yeah. This feels like a coordinated, planned, intended activity that would have been vetted through the driver of the train. And everybody would be hey, just so you know, before we get to school, before anybody's been able to get off, we're going to come to a complete stop.
Right.
We're going to do a quick search to make sure Black's not on here. Because once we cross the threshold into all the safety boundaries of Hogwarts, then he's on the inside and then we can't do anything about it. it. So,
Right.
it's like, it feels like there's a completely plausible way, but also it's like, this feels like such a dangerous way to go about everything. It's like, and it's such an abrupt stop that like luggage is falling off the racks.
I
like,
know.
Everybody's sort of in a state of disarray. It's like the lack of safety involved with this maneuver is
Right.
massive.
Like, is it a coordinated? It almost makes me think like it's almost not. Like the Dementor they're like, there's the train, better check it. And they just swoop down and like the driver doesn't even know. He's just like, oh, okay, yeah, go ahead and check.
We just slam on the brakes.
Let me slam on the brakes real quick for you.
For these amortal beings.
Yeah, right. It seems weird. Seems weird, especially like if Lupin knew. Maybe Lupin didn't know it was going to happen either. But it seems like if he knew, like maybe don't fall asleep, dude.
I know, yeah, and I mean, just for what it's worth, like the rain is hammering, the train is rattling, the wind is roaring, but still, Professor Lupin slept.
I know.
This
like,
guy, man,
Did you
it's
take like a sleeping potion, man?
It's
Come
like-
on.
he's like a beacon for like a NyQuil commercial.
I know. Yeah, he's out. So anyway, they do come to a complete stop, and suddenly they like feel like things are moving. They think things are like moving around outside the train, like maybe they're being boarded or something. And Hermione's like, I'm going to go ask the driver what's going on. To which I was just like, Gryffindor. People are like, why is Hermione in Gryffindor? That's brave.
Yeah.
She's like, like you don't know anything about why the train just stopped, and you're about to go out there.
Yes. Like,
Yeah.
I mean, in kind of like a leadership sort of mode. It's like,
Yes.
I'll go talk to who's in charge.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, which is honestly exactly what Lupin does when he wakes up.
It's true, yeah. So Hermione's instincts are right on point.
Yeah.
It's kind of hilarious or kind of odd. I kept thinking that there might be like more of a significant reason for this to happen, but upon this stop happening, apparently like Neville and Ginny have both managed to like exit their own compartments and find their way successfully in the dark into Harry and Ron's, and it's like or in Hermione's, and it's just like
why?
Yeah, it's almost like Neville sort of like stumbles in, and maybe it's just like a way to like reintroduce Neville more into the story, to be like, yes, there he is. He's clumsy again. He's fallen in and landed painfully over Harry's legs.
Yeah.
But it's kind of like it really seems to me like the more, although maybe this is more just speaking to exactly what you just said for Gryffindors. It's like all the lights go out, and then Ginny, Hermione, and Neville Ginny, Hermione, and Neville are all like, well, let's take action.
Yeah, let's go ahead and look around out here. I guess Ginny says I was looking for Ron, but like why?
Yeah, right. Yeah, just
Yeah.
stay where you are.
Yeah, it's cool. We're
Feels
good.
like the thing. Finally, though, apparently it was the utter darkness that will finally wake Lupin.
Yeah, right. Exactly.
Who says quiet?
Right. His first words.
Yay!
Yay, Lupin.
That feels like a fun piece of trivia. What's the
It does.
first word that Lupin says?
Yeah, Lupin says quiet. Yeah.
Oh man, somebody's gonna ask me that.
I know. You're
I'm
gonna be like,
oh boy, I can't remember now. It was-
welcome, class.
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
Yes. Eat some chocolate.
That's exactly.
That's
I bet
know.
I would go for something like that.
Yeah. Also, Lupin then whips out a spell that will never happen again.
I know.
By anyone, surprisingly.
Although it's quite the satisfying spell.
It is. Yeah. There was a soft crackling noise and shivering light filled the compartment. Professor Lupin appeared to be holding a handful of flames. It's like, whoa. Wait a minute, what? No one has done this before. No one will do it again. It just sounds awesome.
It sounds very cool.
Yeah.
It sounds like Lumos, but better.
Yeah, sounds like Lumos, but better.
Instead of like a small little phone light, it feels more like whimsical and stuff. I mean,
Yeah.
would we compare it at all to like Hermione's like little bluebell flame?
It kind of is like that. So, and to that end, you could almost immediately start drawing parallels between Lupin and Hermione.
That's true.
They sort of fill the same role in their generations.
Yep.
So,
yep,
there
love
is
that.
Yeah.
Love that. They're definitely both like the slightly more grounded ones who are there to like sort of attempt to serve that role of preventing the other two from getting into more mischief.
Yes, and we don't know Lupin's a werewolf yet, but he has reasons to be like an outcast in the wizarding world, where Hermione's like a Muggle-born.
Yeah.
Not that either of them should be outcast, just that they both are.
It is their experience.
Yes,
more
it is
than
their
anything.
experience,
Yeah.
yes.
But then, obviously, as everything is here kind of taking place, we do see that the Dementor comes to their door, and like you can see the hand protruding from the cloak, and it's glistening, grayish, slimy, scabbed looking like something dead that had decayed in water.
gross.
Which that description just sounds absolutely horrible, but it also reminds me like a little bit of like the Inferi.
You're right.
Which I thought was kind of interesting because it's like,
I guess it's sort of the same thing. Like inferior, I mean, they're not really alive, like so they can't like die per se. They're just like animated by dark magic.
Yes, yeah. There's a really funny line from Ron somewhere when he's asking Snape about the difference between a ghost and an Inferi.
Yeah,
He's like, transparent.
yes, and apparently.
Yeah. But no, so that thought did cross my mind a little bit where I was like, is there any world where, because like, an Inferi is like a dead body, which means it wouldn't have a soul, and these seem like kind of soulless,
soul-sucking creatures.
Yeah.
But I mean, like inferior might not always look like they're decayed underwater. It's just the
Those
ones we
particular-
meet are
underwater. That's a good point. Because I guess they also talk about like the army of Inferi, which I always just sort of picture as like a legion of like zombies, but I guess that's not necessarily exactly how that would play out. Let's see here. Then we get the effect of the Dementors, which also it seems like it just sort of immediately goes on the offensive. They hear the long, slow, rattling breath as though it was trying to suck something more than air from its surroundings. An intense cold swept over all of them. Harry felt his breath catch in his chest. The cold went deeper than his skin. It was inside his chest. It was inside his very heart. Ugh, sounds terrible.
It does sound terrible. I don't think this will be the case, because they seem to be such allies of darkness and stuff. But like, is there any scenario where like they too are sensing Peter in the cart or something? Like someone's hiding themselves in here or something.
That's an interesting question.
Because it doesn't like Lupin has to like Patronus this thing away.
Yeah.
And like certainly in all of the other compartments, they must have just been like, okay, see ya.
Yeah, you're not wrong.
Yeah.
I don't hate that either, because I mean, realistically, I would say even to the point of Crookshanks, you've now got the Sneakoscope, Crookshanks, and Dementors all converging or being on the behavior that we know them to have.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, they've even said, I think before, like the Azkaban guards haven't failed yet in regards to like finding Sirius Black. So their ability to like suss out mischievous behavior must be quite good.
Yeah.
And probably part of the reason they can't find Sirius is because Sirius isn't actually guilty.
Right. Oh, that's probably it too.
So
Although they do eventually find him.
I guess that's fair.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know. I like your thinking there. Like because sometimes I tend to think that they're still like agents of evil, and they are like seeking out like Harry. Just being like, well, he's right there.
Yeah.
Like, why not?
Get him.
We'll take a stab. And very nearly, I mean, if Lupin's not there, it's kind of like, what happens in the rest of the scene?
What if they sat somewhere else?
Yeah. We could do what if Lupin was just awake on the train, or what if Lupin never woke up?
Yeah. Or what if Lupin, took the flu network?
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
Exactly.
What if they got there early and chose an empty compartment?
Yes.
For
once.
Yeah.
Then, of course, Harry starts to hear the screaming, terrible, terrified, pleading screams, which is, of course, Lily.
Yeah, we won't find that out for a while.
Yep. And then there's sort of like the swirling white fog as he sort of, he just passes out.
Yes.
And then he's being awoken by somebody slapping his face. And Harry wakes up to just basically everybody peering over him. Everybody's asking if he's okay. Harry's definitely doing like his best to be like, yeah, everything's fine.
I'm fine. Who screamed? To which, again, short-term memory, you guys. They're all like, nobody screamed, Harry. And it's like, guys, do you remember last year when Harry was like, there's a voice in the wall? And you're all like, that's not good, Harry.
Hearing voices is really bad, even in the wizarding world.
It's like, yeah, it turned out that was a basilisk and no one listened to him. So Harry's hearing things again, so maybe pay attention.
But yeah. I mean, that could be
not
important.
that they don't know what caused it this time, but
right.
Yeah.
I like how the thing that interrupts the conversation though is a loud snap that makes them all jump because Professor Lupin was breaking an enormous slab of chocolate into pieces.
I always imagine when they say this, like that he has like a giant like a rock of like a boulder of chocolate.
Yeah.
Not like a bar, not like a large bar. When they say like it says, what does it say? A slab.
A slab.
An enormous slab. I'm always imagining like when you go to like an Indian restaurant and they've got like the meat going around on like the spigot or something, like something in that shape.
Okay.
Like big old like Like he's chiseling off
Yeah, like
a piece of chocolate.
His emergency slab of chocolate.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah. Exactly.
So just in case.
Yeah.
You never know if you're going to need to break off a gigantic piece in a loud cracking kind of way. This is another one though, like where I feel like whenever they talk about like somebody like apparating on scene, there was a loud crack, and it's like, all right, how loud was the crack really? Because it seems like people couldn't be so subtle about doing this particular activity if it's always making car backfire noises.
I know,
It's
right?
like, that's
Yeah.
very loud.
Very loud. I always imagine the pop to be more like those little like snappers you have on the 4th of July where you throw it at the ground. It's like pop, you know.
Yeah. Maybe that's the loud crack we're
Yeah,
talking about.
that's
'Cause
the
that,
loud one.
That seems like, if you had a properly tempered brick of chocolate, it might make that kind of snapping noise.
Exactly.
I could see it.
Yeah.
Why not?
Anyway, also I love what I always love about the chocolate warming you up after a Dementor is that it goes into that line from Dumbledore where he's like, of like children's tales and chocolate frog cards or whatever.
Yeah.
That like Voldemort understands nothing, Harry.
Yes.
And it's like, this is so like the same thing. It is like the chocolate is the answer to Dementors. Candy overcomes evil.
Yes. Yeah, no, absolutely. Like I do love that sentiment as well, because I think that's another thing that just makes you fall in love with the world a little bit, is that it's like something as delightful as candy can be like a solution.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
And then
Love it.
finally, they ask the question, what was that thing? And Lupin answers, a Dementor. So we finally get to refer to them by their given name.
Yes, and he quickly explains too. One of the Dementors of Azkaban, not just like so that you're clued in. It's not just like, oh, a Dementor exists next to prisoners, or like, so that these are the guards.
These are the guards. Yeah.
These are the guards.
Yep. So it's not just like some type of vicious creature that was like out in the night.
Yeah.
So yeah, it should give them like a little bit more authority and a little bit less like, yes, like they're quite scary, aren't they? But that's sort of what they're there to do, is be quite scary.
Be quite scary.
Yeah. For all those people in Azkaban.
Surprising I guess we don't know if the Sneak Snope ever stopped, but it seems like maybe the Dementor should have set it off too.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Right.
But it's in those knobbly old
But now
socks.
it's in those socks, so
Yeah, so-
maybe you just can't hear it,
Yeah.
over the screaming.
They're sound dampening socks.
They're sound dampening socks.
Yeah.
Yeah. Exactly.
Noise canceling.
Noise canceling socks.
Yeah, from Bose.
From Bose. You put these on your feet, you can't hear anything.
Not so bad.
That does sound like a wizarding kind of invention.
It kind of
These
does.
are soundproof socks.
It's like, honestly, it sounds like a delightful thing to like take a nap in.
Yes.
It's like slip on these like warm socks and immediately you can't hear any intrusive noises.
That would be I don't hate it at all. It's like, you know what? Sound canceling headphones are amazing, except for the fact that they're giant and you have to wear them on your head.
Yeah.
What if you could have that effect, but just wear the socks on your feet?
And they're quite cozy.
And they're cozy.
Yeah, I like it.
Oh, yeah. I'm into this idea. So then we get our first description of a Patronus as well. Lupin muttered something and a silvery thing shot out of his wand at it. But, again, the Dementor didn't move even after Lupin says none of us is hiding Sirius Black under our cloak. So it's like the other compartments wouldn't have had Patronus power,
Yeah.
to get the Dementors to leave. Is it the fact that Harry, passes out or something? I feel more like they know something's in this compartment.
Yeah. I
Yeah.
agree with you.
Okay.
I agree with you. Yep.
Yeah. All right, let's see. I did not really ever pay attention to this, but there's a couple of descriptions of Ginny. It says Ginny was huddled in a corner looking nearly as bad as Harry, and then Ron says Ginny was shaking like mad though, and it's like, yeah, that actually makes a lot of sense. Because
Yes.
as of last year, Ginny must have tons of just terrible memories, very recent.
Yes, I
Yeah.
wrote the exact same thing down. I highlighted it and I was like, this actually makes a lot of sense after the diary, but I had also
Yeah.
not particularly caught that before. But even that I feel like is a little bit of an additional parallel, tying a couple of strands, like Harry and Ginny.
Yeah.
They're together-ish.
They're together.
Yeah.
They're having similar experiences.
Right. Right.
Yeah.
Harry then takes his great bite of, takes a bite of the chocolate, and to great surprise, rather, felt warmth spread suddenly through to the tips of his fingers and toes, and again, just kind of cool. Let's see here. Lupin then also, it says, we'll be at Hogwarts in 10 minutes, said Professor Lupin. Are you all right, Harry? And it says, Harry didn't ask how Professor Lupin knew his name.
Yeah. I mean, I guess you could assume that, like, while he was passed out, they could have been like, Harry, you know.
I mean, there's that, and then there's also just the additional, like maybe that's like one of those details where that line in there is supposed to tell us, like, he hadn't had any other reason to have learned his name. Because, like, even when Harry enters, like, anywhere, it seems like people are like, goodness gracious.
Oh,
are you Harry Potter? Like,
absolutely. It's supposed to tip you off the reader that,
Right.
like, Lupin knows Harry on his own.
On his own, for
Yeah,
some
like,
other
but how
reason.
could he?
Yeah.
Maybe he saw the scar. Does he look like James? Maybe the other kids said it while he was passed out. We don't know. But it's like, it is like a pay attention to that line for
Yes.
you, the reader.
Yep.
Yep. Let's see. Yeah, we have the chocolate. And then this is fun. So Harry gets out there, and they finally get on the carriages that bring them up to the castle. And it says Harry can only assume by an invisible horse. Which one? Yes, correct. But like as a reminder, Harry missed this last year because they drove the car.
Yes. Yeah.
So this is his first experience with the horseless carriages, or the thestral carriages.
The thestral drawn
Yeah.
carriages. Yep. So that's pretty cool. It is interesting to me that it says that they smell faintly of mold and straw, which if you've ever been inside of a barn before, I was like, I can smell it.
It smells it. Yeah, that's what it smells like.
I know that smell.
Faintly.
Faintly.
Mold and straw.
Mold and straw.
Sounds about right.
I've been there.
Yep. Then let's see. This is almost unbelievable to me. Neville's having a bad entrance into this book, but Malfoy comes up and says, "You fainted, Potter? Is Longbottom telling the truth? You actually fainted?"
I
Like,
know.
Neville, what are you doing? Why would you tell Draco this?
Right, yeah. Neville's in the carriage with Draco making small talk.
Yeah.
Did you hear about Harry?
I'm sure to make friends. What, with Draco? What?
No. Don't learn something, Neville.
I
Remember
know.
to remember all? It's
Yeah.
like, oh, no, you probably don't. Yeah. So I highlighted that too. I was like, come on, Neville.
I know, like, dude. For that matter, why are you just talking about it at all? You know?
Yeah.
You know, why you blabbing, man?
Yeah. Neville not at his best.
Not his best just yet.
They do make it inside of the castle into the Great Hall. Harry can sort of like briefly glimpse the enchanted ceiling where they're going to go and have like the great feast. But before walking in, there's sort of an interesting thing that happens, which is that McGonagall shows up out of nowhere and it says, "Potter, Granger, I want to see you both." And this is kind of like a fascinating scene to have unfold for a couple of reasons, because one is that it's kind of like, could this not wait like a little bit, because there's like a rather prominent central activity to like the start of year, which is the sorting ceremony, which as far as I know, McGonagall typically is the one to like,
Yes.
you know, enact as the deputy headmistress to the school.
I know. And apart from that, even if you want to say that like it's not part of the deputy headmistress job, if you want to say the different heads of houses like rotate this job per year or something, which I don't even think is true. I do think it's just McGonagall usually.
Okay.
But like, even if you wanted to say that, like, she is still the head of Gryffindor, and you'd think she'd want to be there to see the new Gryffindors.
Yeah, like to see her new pupils.
Yes,
Yeah.
like you, like that, not only for her benefit but for their benefit, to be like, this is who you will be reporting to. Like, this is the person who will have your back. This is the head of your house. You know, like,
instead it's sort of like, you'll meet McGonagall later.
yeah, in class
She's important and
Yeah.
stern.
and stern.
It's going to be a great intro for all you first years.
I know, like, it's so surprising that McGonagall just skips the sorting.
Yes,
Yes.
it's very surprising. But again, it's like one of those instances where it's like, this is like, I think the book that throws me off the most whenever the question of like, how many Sorting Hat songs does Harry end up hearing? Because it's like first year, fourth year, fifth year, sixth year.
Yeah.
Is that the breakdown? But like we miss second and third. Second because of the flying car. Third because of this weird little like pull aside, which just seems like a strange time to do this. Because again, sort of as like we've theorized before, like why she's talking to Harry is just to basically be like, I want Madame Pomfrey to take a look at you. Professor Lupin wrote ahead saying that the Dementors came on the train. I want to make sure everything's okay. Are you okay? Okay, good. But then also she's like, well, now I need to talk to Miss Granger, which of course is her giving Hermione her course schedule early and the time turner,
And the
which
time
I guess
turner,
is something she needs to do privately. But there are other students who probably have been given time turners before. So like, it just seems like there's another time, another place that this could happen.
I
like,
know.
The moment you walk into the castle.
Absolutely seems like there is a different time and place for this, like, I don't know, breakfast tomorrow, or, like,
Yes.
Just even go with the feast and just be like, Miss Granger, come to my office at 8 tomorrow.
Yes.
We have things to talk about.
Right, exactly. Yep.
Whatever it is. I love, though, that, like, what I would love to know what note she sent to Madame Pomfrey, because she seems to have no clue what she's doing down there. Like, she sees Harry and she says, "Oh, it's you, is it?" Like, oh, didn't tell him it was Harry. And then she also tells him it was a Dementor poppy. It's like, did she just, like, what is the note? Like,
my office immediately.
my office immediately. Yeah, like,
I mean, it's like Madame Pomfrey's like, I'm missing the feast. What's going on?
I know, come on.
Oh, it's you. Great.
oh, it's you.
But we do get a little bit of like credit building. So like, as much as you could even think that earlier in the chapter there was some suspicion meant to be built around Lupin, there's a line where Harry's basically saying like, I'm fine, and Madame Pomfrey's like, well, he should at least have some chocolate. And Harry's like, well, I've already had some. Professor Lupin gave it to me. And Madame Pomfrey's like, oh, did he? Like, approvingly. So we finally got a defense against the dark arts teacher who knows his remedies. So it's like, I feel like that's like one of those where it's like, this is Madame Pomfrey, who is sort of like universally regarded as like good at what she does.
Yes.
Being like, thumbs up,
Lupin, yay.
star of approval.
There you go. So they make it back to the Great Hall, and Harry sees that like people are all staring around him, and apparently the story of his collapsing in front of the Dementor has made it all the way through the school already. To which I'm like, seriously, no one else collapsed? Like, it just seems surprising. No one else was affected so badly.
I know, especially because even that's another thing that Madame Pomfrey says is that she's basically saying like, he won't be the last one who collapses. He's all clammy. They are, and they have the effect on people who are, well, I guess who are already delicate.
Delicate.
It feels like it's
I'm not
saying,
delicate.
Yeah, I'm not delicate. It seems like though it's like, this is not a completely uncommon response.
I know. She's like, this won't be the last time, but like they're not supposed to be in the school. They're just supposed to be at the entrances. So like, hopefully no one else is even really coming that close to them.
Exactly.
But, yeah. But anyway, I love this little line here. As Dumbledore rises to speak, it says, you couldn't help trusting Albus Dumbledore, and as Harry watched him beaming around at the students, he felt really calm for the first time since the Dementor had entered the train compartment, which to me is like the just another, it's like we constantly compare Dumbledore to phoenixes, and phoenixes like song has the ability to like raise your morale, and it's just like, this almost seems like a magical lifting of spirits. It's not just that you're seeing Dumbledore, it's that he is literally magically making you feel better.
Yes.
Yes.
Yep. 100%. No, I love that. I think that totally contributes to that theory. Like whether or not Dumbledore is a phoenix, it seems like he embodies many of the qualities of one.
Right.
Somehow, some way. So yeah, I love that. He welcomes everybody as per always. I feel like he sort of does like a really great job of speaking of the Dementors in a way that it like comes across as like reasonable and not actively being like very open about how he feels about it. Although I feel like if you know Dumbledore and you know how he feels, it's like apparent that he's sort of like, don't mess with them. Like, they are dangerous.
Right.
They are non-discriminate. They will attack basically anybody.
Right.
Like, he's like, these are dangerous things, and I don't know. It comes across to me as if he is like exuding his disapproval of their being there without actually saying those words.
Yeah, pretty much. And then, like, he has his little line here, says, Dementors are not to be fooled by tricks or disguises or even invisibility cloaks, he added blandly. But, like, absolutely, he's just talking to Harry.
Yes. Everybody's like,
Harry?
Invisibility cloak.
Yeah, like, who has one? I don't even know. And he's like, I gave it to him. Yes, I get it.
Yep.
Might be my own downfall here. Please don't do that.
Right.
Yes. Let's see. Then we get the introduction of the two new teachers, Hagrid and Lupin. So, as you know, Hermione earlier was incorrect about her assertion that there's only one opening.
Yep.
Then we get a clue about Snape. Ron notices, look at Snape, and he's noticing, looking over at Lupin and saying that his expression was beyond anger; it was loathing, which is just another clue that Lupin was friends with James.
Yes. Yep. Absolutely. Definitely one of those where it kind of hails back. It reminds me a lot of Sorcerer's Stone, where like Harry makes eye contact with Snape, and like feels like his scar burn, but like Quirrell's head is like turned away, so it's actually like he's feeling Voldemort's effect on him, not Snape's. But
Yes.
this is like another instance where like there's like a little like what's Snape doing during the start of year feast, because it always seems like there's a little bit like. Little nudges about what's going to happen later in the story.
I know, yeah.
with that
Pay
moment.
attention.
Yep.
Then there's also, we learned that Hagrid's taking care of, or teaching care of magical creatures, but in addition to his gamekeeping duties, which are apparently already full-time. But to me, I'm like, why?
Right.
Why? Let him teach the classes. Come on. Hire a new gamekeeper.
I know.
Why?
Especially when, like the very next page, they go up to congratulate Hagrid on his brand new position, and they're like, he says, it's all down to you three. And he's like, wiping his shining face on his napkin and looking down on them. He says, it's what I've always wanted. And, it's like this is information that Dumbledore certainly knows about Hagrid, who he has like looked after for 51 years, as like a member of staff and such. Yeah, you're absolutely right. It's like, we can hire a gamekeeper, I'm sure.
Right.
I'm
Yeah.
sure.
I know.
Yeah.
Get a gamekeeper. Free him up. How you're setting him up for failure here. It's a full-time job being gamekeeper.
He's got
now
to
he's got to teach. Now he's got to teach at least 4 classes a day.
Right.
Right.
But next year he will not only be teaching care of magical creatures, he will also be the gamekeeper and breeding blast-tended Scroots and courting Madame Maxine.
Yeah.
So
yes.
Hagrid's a busy guy.
Hagrid's a busy guy.
He just keeps he's got a lot going on.
Year after that, he takes a vacation to France.
Yeah.
Or wherever to look for giants.
A vacation.
A
Precisely
vacation.
how I would describe it.
Exactly. Misses half the year.
Yeah. Yep. And then he's taking care of
Grop.
Grop.
Yeah. I don't know. Hire a gamekeeper, dude.
Yep. There we go.
Like, he doesn't need to keep doing it.
As we close out the chapter a little bit, we get another little moment.
Give him an office in the castle.
Jay's like, I can't.
Where was Professor Kettleburn working?
I don't know.
Exactly.
I don't know.
In the castle.
Yep.
He didn't have a hut on the grounds.
Although, to be fair, in his line of work, he had been losing at least a number of limbs.
Well, I don't know how Dumbledore expects Hagrid to keep up with his gatekeeping duties
And his
with
limbs.
his soon-to-be lessened number of limbs.
Yeah. There you go. Anyway, can we move past
He
it?
doesn't even have a wand.
We can't move past it. Okay, yeah, we're still there. How about now?
Now.
We're good. Okay, we've made it. We made it through the woods. All right. So as we're closing out the chapter, we get up to the Gryffindor Tower, where we get the first password for Prisoner of Azkaban, which is going to be Fortuna Major. So if anybody wants to quiz me about that when you see us later in September,
Ben will not remember.
I will probably not remember. I did translate it, which means the greater fortune, which is probably not hard to figure out.
Oh, there you go.
based
The
on
greater
Latin.
fortune.
Yep.
Yeah.
Neville says, "Oh no, he always had trouble remembering the passwords," which of course is like a little
Set up for later.
Yeah, where
absolutely.
he will have all the passwords written down, which he then leaves, which is what Sirius Black finds, so we can get into the Gryffindor common room. But then Harry makes his way up to the Gryffindor, or his dormitory rather, in the 5 4-poster beds, and it says, Harry, looking around, felt he was home at last.
Good for you, Harry.
I know.
I love that line. Ends on a nice little happy note there after running into a Dementor earlier that day.
I know. Yeah. So Harry making it through all the drudgery, and yeah, I mean we're that closes us out. Chapter 5 of Prisoner of Azkaban. I think it was a super fun chapter. It was a long chapter.
It was a long chapter. Yes. Our longest one so far, anyway.
I know. Yeah, by the time we get into like Order of the Phoenix chapters, I feel like people are going to be like, "All right, I'm going to have to like, so this is going to be a 2-parter, maybe."
Yeah, I mean, can you imagine?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not opposed to it if we get there.
Yeah,
it could happen.
One half of chapter 13 of Order
Yeah.
of the Phoenix. People are like, "Okay, guys, yeah, man, we're really getting.
We're gonna be. This is the Order of the Phoenix podcast at this point. Yep.
Oh man. Well, before we start to tease chapter 6, Talons and Tea Leaves, Jay, do you have a review for us?
I do.
All right, lay it on me.
This review is from Bob 173949957.
Hey, you know the one.
You know him.
What if that is actually the number of Bobs that have existed in the world prior to this Bob?
Wow.
And that is their official Bob number.
That's their official Bob number. That'd be impressive, and a lot of people named Robert.
Yeah.
So there says, hey, brother, this podcast is great. I look forward to the start of every week, every time now. This is awesome. I do have a theory, though. This is the question, is Harry Voldemort? My question is, when Voldemort is making his Horcruxes, he split his soul. So the ring had the most soul in it, and at the end, Voldemort himself will have the least. So according to this theory, this means that Harry has more of Voldemort's soul in him than Voldemort himself. But that's just a theory, a Harry Potter theory.
Hey,
All right,
I see what you did there.
That's the thing.
That's like a game theory, film theory.
Yeah, game theory, film theory, food theory, style theory.
Do they close all of them the
They
same
have all
way?
4, yeah.
Oh,
Well,
nice.
I don't know. I guess they probably do, but maybe not.
Point is, we know the reference.
The point is, we know the reference, and also this is. I'm glad someone brought this up because this is one of like the most classic Harry Potter theory / misconceptions out there.
Yes, yeah.
Yes.
So it is definitely kind of interesting because the phrasing of splitting one's soul through the process of creating a Horcrux, it does almost seem like the first one he made would have taken half of his soul.
Right.
Meaning that the second one would take a quarter of his soul and then an eighth and
And then a
a
16th, and then a 32nd, and yeah.
so on and so forth until you get to whatever is left of Voldemort Prime himself, which seems like scant amounts.
Right, scanned amounts. And since Voldemort has split it, and based on the order in which he does things, he attacks Harry, and splits his soul there unknowingly, and then after that splits it again in the making of Nagini.
Yes.
So the portion inside of Harry, if that math tracked, would be higher than the portion inside of Voldemort himself, meaning that Harry was actually more Voldemort than Voldemort.
Right.
So it's a fun theory. However, not exactly how the soul splitting works.
Right. Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. Explain. Yeah. Continue.
So basically, the way it works is that despite the number of times you split it, it's not like you're like cutting an apple in half and then putting half an apple inside of the ring and then a quarter of an apple inside the diary. It's like every time he splits his soul, it just evens out across everything.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, and-
so like at the end, everything that exists has a 1/8 part soul.
Right.
Right.
Okay.
Well, yeah.
So
And-
that at least means Harry is equal parts Voldemort to Voldemort.
Yes, Harry is at all times equal parts Voldemort to Voldemort.
Okay.
Yes. So but then it's not like they then like grow in size or something like when the diary is destroyed. It's just then that there are only 7/8 amount of soul left.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I mean it's a very interesting and complicated aspect of the story for sure, but it's also kind of interesting as well because I think like you tend to think that like each time it's making him like weaker and weaker and weaker and weaker and weaker and like in terms of almost like part of his like power is being like stashed separate from his body, and I do think that there's sort of like a like almost like video game aspect of like you've destroyed 1/8 of Voldemort's soul, keep going, destroy the other 7 pieces,
Right.
and it's like, but I still think that Voldemort is extremely powerful even with only 1/8 soul. It's more of like what we see inside of King's Cross Station that really demonstrates the weakness that he has like subjected himself to by that like kind of bizarre mangled remains
Yes.
of
yes.
like whatever that odd baby looking bloodied
Right. It's like
version is.
yeah, it's like if you were looking at the real world through the lens of the afterlife, which is kind of what you're getting a glimpse of there. It's like Harry is still a whole complete person with his whole soul right there.
Yes.
And Voldemort is like the creepy baby thing on the floor that can barely walk. Like as far as the afterlife is concerned, that's all that's left of him.
Right.
It's like it's that is not the piece of soul that was just destroyed. that is Voldemort.
Yeah, and so the I think kind of like the sentiment there is that like, you know, Dumbledore even says like, well, where are we? And Harry's like, well, we're in King's Cross Station, and like Dumbledore's like, are we really? Well, how about that? And it's like, well, you know, you say that's where we are, then, you know, if you decided not to return, then you could say board a train and leave. And it's like, where would it take me? And the answer is on, you know, like the great beyond. Yeah. little soul.
Yeah, little soul reference there
You
for
nailed
you.
it. Yeah.
Thank you.
I think in my mind, sort of the thought would be there is that like part of like what happens to Voldemort is that he is so weak in that capacity once he achieves that location that it's like, even if he could also perceive himself in King's Cross Station, he could never get himself to the train.
Right.
So it's like that is the horrific destiny to which Voldemort is subjected to by this horrific act that he has placed upon his soul.
Right.
Is that like he could maybe even see the exit, and he will never be able to
Can't
to
make
reach it because he has left himself in that capacity.
Right. He's so mangled and maimed
Yes.
by the end.
So it's like it's almost more speaking to how weak he is in death more than it is speaking to how weak he may have become in life.
Right.
Is what I'm attempting to explain.
Yes, like in death, he is nothing, but in life, he is still quite powerful.
And I mean, that would be the real big question is like, is Voldemort less powerful than he was before his original downfall or before he made his Horcruxes? And I don't think he's less powerful.
Right, in terms of just like raw power.
Raw
Yes.
ability to, I mean, because that's even like, you know, like what people are like, Snape, you know, says like, you've performed great magic with that. And it's like, Voldemort's like, no, I'm extraordinary. Like,
Yes.
I can perform great magic, but this wand has not done anything to enhance that power.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think Voldemort, even as he is still just as powerful as he always would be. But otherwise, then when it comes to the more important thing, as would argue the themes of the book, when it comes to his death, he's nothing.
Yes, but like, and then also as per the themes of the book, he doesn't even get to die properly. Like all the other characters die, they get to go on and live in the afterlife.
Yes.
And Voldemort stuck in limbo forever.
Yeah. So what he feared was death. What he got was worse.
Yes.
So-
So yeah, there's not like, oh, at least he got to die, you know?
Yep.
Yep.
There
Nope.
you go. So, but great question, as per always. I know that's one that has certainly like flitted around a little bit before because the math is kind of odd and
Yes.
Horcrux logic is always a little confusing. So, great question from Bob. Whatever number Bob you are in the world, we appreciate it.
Yeah.
But I think that rounds us off.
I think it does on a somewhat extra long episode of Through the Griffin Door. But make sure you join us next time for Chapter 6, Talons and Tea Leaves, which I want to say is an even longer chapter here on Through the Griffin Door. Welcome, dear listeners. I'm Jonathan Carlin.
And I'm Benjamin Carlin.
And we invite you to join us through the Griffin Door, your one-way ticket to the enchanting world of Harry Potter. So grab your wands and dust off your broomsticks and join us as we unlock the mysteries behind Prisoner of Azkaban, Chapter 6, Talons and Tea Leaves.
All right.
Yeah.
Man, talk about a mega chapter.
Dude, this, I think, is the longest chapter we have read to date. I was like going through it yesterday. I was like, I've got like 20 minutes before the end of work. Let me make some notes on this chapter. And I was like, I didn't even get to Hagrid's class.
I know.
You know?
Yeah, there's. I mean, yeah, you just keep going, and that's the thing. I mean, sometimes that is the case with Harry Potter chapters, where it's like the chapter title or what, like it's like you don't want to have like spoilers baked in there, so sometimes it's kind of like, oh yeah, this chapter, and like a lot of other stuff
Right.
does happen.
Yeah.
But yeah, we've got divination, we've got transfiguration, we've got care of magical creatures.
We've got like time turner things starting to pop up.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah,
Yes,
we've
yes.
got like Hagrid's, the 1 hour into his new job, and so the plight begins.
Right.
Like so many plot things are set up in this chapter. like big time, and like some of them are very skillfully hidden, I think. Which
Yeah,
we'll come to.
Well, and it's funny too because I remember as a kid reading Prisoner of Azkaban, like not fully taking in, not absorbing this confusion about like Hermione's schedule, but I think now, obviously, as we've read it just for so many times, we of course know what's going on. But like, it's also kind of fascinating to me, just like it's hiding in plain sight.
It is.
I mean, there are numerous occasions where it just point blank comes up. It's like, Hermione, you can't be in 3 places at once, and it's sort of like, and you just keep like, I think it just goes to show that like things that don't make sense can just be said as long as they just get like put right in your rear view mirror, and it's like, well, oh well.
Right. She just sort of like one-liners it away, and you're like, I mean, there must be, clearly Ron's mistaken. He's probably reading the schedule wrong or something. That's not going to be important.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's like, this is definitely not like a central and very critical plot point.
Yes.
It's just
Yeah.
it's classic Hermione.
It's classic Hermione.
It's like, you can't be in 3 places at once, but somehow it's like Hermione maybe can.
I mean, she just straight up lies about that too.
Yeah. Right. Yeah.
When it comes down to it.
Me and McGonagall, we're good.
We figured
got
it
a
out.
plan.
We're good. Yeah. Before we dive on in, Ben, we do have a couple of fun announcements.
Yeah. Let's lay it down.
So, I mean, as I'm sure you're aware by now, tickets for our West Coast tour, Through the Griffin Tour, are already on sale.
Yes, they are indeed. We're going to be going to Seattle, Portland, Sacramento, Berkeley, San Diego, and Los Angeles.
Yes, coming up this September. And I can tell you specifically that if you're looking to come to San Diego or Seattle, like maybe act a little faster.
Yeah, they're like low ticket warnings.
Very
on
low
those
ticket
for
warning
sure.
on those. Yeah.
Running out quick. So,
Yep.
it's going to be so much fun. We had so much fun on the East Coast. I think it's just going to be an absolute blast. I hope that you guys have enjoyed the live episodes. We appreciate all of your feedback on those. It helps us to sort of like determine how we do the show and everything. So
Yes.
very critical, very important.
Very important. And then on top of that, we announced last episode that we were launching the Patreon for Through the Griffin Door.
Yes.
Which you guys have. We did have a bit of a hiccup where apparently you have to have your Patreon page active for like 3 months before you can sign up for annual memberships.
Which is like one of those things where all of our other Patreons are like years and
they've
years
been so
and years
established.
old.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. It's like, oh, that's a rule we didn't know was existent.
Yeah, we didn't know that. But the good news is, because we have those Patreon pages, we have some contacts there. And they were like, oh, no. Hold, we'll just waive that rule for you guys right now. You want to send people pages from your books? That's an amazing idea.
Yes.
So it has been clicked on. Huge shout out to the over 100 people who have already signed up.
I know. So cool.
I mean, my heart was just really swelling looking at the email that day. Like, oh my gosh, no way. It's like one of those things you're like, no one's going to sign up for this. No one cares.
I know. And then you're just like, they do care.
It was just like, oh my God. I mean, like, you guys are seriously just the best. So I bring it up again today because, one, in case you hadn't heard, if you sign up for an annual membership on the Patreon at either level, we have a $5 level and a $10 level. We will send you a page from one of our books that has been all marked up with like highlighter and our notes in the margins. And I'm excited from one of the first 2 books. And then, if there's enough demand, we'll continue on with Prisoner whenever we're done.
Yes, yeah, absolutely, yeah. So if you want like a genuine artifact from the show, like it's not like from a copy, it's from our copy.
Yes.
So yeah, we held them, we used them, we wrote on them.
Yeah.
It's the page we stared at as we did the episode.
Yes,
so.
but because we have patrons now, we have questions for the Owlry, which is one of the levels where after each show, Ben and I are going to answer one of your questions in the owl. We've gotten some owls from you guys. We're going to open the letter. We're going to read it. We're going to discuss whatever question is in there. And this week will be the first episode of the Owlry.
I know. I'm so excited. I know.
Like
one of the best parts about doing this entire show has been even just how much it's like brought new creativity into like our Super Carlin Brothers channel and like the theories that we're making over there, and like just like I feel like it is turned into this whole like breath of fresh air, and I think that's in huge part due to the community that's surrounding this, because there's just no doubt about it. It's like we've brought together so many incredible Potterheads, all of whom have great thoughts, great questions that we have not considered before, and those questions are so fun to answer.
They really are. So thank you so much for your questions and your patronage, and I'm looking forward to the owl read today, where I'll just give you a teaser of the question. We're going to be discussing what would have happened if Voldemort hadn't been killed, but had just been arrested, but all of his Horcruxes destroyed. So that's what we'll be discussing in the owlry
Nailed it.
in the bonus episode. If you want to check that out, head on over to the Patreon. But let's jump into today's actual episode, Chapter 6, Talons and Tea Leaves. I love the chapter art for this one.
Yes, you absolutely. I mean, you get a glimpse at the character of Sybil Trelawney, who has got just the most comically large, like, tea kettle, dispenser, vase that you've just ever seen. She's got her spangled shawls,
her rings, her bracelets, her everything,
the beaded necklaces. I mean, Trelawney is a vibe.
She is a super vibe. And what I really like about this is that, like, what Trelawney looks like is the, like, extremely stereotypical, like, Muggle fortune teller.
Sure. Yes.
Like if you're every time we drive to Greensboro from Roanoke, on the exit you can stop by Miss Gina's and get some palm reading done.
Yeah, certainly.
Yeah,
if you're up for it.
I always look by. I'm always like, Miss Gina's still in business? She's still there.
Should we do it?
Sometimes I'm like, for the lulz, maybe we should.
It'd be so interesting.
I know, it'd be very funny. But as ever, Muggle fortune telling, all a tremendous farce.
Yes.
Which for the most part, with big asterisk, Trelawney is as well. So it's funny to me that she is dressed like a Muggle fortune teller who is all just smoke and mirrors, because that's mostly what she is too.
Yes, but the one piece of credit that I would grant her inside of this chapter that we see is that, like, her delivery and showmanship as she enters the classroom is rather top notch.
I mean, this is the real magic of Trelawney, is that, like, the thing is, like, despite, like, fortune telling not being real in the real world, you can go to a fortune teller and what their real gift isn't seeing the future, it's reading you. And there are like fortune teller tricks to, like, make it appear like they suddenly know personal things about you.
Right.
And, like, she actually is good at the Muggle version of fortune telling.
Right. Which I think, to be fair, is a skill. And, like, people who go, it's like they are getting something from the experience, whether they're going in more of like I just want to see what happens type of capacity, or if they're going for some measure of comfort and the person is able to provide them with that comfort. It's like there's no value in that.
Right.
And it does seem like when she comes out, like, she's got some tips, like some tricks of the trade that she uses. There's, of course, like the famous, like, Neville, once you've broken your first teacup, be sure to use the blue ones next. I'm quite fond of the pink. And it's like, what I think is actually happening is she's probably watching Neville, who is notoriously clumsy, enter this sort of cramped attic space where her office resides, and is able to just sort of rather quickly pick up on, like, someone breaks a teacup every year.
Yeah.
Like, it's
going to be that kid.
It's a fragile piece of china. We're all crammed in here. Like, it's going to happen. They're teenagers, like, whatever. But, like, being able to zero in and be like, it's Neville. It's like, why is it always me? It's like, Neville, because you might be giving off.
You're giving off the vibe, man.
The vibe, yeah. It's okay. It's like, because he's growing into himself. I mean, Neville's getting there, but not quite yet.
Yes, and then, like, I love Lavender and Purp already just, like, swallowing it hook, line, and sinker.
Yes.
They're like, I mean, after the class, they're like, McGonagall's like, don't worry about Trelawney, she, whatever. And they're like, but what about Neville's teacup?
I know,
and
yeah.
Like, what about that?
What about? I mean, it's like, that's that silver lining of truth that's, like, woven through the story. That like, it's like there's enough evidence, there's enough to base it off.
I know,
of that,
and then
like,
it's like she sees the Grim, and it's like, did she? We, of course, don't know what the tea leaves look like, but it's like, but that Harry has seen it twice.
Right.
And it's like, Harry's not telling the rest of the class that or anything. And he's just sort of like, yeah, okay, whatever. And McGonagall's even like, she does this every year, but he's like, but still.
But still.
I know.
Like, it's like, that's the thing. Yeah. I think at some point Ron's like, I mean, you haven't seen any, like, large, scary black dogs by any chance, have you? And Harry's like yeah,
twice.
no, I did.
Yeah.
The hilarious thing about it, I think, is sort of that, like, you've got the book inside of Flourish and Blots that like suggest it. But then the shopkeeper himself is sort of like, don't read into that. Once you do, you're going to start seeing it everywhere. And it's almost like there's this I think it's called the Bader-Meinhof effect, which is like, if you've ever bought like a new car and you start to see it everywhere.
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
like are they actually everywhere? Or is it just that now you have a reason to take notice of these things everywhere?
Let me tell you, Ben, I notice every single Nissan Juke on the road.
Do you?
Always. I mean,
Yes.
I used to drive one, and it's like I cannot identify cars to save my life. I'm so bad at it. It is not, all pickup trucks are just pickup trucks.
Sure, yeah.
And it's like, to some people, that is like making them grind their teeth right now. But let me tell you what, if there's a Nissan Juke on the road, I'm like that.
That
Love
one-
it. Great.
I know
Good
it.
choice, friend.
Yeah. Hey.
Yeah.
Okay. It's rather nimble, isn't it?
Rather nimble, really,
Yeah.
really zippy,
Yeah.
extremely zippy compared to my current car. That was a big adjustment.
That was
but
yeah. You went from a small car to a big car.
I went from a car that is like supposed to be zippy and fun and accelerate fast to like just like an SUV.
Yeah. But so anyway, I think like with the Grimm, it's kind of interesting because it's not like Harry is all of a sudden seeing it everywhere, but it's almost like like the book I almost think is having more of an impact. But then the other thing that's kind of like interesting or coincidental is that you do have Lavender and Parvati inside of Trelawney's class who are taking it hook, line, and sinker. And then you have Hermione, who is like absolutely not. This is the woolliest subject, I think, is the descriptor
Yeah,
she gives it.
woolly.
And it's like, and I think what you end up seeing is this like dichotomy of characters between Trelawney, who you see one class with, who is a certain way of being, and then the exact opposite of Trelawney, which is McGonagall in the very next lesson that
Yeah.
everybody's in. And you've got like Hermione, who neatly aligns with like McGonagall's beliefs. And then you've got Parvati and Lavender, who neatly aligns with Trelawney's particular beliefs. But then Trelawney is seeing the Grimm, and then McGonagall is teaching about the act of becoming an animagus.
Yeah.
So it's like,
It is, I know, it's so funny because like you don't want to take it feels like you need to take a side, but actually need to pay attention to both of them.
Exactly,
and it's
yes.
like. And then like even outside just those two, this is where like the echoes of Lockhart are present here, and then like also the belief in Albus Dumbledore overall and like Hogwarts as an institution.
Yes.
It's like they discovered last year that Lockhart was a fraud. So it's like it opens the door for it to be like, yes, there could be other frauds among us. But at
Right.
the same time, it's like divination is an elective and Hogwarts offers it. And Trelawney's been here for a long time and Dumbledore hired her. And Dumbledore's not an idiot. But it's
Right.
like, but Dumbledore hired Lockhart. So it's like, like it's so funny because like Lockhart was a fraud the whole year. And Hermione was like, no. Look at all the things he's done. Read his books.
Right.
And it's like the exact opposite this time where it's like she walks in and, the rest of the class is like, well, we got to trust Dumbledore. And Hermione's like, no, none of this.
she sees through it just absolutely.
I mean, she sees through
immediately.
Trelawney as fast as Harry and Ron see through Lockhart.
I know, yeah, which is unbelievable.
Yeah.
It's actually surprising to me, and I don't know, maybe it's just whatever, but it's surprising to me that Hermione was so stuck on Lockhart for so long, like
Right.
that she doesn't see through it faster, and
Right.
that she does see through Trelawney just so very quickly.
Just so fast.
Yeah.
But, which is to say, and I'm sure we will discuss this more as we get into it, it's like you can see through Trelawney, but at the same time, like she's also always right.
I know. This is like it kind of is like one of those like filters of poltergeist theories where it's sort of like every time Trelawney is on page, you will have these little moments where it's kind of like she'll say something or like she'll make some prediction and then it's like that does come true.
Right.
Like maybe not exactly how she intended it. Maybe she's like maybe it's like one of those things where she is still just making stuff up, but then there are plot-based things. Like so maybe we're stepping into that like Bader-Meinhof, like because we have a really great example inside of this chapter where she tells Lavender like to that thing that you've been dreading will take place on the 16th of October.
Right.
And then of course on the 16th of October, Lavender feels as though this is then further verified by the fact that she gets word from home that her rabbit, Binky, has passed away by way of devourment of Fox.
Right.
I phrased that really
And
weird.
then Hermione pokes all the holes in it. It's like, but he wasn't unhealthy and he wasn't old, so you wouldn't have been dreading his death. And he actually didn't even die today. You just got the news today.
Right, like it happened on a different day.
It happened on a different day altogether.
Right.
But it's like, but, so it seems like actually Hermione is correct and Trelawney was wrong. However, the one level up, the thing that basically all of the students are afraid of is Sirius Black breaking into the castle, which also happens on that day.
Yes,
So it's like,
yes.
like Lavender is afraid of that happening, as are all of the students, but it makes it feel like, oh, it's like Lavender especially. It's like, maybe not especially, I don't think.
Right.
But she is afraid of it happening, and she is singled out, and it does happen on that day.
Right. No, you're
Yeah.
absolutely correct. Yeah. So it's like you think, and of course we want to like align with Hermione because it's just sort of like, of course, Trelawney's like, ridiculous, and like obviously these predictions are just not real.
Yeah.
But then, so you're like, see, Hermione, logic. Thank you. The
Yeah.
voice of reason in the room.
And it's like the thing about Trelawney is that she's always right, but she's often right in spite of herself.
Yeah.
She doesn't know she's right, or her interpretation is wrong, even though like you can see where the mistake happened. Like I think she tells Parvati in this chapter she should be fearful of like a red-haired man or something.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
And she turns around and looks at Ron, and you're like, and it's like, does Parvati ever have reason to be afraid of a red-haired man in the rest of the book? And it's like, no, she doesn't. However, if you're Trelawney and you're looking into the future, what you might see is someone who looks exactly like Parvati having a bad time with a red-haired man at the Yule Ball
Yes.
because Parvati has a twin sister who does have a bad experience with Ron.
Yes, exactly. So
like-
it's like
It's like she's right. She just doesn't know Parvati has a twin sister.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. So it's like so her declarement to Parvati is technically incorrect, but you can also see why the mistake happened
Exactly.
because there happens to be someone who looks exactly like her.
Exactly.
Who is her sister.
I know.
Yeah.
It's
So
funny.
yeah, it does seem to happen just like over and over and over.
Over and over.
And
I mean, we've made a whole video about this. It is like every time. I think maybe with the exception of when she's like threatening Umbridge with things. But even that, I think that might even be true too.
But there is I'm glad you actually brought up Umbridge because I do think I had mentioned sort of that dichotomy between the characters of McGonagall and Trelawney, and I do feel like this is very intentional. Like you've got somebody in McGonagall who's highly analytical, who is highly like skill driven, like very focused, very stern, and then you have Trelawney who is the opposite in every way, and basically like it's clear that Trelawney doesn't really leave her attic office space very often.
And
She
by
doesn't-
not often, like not even for the start of term feasts or any school feasts between the start of Harry's year and now.
Right, yes,
Because he
yes.
has never seen her before.
Precisely, which
Yeah.
like is even addressed directly in the book. It's like you maybe haven't seen me because I tend to keep myself.
Right. It's like it feels like it should be a requirement for all staff to be at the start of term feast.
And maybe it
at
is,
the very least.
yeah, maybe that's like Dumbledore being like, hey, by the way, staff, don't forget to be there. Trelawney, you can skip it if you want.
But don't worry,
Yeah.
we'll send up some cooking cherry for you. It's fine.
It'll be good. It'll be good.
Yeah.
But I do love the fact though that like when push comes to shove, and Umbridge, who is just it's like I would never describe Trelawney as like the worst. She's just who she is.
Yeah.
And that's just like, it's whatever. But I love the fact that like when Umbridge is attempting to oust her from the school, McGonagall does like then heroically and kindly come to her
Yes.
aid and
Right.
defense. And it's like, okay.
All right.
See, it's like because that's like the classic like enemy of my enemy is my friend type of situation a
Yes.
little bit. But I also think it's like, okay, see, Umbridge is the actual worst.
Yeah, it's like Trelawney's like she's like maybe a fraud, but she's harmless, and it's like Umbridge is harmful.
Yes.
Yes.
Full of harm.
Yes, full of harm.
Harmful. Yeah.
Yes.
That's the
That's
what
the word.
means. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah. All right.
All right. And maybe we should actually dive into the page by page here since we just got immediately sidetracked by
I know.
Trelawney and the chapter artwork, but I do love it. So we kick off. Harry is arriving for breakfast the next day in the Great Hall, where he spots Malfoy, who's doing a ridiculous impression of a swooning fit and to a roar of laughter. So he's making fun of Harry for fainting, which to me, it's like this is already one day later. Malfoy was already doing this like yesterday.
I know. Yeah.
It's like this joke is over, right?
That's the thing. It's like the roar of laughter is the part of me where it almost seems like every other student at the school is just like an NPC.
Yeah.
You know, like they're just behaving the way that you need crowds of people to behave, because I'm like, any rational person would be like, okay, yeah, maybe it was like mildly funny at first, but it's like this is not a joke that we need to continue to harp on.
I know. It's not that funny.
It's not that funny, and I really love the next page, because you get a conversation from Fred and George, who are basically just they refer to him as a little git, and basically saying like, he wasn't so cocky last night when the Dementors were down on our end of the train, came running into our compartment, didn't he, Fred?
Yeah.
And then Fred says, nearly wet himself. But I love this from George, actually. He says, I wasn't too happy myself, said George. They're horrible things, those Dementors. And it's like,
Those Azkaban guards.
Those
You know.
Azkaban guards, yeah. I love this, though, because it's like, I like that Fred and George, as like goofy and comical and upbeat and like whatever as they may be, it's not like they have like some overinflated sense of like bravado.
Right.
You know, it's like this thing where it's like, yeah, honestly, like, that was not a comfortable experience.
Not good.
Like they're not trying to brush it off like, I handled it with ease.
Right.
You know, it's like, no, it sucked. You know?
Yeah.
And
It was,
it's-
yeah. They made me feel bad. They're like,
Right.
they made me all cold.
Exactly. But that's the thing where I'm like, who are these people who are roaring with laughter? Because surely, like, and maybe this is like the classic high school thing where, like, if somebody does something embarrassing that maybe you've also been embarrassed by, like, the goal is like to direct attention to that person and not yourself or something, like
Right.
attempting to get into the psychology of like a high school brain. So it's like, haha, yeah, he totally had a hard time with it. Let's laugh at that because I was fine. You know, but it's like,
Right.
but I really wasn't fine. So
But he's like acting it out. Like, I could just imagine, 'cause it's like he did this exact bit the night before, and now it's like the next morning it's like, guys, remember Potter?
yeah.
And it's like, I think he's gonna do it again before the end of breakfast.
Right.
You
Yeah.
know, like, guys, remember 5 minutes ago?
Right, yeah. It's like this is the person who tells the joke and gets a good laugh, and then they keep telling the same joke, and
Yeah.
it's like, okay, it was funny the first time.
Okay, it's like, yeah, if you were like Crabbe or if you were the first person to sit down with Malfoy, it's like by the time the 5th person sits down, you're like, dude,
Yeah, we've seen this.
we've seen it,
Yeah,
okay?
yeah.
Or not. They just keep laughing. They just keep. I also feel like this particular year's worth of Slytherins, they just have nothing to talk about except Harry.
Yeah,
Like Malfoy's like obsession with Harry is very much present in this chapter.
Their whole identity is basically hating him.
Yes.
Yeah, it's like
this is-
what do you guys do for fun? Well, you know that Harry Potter kid who came and, you know, he's orphaned and he's like the target of like the Dark Lord and all that type of stuff. We make fun of him.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
that's who we are.
That's who we are as people. Want to sit with us?
No.
No. Are you sure? Also, I just find this like as random like school semantics here. They sit down and George is the one to hand out the 3rd year schedules to them. I'm like, why does George have the schedules?
I know, yeah,
It's
it's
like,
like-
did he have an exchange with McGonagall? It's like, oh, George, hand these out to the 3rd years. And it's like, okay.
Yeah, he's like, I am not Percy.
Yeah, I know. Like, why isn't it Percy doing this? The head boy. And then he also already knows the Quidditch schedule. Gryffindor versus Slytherin. First game of the season, remember? I'm like, they haven't even had tryouts yet. You already know the schedule? Like,
Yeah, I know. Yeah, it seems way too early.
it seems way too early. It's the first morning. You already know it. And then I also think it's funny. He says, or it says, the only time Harry and Malfoy had faced each other in Quidditch, Malfoy had definitely come off worse. And I'm like, I mean, Slytherin lost the game, but like Harry lost all the bones in his arm. So I don't know who came off worse.
Right. Yeah, no, yeah. It's like it seems like you had a tough day that day there,
Yeah.
there, Harry. Speaking of the bones, we'll come back to that in just
Yeah.
a little bit. 'Cause
Okay.
I think that's an important one to bring up in this chapter.
Yeah.
So then Hermione gets her schedule. This is where we get like the really big nod. It's sort of like 10 subjects a day. There isn't enough time.
Oh, I circled the word time because if you're just listening to it, it's just read like there wasn't enough time. But if you're reading it, the word time is in italics, which is like such a hint. It's like, this is the word, okay? Time is the thing. Are you getting it? I'm setting you up with italics for time travel later.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Yep. But and I mean, that's like what's unbelievable to me is, and this is where I think as a kid I was like, oh, it's so fun when you go back and you notice all the things. It's like, I think as like maybe like a slightly more mature reader, it's just sort of like 9 o'clock divination, and underneath 9 o'clock Muggle studies, rounding closer to the schedule, disbelieving. Look underneath that arithmancy, 9 o'clock. It's like,
I know.
It's like anyone like anyone reading this, I think with like you know, like just a tad more, because I mean, I guess I was probably in like 4th grade reading this book or something like that. So, you know, I don't know if I was really catching it then. Maybe I was, but it's like, it's kind of hard to miss.
I mean, it is kind of hard to miss.
I guess you don't know what it's going to be.
You don't know what it's going to be. Like, clearly there's something askew here.
Right.
And like, yeah, you don't know exactly how she's handling it. What stands out to me as an adult is the absurdity of the schedule. Like, because Harry and Ron took Care of Magical Creatures and Divination as their new electives.
Right.
Right? And conveniently, they're not at the same time. But if they'd chosen, I don't know, Muggle Studies and Arithmancy instead, what would they have done? How would they have made it to both classes? They couldn't do it all of a sudden. Like the scheduling at Hogwarts is just bananas, because this is the 3rd year's first time to all of these are the elective courses.
Right.
All of these are new classes. So if you're having your 2nd year students sign up and try out new electives, the fact that 3 of them happen at the same time is wildly prohibitive to them taking new classes. And it's like, it's very discouraging. Like you can't do it.
Right.
Like you couldn't have taken. Basically, they're saying choose Care of Magical Creatures or Divination and one of the other 3, because otherwise you won't be able to take them at the same time. Like, this is their first experience with this. Like they should have ample opportunity to take the classes.
It's not good scheduling.
It's not good scheduling, especially this is what really drove me so crazy about it. Is later in the chapter you will learn that after lunch is when they have their first Care of Magical Creatures class of the day, right?
Yeah.
That's when they have it.
Right.
And it is Hagrid's first class ever, right? So Hermione has had, like, if you took the other 3 classes, they scheduled 3 classes for the 3rd years at 9 a.m. And Hagrid had 0 classes of any year at all until after lunch.
Right,
like,
right.
What was he doing with the morning? Why isn't he teaching the 4th years or the 5th years? You know?
Yeah, it does seem like he should have had other classes happening. Well, and the other kind of interesting thing, too, is that, so Hermione is taking Divination at 9 o'clock, but then inside of the Divination class, you've also got, Dean, Seamus, Neville, Harry, Ron, Parvati, Lavender, Hermione herself.
Yes.
It's like...
The entire Gryffindor 3rd year class took Divination.
Yes.
Meaning none of them
are taking these others.
The other 3.
Yes.
Exactly.
So does that mean that, like, Hermione's just in class with the teacher potentially by herself?
By herself? It almost has to mean that.
Yeah.
Maybe it's like Care of Magical Creatures where they have it with the Slytherins.
Sure.
So it's like Hermione, and it also maybe it's just that, like, only the Gryffindors have Divination at this time or something, and the Ravenclaw 3rd years would have their own time period for it.
I suppose so.
Or no one from any other house took Divination.
Right. Yeah, it's all, yeah. What is it, Sinistra? Is that who teaches, or no, Arithmancy is what I was going for.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Vector?
yeah,
Vector is
Vector.
Arithmancy, because
Okay.
that's like
Vector
with
yeah.
direction and magnitude.
Yes.
That's from Despicable Me.
Okay. I was like,
Because I'm committing crimes.
that sounds like
with
a reference.
Direction and magnitude.
That's a good one.
We've been watching the Despicable Me movies at my house, so we can go see the 4th one this weekend.
I did not have Despicable Me reference on my bingo card for today's episode.
Probably didn't.
Gryffindor. Yeah.
There you go.
There you go. Nailed it.
Vector!
Anyway, schedules at Hogwarts be bonkers.
They do.
We'll move on because we've got plenty of pages left and we're barely making it.
I know. And then I love but Ron does ask her, how are you going to be in 3 classes at once? And it says, don't be silly. Of course I won't be in 3 classes at once. And it's like, outright lie. You will be.
You will be. Yes. At least based on how the current time continuum works.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep. I love when Hagrid walks up and it says he's absentmindedly swinging a dead polecat from an enormous hand. Like, why? I guess it's for the hippogriffs, but
Sure. Yeah. Honestly, I'm not gonna lie. That one, as much as we were like combing through it, just went clean over my head. It
Yeah.
must have just been like, Oh, what a classic Hagrid thing to do.
Just walking around with a dead cat.
No need to pay that any additional attention whatsoever.
Yep,
We
not at
also
all.
know last year he was just walking around the castle with a dead rooster as well. So maybe it really is commonplace.
It's right there. You know, he's been up since 5, getting ready for this post-lunch class.
I know. I do like the line from him though. Yeah, been up since 5, getting everything ready. Hope it's okay. Me, a teacher. Honestly, it's just like it's like you can feel the pride emanating from him.
Yes,
It's like,
it is.
aw.
Especially, and it's like I love that he's talking to them because it's like it's pretty much down to them clearing his name.
Yes,
Yeah.
true. Yep. This is
Yeah.
a big deal for Hagrid. So
Of course, he still has to do all of his gamekeeper duties. You know,
Naturally.
We're not gonna hire someone else to do that. Jeez.
Right, no, that'd be ridiculous.
You know, how many galleons we have to spare?
Look, we've
Apparently
al-
enough to pay all the house elves, but not another gamekeeper.
We've already trained Hagrid. He's been doing it for 50 years. It's fine.
Yeah, right. He can do both. You know,
Both. Why not
Both.
Yeah.
why not both?
All right.
All right. Then Ron says it'll take them 10 minutes to get to North Tower, which is. I'm like, how do you know? You've never been there.
The fact that they've never been there is kind of a big deal because
Yeah.
their quest to get there is quite the quest because it also comes with our introduction to Sir Cadogan.
It sure does. Sir Cadogan, who I find to be one of the most annoying characters.
Yeah, he really
Yeah.
is. It's sort of like one of those, and this isn't one of those details that it's. The further I am from having read Prisoner of Azkaban, the more impossible it is for my brain to pull Sir Cadogan out of my head as like a piece of trivia.
Yeah.
This is another one that my brain refuses to store. It's like you don't need it, you don't want it.
Sir Cadogan, Knight of the Round Table.
Well, I mean, that's like, okay, so I did a little of like the Pottermore archive
Yeah.
reading on Sir Cadogan.
So
which
did
is
I.
the same,
Yeah.
So yeah, I guess in the wizarding world, not in the actual tales
Right.
of the Knights of the Round Table, but in the wizarding world, it is believed that one of the lesser known knights is Sir Cadogan, who famously, I guess, was blasted by some type of two-legged dragon.
A wyvern.
A wyvern.
Yes.
Yes. Like helmet melting.
Yes.
Upon his head.
Yes.
In drastic retreat, finds a pony. In the middle of a field, which it then hops aboard.
Yes.
And then proceeds to accidentally reface down the wyvern.
Not accidentally, he intentionally refaces it down, brandishing his broken wand at it, intending to die a hero's death, like
yes.
understanding he's going to die. But because his wand is broken, it sort of like I think it like splinters the wyvern's tongue, and then when it goes to breathe, it's like gaseous fumes added. It gets ignited and blows up.
It blows up. Okay.
So that's his big heroic deed.
So he's kind of a calamitous
Yes, absolutely.
character
Yeah.
of sorts. Yeah. So, but that is the real in-universe history for Sir Cadogan and why he has his noble pony.
Yes, it does. I want to point out something by Ron too. Is that when they're looking for North Tower, Hermione they don't know where to go. And Hermione says, "I think it's this way," and Ron says, "Can't be. That's south. Look, you can see a bit of the lake out the window." And I was just like, "That is impressive orienteering by Ron to have his like absolute like has the compass just live in his mind for the direction of the castle and the lake and stuff."
No, I know. This actually it immediately reminded me of our grandfather. So we have like a small, very small camp up in Lake Champlain, Vermont.
Yeah.
And it always felt like every morning you'd wake up and he'd be like, wind's out of the north.
Yeah.
We're gonna have breakers on the beach by noon. And then sure enough, you'd have breakers on the beach by noon.
Yep.
It was just like, all right, well, I guess we're not water skiing today.
Yep.
Anyway,
Do you
but
remember the weather box?
I do remember the weather box.
Oh my gosh,
Yeah.
that I mean, I want it, you know.
I mean, it was for those who don't know.
Yeah.
It was a small cube, maybe 3 inches by 3 inches by 3 inches.
Yeah.
It had like a little flapper on it, and someone's voice, I presume, is recorded every single day, just like reading the news in a very like old timey kind of tone.
I am pretty sure that it has an antenna on it, and basically you click it on, and it's just set. The frequency on this particular radio, which has one button on it, which is the flapper, is that it is set to one frequency, and that frequency is the weather.
The weather.
The weather.
Yeah. And it just repeats.
And it just repeats it for whatever it is. I assume, like, I don't know if it's like has to be at Lake Champlain, or if we brought it here, it would be like, here's the Roanoke weather.
Yeah. Oh.
I know, right?
How fancy could
I
that
know.
be? Yeah, we got to get this weather box.
I've always loved that thing.
What a detour.
I know. You guys know about weather boxes.
Everybody's like,
It was like,
okay.
all right, we're getting back to Harry Potter here.
Yep, let's
you
do it.
braggarts. That's
Yeah.
what Sir Cadogan calls them. What's interesting to me is that Harry, Ron, and Hermione can't find North Tower, but when they do find it, all of the other Gryffindors are already there.
Yeah,
everyone else found it.
Everyone else is like, yes, we have maps of the school.
I know. Why are there not like signs? That occurs to me. It's like there's no signs in the school.
No.
And, like they don't hand out like maps. Like when you go to college, like the first thing to do is they're like, here's a map of campus. You're probably gonna need that.
Oh yeah, I used mine for like the first like 87 days of school.
Yes, right. Like it's a big place, and like to me, what I kind of like this explanation though is that like they don't hand out maps because exploring and discovering the school like on your own is like part of it.
Part of the curriculum.
Yeah, part of the curriculum.
Yeah. It's like you got to go wander a little bit.
Yeah. Even later, they're going to be like, it took them so long to find McGonagall's classroom. And I'm like, what do you mean? It took you a long time to find McGonagall's classroom?
I was like,
you've been there.
It's your third year.
No, you know where it is.
Yeah. Oh man. But yeah, so we find our way up to North Tower, where there is the silvery ladder that descends down.
Do you think she was up there waiting for someone to say, how do we get up there?
Yes.
I think she was.
I think she
because
was.
it's like on command as soon as Harry says it.
There is the description. Then once they arrive, it says it is. Sorry, I'm between two pages here, so I have to start on one page. In fact, it didn't look like a classroom at all. More like a cross between someone's attic and an old-fashioned tea shop.
Yeah.
And the thought that crossed my mind was literally whether or not when Dumbledore hired her, he was like, "We are not creating a new classroom. We have an attic, a storeroom that she can use."
Well, I mean, in a way, he's like, the reason Dumbledore hires her is basically to hide her.
Yes.
Like,
yeah,
unbeknownst to her.
Right. Yes,
Yeah.
she is hired because that's like one of those where it's like, okay, he hired Gilderoy Lockhart on purpose, which we've always attributed to Dumbledore's big plan and basically the need to like show Harry like what the dangers of like fame and kind of getting like a big head can be, which is very specific to Harry. But Trelawney predates Harry by quite a bit in terms of her tenure at the school. But the big thing that's going on there is that it's just Dumbledore has hired her because she is the one who professes the prophecy and
About Harry.
She doesn't know it, and his fear is that she will do it again to someone else, and then other people will know.
Yeah,
And
or that like her memory will be read, or something. It's like okay, or that she'll make another one, and if she does, maybe that'll be useful too.
Right,
which
right,
also
right.
happens.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
I guess the real question would be whether or not divination lives on at the school after Voldemort's defeat.
Well, this is the weird thing about divination is that like Professor Trelawney is like, for all intents and purposes, like a fraud in terms of like doing the stuff she says. Like
Sure.
she like as a seer, the things she says come true or whatever. And like she has real prophecies, but like at the same rate, like there are OWLs for divination.
Yes.
And like people are passing them.
Right.
You know, like so
Percy does.
Percy does
Yeah.
at the very least, and Bill must have, and Barty Crouch Jr. must have.
Right.
I guess we don't know that divination was one of his 12, but we don't know if it was at the school at that time. But either way, at least Bill and Percy have taken Trelawney and passed the OWL for it.
Right.
And like certainly other students must be as well.
Yes.
So like she must be doing something, and like there are books written about it. So it's like I guess there are like ways to do it that could be deemed like, yeah, you understand it.
Well, I know, and that's like where like Ferenzi shows up, you know, in Order of the Phoenix, and
Yeah.
it does seem like what Ferenzi is teaching is a more practical perspective on the concept. Like it's more like a more realistic view of how it may work. Like it's not that there aren't answers written in the stars. It's just that like there are, just interpreting them is difficult, and it is non-exact, and it doesn't have to do with like the mundane dealings of like broken teacups and
Right.
you know, dead rabbits.
Right.
Like it's like this is like large planetary movements that dictate the ebb and flow of good and evil in, you know, all of everywhere. You know,
Yes.
and so it's like maybe that's more of the backbone of what's going on there.
I guess so. Something like that. But
Yeah.
but like she's the teacher and they're passing it. So
Right. Well, I
Yeah.
think even both Harry and Ron end up getting an OWL in divination.
do they?
I believe they do.
Okay.
I think that they do technically pass, like with
Like the lowest passing grade.
the lowest passing.
Yeah.
Yeah. They don't
Okay.
get like troll.
Okay. Or yeah, okay. Well, anyway, I guess she must be doing something right, or else maybe just if you read the maybe it's like you read the textbook, you get it, you know.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes.
Let's see. And then she says, you may not have seen me before. I find that descending too often into the hustle and bustle of the main school clouds my inner eye. But like, yeah, we already sort of talked about that. I find it so weird that she never ever leaves, even for the feasts.
I think it's the cooking sherry that's clouding her inner eye.
I know, right? Exactly. It's so funny. Like, what a weird thing to make her drink.
Yeah.
Let's see. I love the whole books can only take you so far in this field. This is what immediately I think turns Hermione off. Like, I wonder if her opening speech had been different if she doesn't like have a different tact on Trelawney from the outset.
Well, I mean, even like her own, like Trelawney's own description of it does not necessarily suggest to you that this is a class that you would be taking because you can develop a skill in it. It's almost like, are you or are you not naturally gifted with an incredibly rare ability?
Right.
You know, and it's like when it really boils down to it, that's all of it.
That's pretty much it.
Yeah. I mean, like when it comes to being a true blue, genuine seer.
But like maybe not too, because like she does do like later on in Half-Blood Prince, like she's reading like the tarot cards.
Right.
You
like
know?
the lightning struck tower.
Like, and that's just like out of book learning, you know. She's not like seeing through the cards or something in some like magical way. She's just like, she knows what that means and how to interpret them, and she's doing it correctly. She just doesn't know what it's about.
Yeah, and you're right. I mean, that's an interesting one too, because I'm pretty sure the way that exact scene goes is that like she runs into Harry and she's like, every time I lay the cards, no matter how I do it, it's always the same. Lightning struck tower, you know, terror, calamity, like
the what is it? The Knave of Spades or whatever.
Yes, yeah. So I mean, you're right. Like it does seem like the magic in some way, shape, or form is speaking through her, I think.
Yeah, or through the cards.
Or through the cards.
Or the cards, have some magic in them. I don't know.
Right. Yes. Because I mean, then obviously 2 chapters later,
the
Lightning Struck Tower,
and Dumbledore dies, and
yes,
Draco's up there, and so I mean they're right. Anyway. We skipped over this, but I did want to point it out, is that when they walk in the room, it says, a voice came suddenly out of the shadows, a soft, misty sort of voice. And I love that it's out of the shadows because it's like far away from the door, but clearly she's the one who opened the door to let the ladder down, which means she opens the door, lets the ladder down, and then runs to hide in the shadow and is like, ooh, here's my moment.
I know. I love the thought that she's like sprinting across the room and like trips. And, like one of the moves like, I got this.
Yeah.
It'll take him a second to get up.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
And I know what you're thinking, like, oh, couldn't she have magically opened the door? And it's like, I don't know if she could have.
It doesn't seem like she can repair her broken teacups.
I know. Like, if she can't repair the teacups, the only magic we see her do outside of fortune telling is when she's like serving the crystal balls like a tennis racket.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which I mean, I guess that seems like maybe the same kind of magic you would use to trip a door open.
Yeah.
But I think it is way more likely she's got her ear to the door. She's like, oh, someone asked about the door. Open it. Run. Hide.
Yes. Yeah.
Entrance.
I have absolutely no issues with this at all.
Okay. Cool.
Yeah.
That's my headcanon.
Yep. Perfect.
All right.
Perfect.
Good. Let's see. I think so. I wouldn't be so sure. Oh, there's another little Neville prediction in here where not only does she predict the teacups thing, but she says, is your grandmother well? And he says, I think so. And she says, I wouldn't be so sure if I were you, dear. And this is a very sly one because it's similar to like the Parvati thing we talked about earlier, where she's seeing into the future, and he's like, "Oh yes, there's Parvati having a bad time with the red-haired man, Ron, but actually it's Padma."
Right.
What we're seeing here is like she's seeing Neville's grandmother in the future, but she doesn't look so well because she looks like Snape coming out of the wardrobe.
Ooh.
Yeah, I think that's what she's seeing here. He's like, how's she looking?
Right.
Yeah.
Yes. No,
Yeah, so good.
I like that phrasing exactly, because that was one of the ones where I was like, "Ooh, does this kind of struggle with our version of Trelawney is always
Nope.
right?" But no, I like
it's the
that
wardrobe.
one. Okay,
It's
that's
the Bogart lesson coming up.
That's perfect.
Yep.
That's perfect. On that note, one of the other questions I had for you was, do you remember? Okay, because it says around Easter, one of our number will leave us forever.
Yeah.
Is that
That's just Hermione.
That's
leaving
just
the class.
Hermione.
It's This is like a confusing one because it's phrased as if someone's going to die, but it just means that Hermione's going to quit the class.
Yeah.
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 Which
That
is-
tracks. That tracks.
Yeah.
Okay.
Although she also says we'll progress to the crystal ball if we finished with fire omens, and I'm like, when did they do fire omens?
Maybe we just missed that.
Yeah, I don't know.
It's just like during some of the uneventful like weeks past.
Yeah, weeks passed at the castle. They'd moved on to crystal balls.
Right. Yeah. It's like.
Yeah.
So we didn't get to see fire omens.
Yeah. Oh, okay. All right.
I want to know more about that one.
Yeah. This is also where Trelawney doles out the Friday the 16th incident to Lavender, which is actually a reference to Sirius breaking into the castle, not Binky. And then she tells Neville, after you've broken your first coat, which you guy to select the blue pattern one, which is like, why don't you just tell him to pick up the blue one from the first, from Go?
Yeah.
And
yeah.
also, can't you repair them?
I think maybe not though, because it even says like it says sure enough, Neville had no sooner reached the shelf of teacups when there was a tinkle of breaking china. Professor Trelawney swept over to him holding a dustpan and a brush and said, "One of the blue ones, then, dear." So it's like even the holding of the dustpan and the brush feels awfully non-magical.
It does. It's like, yeah, can't you repair them?
Right. Yeah. Well, I mean, repair or like magically vanish or like send away or scoot aside or like have the dustpan act of its own accord. I don't know. I mean, I'm just
Yeah.
trying to think of any other version
Any
than
other that-
physically holding a broom and dustpan.
Yes, I know. You're right. There seems like there's a lot of ways around doing that. Let's see. Okay, so right out of the gate, Harry and Ron seem like they're being really skeptical of the tea leaves, which I find unrealistic. Like, I feel like if I was a third-year student at Hogwarts and I was like taking divination, it's like, we're going to go take like read the future. Like, it feels like a very exciting class to take.
I agree with
No.
you. Like, I think even if there was a piece of me that had like the healthy skepticism living in the back of my mind, I'd still be like, this is gonna be fun.
Yeah,
I
this
mean,
is fun.
it's sort of like the fortune cookie thing. It's like, it's you never open it and think like, this is probably going to come to pass. But it's also kind of like, sometimes it's a neat little like affirmation. You're
Yeah.
like, oh yeah,
Right.
I can see why that applies to me.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, but they're pretty skeptical right out of the gate, which is funny because Ron's predictions when he reads Harry's tea leaves are both spot on the money.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So let's see. What's his first one here?
Let's see.
My turn. Ron peered into Harry's teacup, his forehead wrinkled with effort. "There's a blob, a bit like a bowler hat," he said. "Maybe you're going to work for the Ministry of Magic," which Harry does.
Harry does work for the Ministry of Magic. He becomes an Auror, which I think is a stupid outcome. I think he should become the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor, but that's just me. That's fine.
No,
Anyway.
it's not just you. It's not just you.
not
I think
just
it's
me.
everybody.
It's
Everybody is
everyone.
in agreement. There's a gigantic curse on the position by Voldemort, who Harry defeats, and Harry is like the DADA guy, and he teaches Dumbledore's army, which is like half of DADA.
Hogwarts is his home.
Hogwarts is his home. He should be there.
He should be there.
Yeah.
Anyway, he's not. He works for the Ministry, so Ron is correct with his prediction here. Maybe you work for the Ministry, and then his next one says a windfall, unexpected gold, which is just like that also comes to pass.
Yes, because of the Triwizard winnings.
Yes, that happens next year. Harry unexpectedly wins the Triwizard Tournament and gets gold. Ron says you can lend me some. Hilariously, Harry just gives all of it to Fred and George.
Yes.
So maybe he mistakes the red-haired man as well.
Ah, look
Yeah.
at you go. They do look awfully similar.
Yeah.
I mean, it's also what happened to McGonagall earlier in this chapter, where she gave George the schedules instead of Percy.
Yeah, right.
Everybody's just mixing up the Weasleys.
Oh, man. I gave it to you, Percy.
If you've seen one red-haired boy in this school, you've seen them all.
You've seen them all. They're all just out there. Even they're all so different.
I'm kidding.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. So then Professor Trelawney swoops in. She starts, making all the scare predictions. The Falcon, my dear, you have a deadly enemy. This is kind of funny. Well, I don't know. Obviously, it's just Voldemort.
Sure.
But I guess possibly you could interpret it as Sirius Black within the context of the book, because Harry's currently worried about it.
I suppose so.
Yeah.
Yep. I was wondering. I was trying to think of like a fun way that like why the Falcon?
Yeah.
Because it's like there's so many different like birds that are relevant to Harry Potter, but
Yeah.
like it's like falcons are not.
Falcons are not, and it's like they're not really with the enemy either. Does anyone use a falcon ever?
Not from my knowledge.
Yeah, I mean, Buckbeak is more of an eagle, less of a falcon, right?
Yeah. So I don't know if there's anything behind that.
Yeah, I don't know. Just
If anybody has an answer, let us know. That'd be a good
Yeah.
one to discover. I would like that tidbit. Let's see here. What else do we have here?
the club and attack, dear. This is not a happy cup. I don't know what the club would be. Or I guess is Harry. There is an attack later in the dorm room, but it's not on Harry or Ron. It's on Scabbers.
Yep.
So it's sort of in his future.
Then, of course, the skull. And at some point in time, I'm like, man, she's really pulling a lot from this one cup.
I know.
There's like a lot of images happening inside of there.
But then the showmanship, my dear boy, no, it is kinder not to say, don't ask me.
I know.
I mean, she's putting on a show.
She is putting on a show, but
Yeah.
then I do like this there, and I noticed that this like might be like a characteristic that I haven't historically picked up on. But I feel like Dean Thomas is just sort of like the room's like everyman.
Right.
He's just sort of like
He's like
just
the
gonna ask-
exposition.
he's
Yeah.
just like the one who's going to be like, "What is it?"
Don't take the bait, Dean.
Right. Yeah. So Dean is just like asking the question that like everybody's like, "What's up?"
Yeah.
What does that mean?
Yeah, don't ask me. I'll ask. I'll do it.
I'll do it. What we need.
Where's
to know.
Bem? Where's Bem in all this, Bem?
Dude, I wrote literally a thing that is just where's Bem when you need him.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Exactly.
yeah.
Bem, if you don't know, is the random Gryffindor student who shows up in the third movie and then promptly disappears, but he delivers some truly unsettling lines to the audience.
Yes, he's just like very, very well informed and intense.
Yes.
It's like, okay.
Okay, all right.
Thank you, Bem.
Like trying to catch smoke with your bare hands.
It's like, yeah.
Okay.
Have you ever considered getting into like slant poetry or slam poetry?
Slam poetry.
Yeah, I got it wrong.
Yeah.
I was thinking of slant rhymes.
Slant rhymes.
That's Emily Dickinson, right?
I mean, yeah.
I needed to recover something about my poetry knowledge there.
Okay.
Hopefully I'm right. Anyway, we'll continue.
All right, so then she spots the Grim, the giant spectral dog that haunts churchyards, which I was like, does Sirius ever in a churchyard at any point here? I don't think he is.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Yeah. But the worst omen of death. This is funny, too, because it is the worst omen of death, and it's like, Harry does die eventually. Like, he comes back to life,
True.
you know?
Yes.
It's like, she's not incorrect. If she's seeing into Harry's future, it's like, yeah, Harry dies.
That is true.
Yeah.
That is true. I mean, and yeah, to be fair, he is destined for it.
Yes.
In fact.
Right.
So there is at least an ounce of something.
Based
going
on her
there.
own prophecy.
But yeah, true. Right. Yeah. It's like she should know.
She should know. She doesn't even know she made that one.
Right.
Oh, Trelawney. Doesn't know how much she knows.
But then, yeah, so what I do think is funny then is like basically immediately after that, like Trelawney just like ends the lesson. Says like, I think we should leave the lesson here for today. And I'm like, so basically you've come in, you've delivered a certain amount of like pizzazz.
Yeah.
You guys all drink a cup of tea.
Yeah.
That was it.
That was pretty much it.
It was like, you know, so it's like,
declared Harry was going to die.
right. Yeah. It's like, okay, this lesson could not have lasted more than like 17 minutes.
And yet, it takes them so long to find McGonagall's classroom. Early as they'd left divination, they were only just in time.
Only just in time.
I don't understand.
Right.
How did they get lost again?
It is their head of house.
It is their head of house. Third year here. I don't understand. Also, as they're leaving, Trelawney tells Neville, "You'll be late next time, so mind you work extra hard to catch up." And I'm like, how late? How late is he going to be? Extra hard to catch up? What do you mean?
Yeah, right. It's like
How much are you going to miss in the first 5 minutes of class?
by late do you mean? Yeah. Okay. Well, I mean, Jay, that's about 1/3 of the class.
I guess so. How long does it take to make a cup of tea?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. But anyway, yes, we make it into McGonagall's classroom where she is giving an explanation about animagi or wizards who can transform into animals. And basically, the class is so preoccupied with what they've just witnessed in Trelawney's that they do not give her a certain amount of applause to her own showmanship, which
Yes.
is her transforming in front of them into the tabby cat with spectacle markings around her eyes.
Yes.
And I love that, like the response. She's like, "Really? What has gotten into all you today?" said Professor McGonagall, turning her back into her herself with a faint pop and staring around at them. Not that it matters, because that was the first time in my transformations not gotten an applause from the class.
Yeah.
I do like the fact that she's got some like pride in this particular ability.
Yes, absolutely. It's like, this is really hard, okay? Come on.
Like not many people
Like,
can do
I am
this.
a master transfiguration person over here. Like, that was awesome. Come on.
Right,
Come
right.
on.
That's 1 in a million.
You're the Gryffindors.
My
Yeah.
people.
What I do like about this particular passage, though, is that it is coming so hot off the heels of you learning that Harry is, destined to die because of the Grim or whatever, that like like what this passage is like sneakily doing is telling you, the audience, about animagi, which are extremely important to the story this year in particular. This is how Sirius Black is doing it. He is the black dog, you know,
Right.
like Peter Pettigrew, Scabbers is the rat. Like animagi is huge, and it's like Harry is so distracted from divination that he's not paying attention, so you, the reader, don't even pay attention. In fact, the explanation for animagi is in parentheses, just like, oh, just in case, just so you know, like Harry wasn't paying attention there, but like that's just wizards who can transform at will into animals. Don't worry about it, not a big deal. It's like, it's like, but nope, that's establishing a huge plot point.
No, I know. I mean, this would go back to like any lesson in like Professor Bin's class where it's like he was droning on about some goblin rebellion, and you're like, yeah, whatever.
Yeah,
like,
don't matter.
It's like, I'm sure that doesn't come up later, and it's like it doesn't come up later.
Yeah.
And so this is sort of the same thing where it's like, yeah, we're learning about the ability to transform into animals. No big deal.
No big deal.
Like,
We've already known McGonagall could do that. It's not like literally like the first chapter of the series. Okay, people can do that. Got it.
Right. But what I do think is kind of interesting is that like the selection and choice of Sirius's ability to turn into like a large black dog feels like it was established like from the very beginning, because like Sirius is mentioned in the very first chapter of Philosopher's Stone, and Sirius is a star in the sky known as the Dog Star.
Absolutely. I mean, this is a plot line that the first 3 books especially feel like they were extremely well thought out as like this is the premise for the story.
Right.
Like going forward. Like I think you can even see like the early notes for the books where it's like here will be the defense against the dark arts professors for the first few years, and like Lupin will be the 3rd one, and Lockhart will be in here, and
It's pretty amazing. It's pretty amazing. So yeah, I think that's cool that it's not just like it's, because I mean it's the same thing where it's like I used to always have like my quandaries about whether or not it was planned for the diary to be a Horcrux in advance, and I do think I've been more convinced on our latest pass, especially because we're reading it in this particular fashion, which is changing the way I view a lot of things. But yeah, it's just really cool to be like, haha, no, this is not shoehorned in there. This feels like it was very intentional from the beginning.
Yes.
There was just no need to properly, even in that first chapter, we see McGonagall transform from a cat into a person.
Right.
So like even that ability, like this, like it's not like that was just concocted.
Right.
You know, it's like, no, we've seen it before.
We've seen it before. I mean, it's almost the same trick. It's like it's the first bit of magic you see too. So you're just sort of like, you don't know how rare it is or how difficult it is. Like that is your introduction to magic at all.
Right.
Is this,
right, yes.
and it's by a trusted person you like. So you don't even think about it as being like a thing the enemy could use.
Like potentially
or something.
nefarious, yeah.
Right. Which is this, it's the exact same trick as the Polyjuice Potion. It's like it's introduced in 1, it pays off in 3. Polyjuice Potion, introduced in 2 by the good guys, used nefariously by the bad guys in 4.
Right, yes.
2 books later.
I know. It's so funny because it's a book about magic, but oftentimes the writing itself is the magic trick.
Right.
Because it's like
the prestige.
the prestige. Yes, exactly.
It's very well done. And then also I like how like you just had this crazy lesson with Trelawney. You don't know whether or not you should take it seriously, but you know you can trust McGonagall, and she immediately discredits it all, and it's sort of like, but what about some of those things were kind of true, you know?
I know. Yes. Yep. That's exactly it.
Which one of you will be dying this year? Even that, it's like, what a great way to like throw you, the reader, off of things. Because it's like, oh yeah, no. This happens literally every year. This wasn't special or anything.
Right.
Never mind. Oh, it was Harry. Oh, shocking. It was Harry. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, of course it was Harry.
Hard to pick that one out of a
Yeah.
crowd.
Mhm. Yes. If not for the fact that I never speak ill of my colleagues, it's like, we ain't kind of doing that right now.
I literally highlighted that and I just wrote in, you just imply that not to speak ill. And then like at the end of the next paragraph, it says, true seers are very rare. And Professor Trelawney.
Yeah, it just trails off. But I finished the rest of the sentence and said, is one.
It's true.
It's true.
It's true.
She is. Oh, man. I love this is like sort of a dark joke, but she's like, Potter, you'll excuse me if I don't let you off homework today. I assure you, if you die, you need not hand it in.
Hermione laughed. Harry felt a bit better.
I thought that was hilarious. Like, ooh, what a good one. What a good one.
Well done.
Sick
McGonagall.
burn.
Yeah. Oh, man.
Let's see. But then we get to the next page, and Ron is like, you know, he's not totally convinced. He's like, you haven't seen a great black dog anywhere, have you? And Harry's like, You know, the thing is,
I sort of
the
did.
thing is,
Right. Yeah. You know how I'm constantly marked with like, darkness and omens and like threats.
Yeah.
And I did. I did see
it's
one
like,
of
you know how
those.
trouble always finds me, and now someone's telling me that a great dog might kill me. It's like, I have seen one.
Right.
Yeah, there's no doubt. And then this is where interesting, because Hermione's been pretty much correct about everything so far, and then Hermione's like, probably a stray, and it's like, nope.
Nope. Not a stray.
Not a stray.
Yeah.
Very on purpose. Very there for Harry. Very much not a Grim, though.
Yes.
Yes. And then she kind of explains out the Grim's not an omen. It's the cause of death. It's the fear of the dog that actually kills you, which sounds like it, kind of tracks, even though like Harry's fear of the dog doesn't go on to kill him or anything like that.
True. But what he's seeing, I mean, I guess that's true, but like what Harry has witnessed is not the Grim.
Yeah, that's true.
So I guess Ron's Uncle Bilius did in fact see a Grim.
I guess so.
Theoretically.
I mean, is a Grim like an actual creature, or is it like any large black dog?
No, I feel like it's. I tend to think of it as like a shadowy existence that does take a very particular shape that like you may or may not witness.
Okay.
But like that, to me, I don't know. That's my read on it. Like I feel like there is something that is a Grim. Just that's not what we're dealing with in this book.
Okay.
That would be my take on it.
I would say there. I think you're right, but I think it doesn't even exist. I think people are just seeing large black dogs and thinking they are.
Oh, and then
the mythical Grim.
I see. I
Yeah.
see. Okay.
That's what I think. Yeah.
Fair enough.
I don't know, but I could be. I mean, who knows? Maybe there's a real Grim out there.
Could be.
Yeah.
Let's hope
That'd
we
be
never see
that'd be a fun thing to put into Founders. It'd be like just so the black dog, and like the audience will know like
No way.
no way, and I'm like, is it an animagus or is it a real Grim? I
It's a-
don't know.
could be a Grim,
I don't know either. You guys tell me. Let's see. And then Ron dropping some knowledge on Hermione and says, "You just don't like being bad at something for a change." How we're just like, boom.
I know.
Yeah.
Yep. But I also like the fact that like hilarious. I think it's hilarious that Ron is like mildly backing Professor Trelawney in this moment, because it seems like all three of them pretty much get it. Not long after.
Not long after. I think he's just but even by the end of the page, it says Ron and Hermione weren't speaking to each other, which is kind of a theme for this book, because they're going to be fighting about Scabbers and Crookshanks for most of it.
Yes.
Hilariously, I thought this was like just like a bit of like I don't know, verbal irony, where it says Hermione says, "If being good at divination means I have to pretend to see death omens in a lump of tea leaves, I'm not sure I'll be studying it much longer." And it's like, ironically, that was a correct prediction.
Nailed it.
Nailed it.
She is good at it.
She is good at it.
She's got skill, just the wrong teacher.
Wrong teacher. Yeah,
that's exactly it.
exactly. Oh man. So next up, we finally make our way to Hagrid's first class after lunch, where he's been doing nothing all morning except swinging around a dead cat.
A dead polecat. Jay.
Dead polecat.
Yeah, I mean, can he even be gamekeeper if he's not actively walking around holding a piece of dead game?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I guess not.
I guess not.
This is the game I'm keeping right now.
I'm keeping it.
I'm keeping it.
Right here in my hand.
This is what it means. Gamekeeper.
Gamekeeper.
Yes.
It's game, I'm keeper.
Yeah.
Boom.
Boom. Nailed it.
That being said, I bet Hagrid would be a great keeper.
Yeah. Oh, you mean it like Quidditch?
In Quidditch.
I mean, I'm sure he could defend at least one pretty
Yeah,
good.
yeah,
Yeah.
quite
you
well.
gotta make you force it to the other sides, you know.
Yeah. Anyway.
Yeah. Seems
Unrelated.
like you'd have to build your team around that, I think.
Maybe so.
Yeah,
Maybe
like,
so.
you know
And-
what?
and
We'll
Broom.
force them to aim at the center hoops, and then you just have like the chasers also keeping over there.
Right.
Yeah.
It's a defensive strategy.
It's a defensive. It's like a defense. It's like defend, break away.
Right.
Yeah.
The best offense is a good defense.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, they can't score on Hagrid pretty much ever. Imagine how big his broom would have to be. It'd be like a tree out there.
Oh man, that'd be
Crazy.
something.
Anyway, that's not important. We don't want to talk about Quidditch strategy right now. Probably.
Probably. Yeah. So we make it to Hagrid's class
Or
where
guess what? Malfoy, Crabbe and Goyle are talking about
still Harry.
Still Harry.
I highlighted it and said, "Is he ever not talking about Harry?"
I highlighted and said Malfoy is so obsessed with Harry.
Yes.
I
Yes.
know.
It is so funny the things that like it's just like, come on.
Like, dude, like it's lunch.
It's
a whole meal has passed.
Right. It's like, I don't know how you're passing any of your classes when you're spending all of your time thinking up new material or just recycling the old material.
Like every conversation they're having is just like, I could not believe Potter fainted. Can you guys believe Potter fainted?
Right, I'm still not over it.
The
Are you guys
Dementor
over
came
it?
in like, I mean, he fainted. He fainted. Like, I was scared, but like, he fainted. Crabbe, how did you feel? Potter fainted. I mean, imagine it. Like but like seriously, that must be his line of conversation for the last like 12 hours.
Yeah.
That's basically all he said as far as we are aware of.
Right. So no wonder he didn't figure out how to open up the book.
Yeah, right.
How do you like that transition?
This is very, very good. I think this is funny though, because it's like Malfoy's being rude to Hagrid here, and yet it's like this happens a couple of times where like Malfoy's rude to Hagrid, but like in a I kind of see where he's coming from sort of way.
Yes, yeah. Like he says, yeah. So basically, Hagrid's like, "You've got to stroke him," and Malfoy's like, "Oh, how silly we've all been. We should have stroked them. Why didn't we guess?"
Yeah,
and Hagrid's like,
tremendously funny.
I thought they were funny," said Hagrid. Hagrid said uncertainly to Hermione. Yeah, it's kind of like, yeah, Malfoy does have a small point here.
Yeah.
It's like, it's not clear. Even the guy who ran the shop didn't know how they worked.
Right.
No one figured them out.
No one figured them out.
I do think it also speaks to the fact that Hagrid just has like this genuine belief, like, you know, I mean, it's almost exactly like what Leta Lestrange says about Newt in Crimes of Grindelwald, where she's like, "You never met a beast you couldn't love," and she's of course referring to herself in that particular moment. But like, I feel like it's true. Like, I think Hagrid and Newt both have this like this like at their core. You know, it's like what makes them have this like affinity with beasts. Is that they don't see that, they see them as interesting. They see them as having like their own reasons for exactly all the reasons they are what they are.
Exactly.
So I think I still think it's endearing, even if it's understandable on Malfoy's point.
Malfoy finally changes the subject for one sentence. It says, "God, this place is going to the dogs. That oaf teaching classes. My father will have a fit when I tell him," which is sort of like, could Lucius not figure out, like, is the staff not public knowledge?
Right, to the governors.
Well, he's not a governor anymore.
Oh,
He
that's
gets
true.
ousted
Yeah,
after last year.
So maybe he wouldn't know.
But anyway, so Harry, of course, speaks up. "Shut up, Malfoy," who immediately falls back into his 12-hour conversation. "Careful, Potter, there's a Dementor behind you." Like, one, no, there's not even a good threat. And two, like, dude, get over it.
I know.
I am so tired of hearing you talk about it.
Think of any other joke.
I know. Like, you have run it dry.
Yeah. But so then Hagrid does take them over to the paddock where all of the hippogriffs are. I was a little confused. It seems like the paddock is described as being empty, and then a whole bunch, and then Hagrid like walks away and then comes back into the scene with a whole bunch of creatures.
Yeah, that's what it says.
Okay.
Yeah, it's weird. It's like he has a second paddock.
It's like,
you know what? Hagrid's got some showmanship too. You know?
Yeah, exactly.
What do you think he's been setting up since 5 a.m.?
Right, he's like he's running them through their paces. It's like, okay, we got this, guys. We got this.
Right.
On 3. Let's
Prance.
go. Prance. The parade
it
of
seems
hippogriffs.
surprising that he has a paddock for them that they're not in, because he's keeping them somewhere else.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is also one of those things that, like, when you're reading the book, there's like a whole group of hippogriffs, whereas if you just watch the movie, it's like, it's just Buck Witherwings over there, you know?
But yeah, good save.
Thanks.
For one quick
I
second.
didn't want any Death Eaters listening to realize that one of the hippogriffs in question has been sentenced to death.
Yes, indeed. Yeah. The other thing I do think is interesting, this is just like a trivia question, because I think I would get it wrong, is the various colors of all of the hippogriffs.
Oh, man.
Which, would you be able to include pinkish roan?
Couldn't have gotten pinkish roan. Might have gotten gleaming chestnut.
Yes.
Might have gotten inky black.
Oh, I see inky black, and let's see here, bronze and pinkish roan were the ones I was like, I don't think so. Stormy gray sounds like Witherwings, and gleaming chestnut just seems reasonable. So
Yeah, right. I know. Like, what is roan? I don't even know.
I don't know. A roan I thought was a name of a horse.
Oh.
Like I thought like a roan is like a term for a horse, but that could just be incorrect.
I don't know.
Maybe people are describing the color.
Because I'm imagining it's like being pink, but if like roan is like brown, then it's like pinkish, like pinkish brown or something.
Like a coppery color, like a
coppery
bronze?
color. Yeah, maybe like a rose gold or something.
Yeah,
you know, maybe.
Yeah. But we have bronze already.
We already have bronze. Yeah,
Yeah,
so it's not that. Otherwise, you're just being really. Harry's a stiffler for colors. You know?
Yes,
He's
indeed.
like, oh, look at the pink one. I'd call it more of a pinkish roan, Hermione.
Harry's like actually missing out on like a great oil painting career.
Like, yeah, I am the chosen one. I have to defeat the Dark Lord, but I am so good at painting. I love it. I just love it.
Yes,
you know?
yes, indeed.
Yeah.
I do like the way that Hagrid is explaining it to the class. Again, this is like one of those things where it's like I think it speaks to his respect for animals. He said, "You always wait for the hippogriff to make the first move." Hagrid continued, "It's polite, see." And I just like it's polite. You know
what?
like,
yeah.
What?
So I hate to be like on the side of Malfoy here
No way.
as well, which
Okay.
I'm not really on the side of him or anything.
That sounds like it. Yeah.
It's not. But like Harry and Ron are going to go on to say like Hagrid said, "Don't insult them or they'll attack,"
Right.
or whatever, right? But I will point out that what he actually says is, "Don't never insult one because it might be the last thing you do." Which is a double negative, which otherwise reads insult them, or it might be the last thing you ever do.
Whoops.
Whoopsie. So, like, as far as I'm concerned, Malfoy's just listening to what he said.
I know. He's like, okay, I did the bow, now insult.
Which, you know what? It almost even tracks that way because it's surprising to me that Malfoy does the bow.
Same.
You know, like
Yes.
he listens enough to get Buckbeak to bow back, which is surprising in its own right.
To me, that was supposed to read as if Hagrid's instruction was good up until Malfoy made the decision to do something wrong.
That's right. Look, it's right here. Don't never.
Don't never.
Don't never do it.
It's like, always do it. Got it.
Always do it. Got it. Which he does.
You got to be careful. Careful with those
Double negatives.
double
Hagrid.
negatives. Yeah. All right. So let's.
That
see
being
here.
said, it's still pretty obvious what he means is don't insult them.
It is. It is.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's it. It's surprising to me that it is surprising to me that Buckbeak bows to Draco. However, as it is describing Buckbeak, the word that is when Harry is approaching Buckbeak, it says the hippogriff was still staring haughtily at him. And I circled the word haughtily because that word is otherwise almost exclusively used to describe the character of Narcissa Malfoy.
Oh.
So it's like, it's maybe this is why Buckbeak bows to Draco, because Buckbeak and Narcissa are actually kind of similar. And
Interesting.
Narcissa likes Draco.
Okay. The haughtiness. I actually think that I think at times Sirius is described as having a slightly haughty look.
I was saying this, I'm pretty sure Rowena Ravenclaw is described this way as well.
Yes, because
Yeah.
I think we have a theory that Rowena goes way back, and they have like a common ancestor, and that's like this like haughty
yeah.
look, like is like the common thread
Yeah.
through all of them. Anyway, not relevant in this particular moment, but I thought it was interesting because I had information behind haughty.
There you go.
Yeah.
All right. There you go. Haughtiness.
Haughtiness.
Yes. Anyway, let's see. This is maybe just like parsing the information a little too carefully, but when Buckbeak, Witherwings, bows to Harry, and after Harry rides Witherwings and gets off, it says, the class broke into applause, all except Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle, which to me means all the other Slytherins are applauding as well.
Oh, good point.
You know?
See, NPCs, man. I told
NPCs.
you.
Pansy Parkinson is cheering for
She
this.
is.
She is, according to the words of the book.
Yes.
Yes.
Pansy Parkinson, notorious fan of Harry Potter riding a Buckbeak.
Exactly.
You heard it here
It's
first.
in writing.
It's in writing.
Yep.
It's
I
canon.
mean, they're named. They're named out. Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle, the only ones who didn't break into applause.
Wow.
Which means
Wow.
Pansy Parkinson did.
Look at that. Throwing her a little bone there.
I know.
She's
Yeah.
actually polite for 1 second.
For 2 seconds, because there's 2 events here.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Although I think Hagrid, speaking of riding Buckbeak, I do think Hagrid is overstepping on the first lesson, saying, I reckon he might let you ride him.
I agree.
I'm like, Hagrid!
It's like, okay, wait. Let's dial it in just a little bit here. We can stick with the bow, the approach, the pet. That all seems good.
Yeah.
Not too bad. I mean, sure, you're probably going a little intense with hippogriffs on day 1.
Yeah.
You know, what are we on, like, you know, Trelawney has already called class.
I know,
by
right?
this time.
Yeah.
You know.
We've had tea.
Right.
We're good.
We're good.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, then going for the flight. I do like the fact though that after Harry's flight, the way that it describes the landing in particular, I was like, this is just a good attention to detail. But it says that it feels like he's going to slip off over the beak, then felt a heavy thud as the 4 ill-assorted feet hit the ground.
Yeah.
And I just sort of like the fact that it was sort of like, yeah, it has different feet front and back, and that affects how the landing goes.
Yeah.
That makes it less smooth.
Ill-assorted.
Ill-assorted.
Yeah.
Yeah. Good inclusion there.
Very good.
But then everybody else starts to go through and do the bow, and it does seem to work. I do think the bowing is kind of interesting. It reminds me just a little bit of like dueling. This sort of like
interesting,
respect
yeah.
aspect, like you bow
Yes.
before you duel.
Right.
So I don't know. Maybe
It's
that's
kind
like,
of like it almost is like has like the reverse chillin too from like Secrets of Dumbledore.
oh yeah.
Where it's like it's like you have to bow to the hippogriff and then it like considers you and then bows back, whereas like the chillin comes up and like considers you and like if you're worthy it will bow to you as well.
I wonder if this is like the origination point in like the history of dueling, where like if beasts had actually influenced the etiquette.
Could be.
That'd be kind of
be
fun.
interesting.
Yeah, I would just like that.
Yeah.
Be a fun way to fold the beast into the equation.
Right.
Either which way, though, as we continue to fold beasts into this particular conversation, Malfoy goes forward. He does successfully get the hippogriff to bow for him. And is it the same one? Oh, of course it's the same.
Buckbeak,
It's
yeah.
Buckbeak, yeah,
Yeah.
because then this is what sets Buckbeak up for
Yep.
execution later.
Bows to him, does what Hagrid says, and doesn't never insult them.
Right, which
And
is to say, says, you're not dangerous at all, are you? Are you, you great ugly brute?
Yeah. He says the word "you" like 3 times in like 7 words.
Yeah. Way to go. Good vocab.
Yeah. Well, now that we've established that Malfoy doesn't have much range in like conversation department.
Not so
know?
much.
Yeah. What are you going to talk to Buckbeak about? Like Harry falling to the Dementors?
Right. Buckbeak, you want to see my sweet impression?
Woo! Yeah.
But so Buckbeak doesn't and slashes Malfoy instead, to which Malfoy responds, I'm dying, look at me, it killed me.
Killed me.
It's like, it clearly has not killed you.
Yes.
So this is again where I would want to go back to the thing we were talking about earlier, where Harry came out on top on the Quidditch match with all of his arm bones being removed after being broken.
Yeah.
What we will see here is Malfoy be taken to the hospital wing for this injury.
Yeah.
Which also I think is at least somewhat reminiscent of flying lessons on day 1,
Yeah.
where Neville gets on a broom and promptly falls off and breaks his wrist.
Yep.
And Madam Hooch takes him to the hospital wing.
Yeah,
And
no
it's-
one. I know it's not. No one in at all is like, are they going to fire Madam Hooch
I know, exactly. It's like, guys, we're at wizard school. There's dangerous stuff like afoot.
all the time?
Yeah, it's like the good news is we can solve most of it very easily thanks to the magical powers of magic.
Yeah.
You know, like this is not that hard to solve.
I know.
So it's like it doesn't even seem like it would be necessarily like that uncommon. And there's no way in the world Madame Pomfrey can't repair his arm.
I know, which she does quickly.
Yes.
He just continues to complain for showmanship.
Yes.
Yes. A lot of dramatic people in the wizarding world.
I know they should really have like a
Where's the theater department at the
Yes,
school? You know,
the
where are
theater.
they practicing the arts at Hogwarts?
I don't know. Harry clearly should be, painting.
They're not. Yeah, I know. Harry's over there, pinkish roan. Hermione,
Hermione.
come on. You listen to this one, Ron.
Oh man. So there we go. They have a rather interesting first day at school. They're all a little bit like worried about Hagrid, which now is something where they're trying to do all of their homework at the end of the day. They're looking out the window. They see the light in his cabin. They're like, hey, we should go down and check on him.
We should go check on him.
They get down there. Hagrid has clearly Hagrid is sitting in his shirt sleeves at his scrubbed wooden table. What is shirt
Sitting
sleeves?
in his shirt sleeves.
Does that mean
I think
he's
he's
wearing-
like got his arms in his, like he's like got his head down in his sleeves.
Oh, I'm imagining like a reversed muscle tank.
A reverse tank top. Hagrid in just sleeves.
Sleeves.
He is sitting there shirtless.
But he's shirtless but sleeve full.
He's got a reverse vest on.
Yeah. looking real cool.
Oh my gosh! My gosh! That is that. You know what? That should be the pin on the West Coast tour.
There you go. Yeah. Sure.
Hagrid,
Shirtless.
yeah.
Sleepful Hagrid.
Yeah, shirt sleeve Hagrid.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
No, that's a good one. That's
Yeah.
a good one. But no, I do think we also potentially learn something about half giant's blood. Like we know that he is like oddly immune to a myriad of curses for this exact advantage that he has. But it also seems like Hagrid has been drinking a lot. One look at them told them that he had been. In fact,
This is interesting to me too, because it's like he must have had other classes that day too. Like, did the other classes do okay?
I assume they got canceled.
No, that was it.
That was it.
One person got hurt. That's it. Done.
Right.
I'll be drinking if anyone needs me.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, it's been a good day. He does say that instead that hippogriffs were maybe a little bit too intense to start with, and should have gone with flobberworms instead. And it's like I guess at some point in time they do end up doing flobberworms instead. And it's like,
but at some point in time, you mean that's all they do for the rest of the year?
yeah, it's like I just don't think that. There's too much distance between hippogriffs and flobberworms.
Yeah.
There needs to be something in between those.
There needs to be. You could have started with like the nifflers or really just anything.
Anything.
You know, even the hippogriffs would have been fine. You know, I think you could have gotten as far as bow to them. That's it.
Yeah.
Or just I'll show you. Here's me bowing to them. Here's some things they do. Cool.
Next lesson, we'll let you try it.
Next
Maybe
lesson, we'll
10
let you
lessons
try
from
it.
now, one of you can try to fly on one.
Right.
Yeah, we'll get there.
I mean, I remember going to 4-H camp as a kid, and one of the things I did was horseback riding. And you're only there for 4 days, and on the first day, I did not sit on a horse.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
I'm like, and on the second day, I got to sit on one, and it walked.
Right.
You know.
Right.
Like.
Did it ever gallop?
I think by day 4, they were like, if anyone wants to try galloping, we'll let it trot.
If anyone wants to try it, we shall not let you.
Mm-hmm.
However, if you'd like to go slightly swift,
Slightly swift.
let us know. Raise your hand.
Hope you're wearing jeans at this summer camp.
Yes, it is hot. Anyway, so you go through the whole situation. Harry, Ron, and Hermione, of course, trying to cheer Hagrid up and assure him that it's just Draco being Draco and all of his dramatics. Hagrid does give him a huge hug, and at some point in time, I think Hermione takes away his drink and dispenses of it outside, after which Hagrid's like, maybe she's got a point, and he goes outside, and this is where I mean the giant's blood thing. He sticks his head in the water barrel, which seems to basically sober him up instantly.
Yeah.
Because really the three of them are taking care of him and kind of being like the adults in the room for this entire situation. And then after sticking his head in the barrel, it's just a 180. And
Maybe he drinks it.
Maybe he drinks
He just
it.
like
the whole barrel.
sucks up the whole barrel, you know? All right, I'm good.
I am sober now.
Yeah.
I have drank 55 gallons of water.
Exactly. But maybe, Ben.
But maybe. Anyway, but so the turnaround is rather drastic, and I think it's something that I don't normally pick up on because I'm always listening to the books and not reading them. But in all caps, Hagrid all of a sudden looks at Harry and goes, "What do you think you're doing here, eh?"
Yeah. You're not to go wandering around after dark, Harry, and you two letting him. It's like this is another situation where it's like they didn't have to like wear the invisibility cloak down or anything. They walked right out the front door.
Right.
You know, like any other student. This is one of those things where if like Harry didn't know that Sirius Black was after him, like if he hadn't overheard Mr. Weasley or Mr. Weasley hadn't told him, he'd be like, "What are you talking about?
Well, yeah, right, yeah.
Why? What did I? This is allowed."
Right. Yeah, this is not that severe, and there really haven't been any mandates so far. Actually, you brought this up, and I noticed this several times in the first several chapters, where it's like they never really let you forget about Sirius Black all that much, and then it does feel like it's been maybe like mildly toned down just a smidge.
Sure.
Like it hasn't been like as like in our face. Like
Yeah.
we're not like the Dementors are there and Malfoy keeps doing his bit and everything, but like it doesn't feel like that like outside threat is like omniscient yet. Like
Yeah.
it's not everywhere. It's not all the time. So I feel like maybe that'll continue to sort of like slowly work itself back up. But really, all in all, that does bring us to the end of chapter 6.
It is the end of chapter 6, and I like the last line, though. He says, I'm taking you back up to the school, and don't let me catch you walking down to see me after dark again. I'm not worth that. Which, like, it is a very interesting inclusion by Hagrid here, because this is, like, at least the third time they've decided otherwise, Like, they go down after dark with, like, Norbert, and they go down after dark for Aragog.
Yep.
And, it's like they have clearly decided, Hagrid, that you are worth it.
You are worth it. Yeah. Like they time and time again. This is the third year in a row where they're like, and if anything, this was the least they put themselves at risk for either getting in trouble or just being eaten by giant spiders.
Yeah.
So not so bad. Or interacting with a dragon.
I know. Why are the Dementors at the front door of the castle?
I have no idea.
I don't know. It seems so weird.
It's hard to figure out like the configuration. Like,
It's like, because if they were, then Harry couldn't have this interaction.
Exactly.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you got to put them elsewhere. There's like the
put 'em
perimeter. They're outside the perimeter.
Right, yeah.
You can't get through the perimeter anyway, but you especially can't get past it because now there's Dementors
Now there's
everywhere.
Dementors there. Yeah.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah.
Hey, Sirius Black, known convict, cunning man, gonna come right through the front door.
Yes. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah. Isn't he already just in the forest?
Yeah, he's already here anyway,
Yeah.
so it doesn't
Or-
matter.
Yeah, whatever.
Yeah.
No big deal. Other just kind of fun note, because it is also a good callback to our Patreon special offer that we've got going on right now. I did accidentally put a tiny little tear in my final page of chapter 6 here. And it was one of those things where I was like, it occurs to me that at some point in time, somebody might get this particular page. So I circled it and read, oops, this happened on July 9th, 2024 at 2:51 p.m. That way, if anybody gets the page, it's like, oh man, mine came torn. It's like, no. That's actually
was
part of
it.
the experience.
It's so weird that you had a torn page. My page 118 is also torn. I don't know how it happened. Maybe I should make note of it.
You should make note of it. Let
Well,
the people know.
There you go. If you get page 118 at some point in the future, just know that it was pre-torn. It didn't happen in like shipping.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Come back to this episode. Yeah. There you go.
Fun little Easter eggs.
Fun little Easter eggs. But speaking of the Patreon, we are rapidly approaching recording our first episode of the Owlery, where we'll be answering letters from the audience. But so if you're already signed up, make sure you go check out the first episode that will be posted alongside this one.
Yes.
On Patreon. But in the meantime, we will still be reading reviews here on the main show, which often include questions.
Yes, indeed. So what do you got for us?
So I've got a review for you today. It says, this is from AUD, and then a bunch of emojis. Odd? I don't know.
Odd.
That's an odd name. It says, 10 out of 10 would recommend. This podcast is amazing. They really do analyze everything they can from each and every page. I can't say how great this is, but keep up the great work. This thought came to me. What would the books have been like if Voldemort never made or learned about Horcruxes until after his time at Hogwarts? Which to me is almost just like, what if he didn't know about Horcruxes? Because it seems like what if Dumbledore had removed that information from the library, ahead of time?
I know,
because he's seeking immortality either way.
I know. It's a really interesting question, because even in this chapter, like you mentioned something that I just sort of like logged away just to be like, hey, we should think about this and see if it matters in any way, shape, or form. But we were talking about the hiring of Trelawney for divination. And I can't remember Dumbledore's exact phrasing when he hires her, but is it to continue teaching divination or to offer the course at all?
I think it's to offer the course at all.
Okay, which might mean that, and that's the reason that you would suggest that there's a chance that Barty Crouch Jr. wouldn't have taken divination necessarily, because possibly Trelawney wasn't hired.
Right, maybe they just didn't have a divination professor and they had a second or a 13th subject.
Alchemy.
So that was also my answer. You're right. I think alchemy would have been.
Because alchemy is a really interesting one, because it's we know that alchemy is a field that exists within the wizarding world's magical context. So it's something that would be available. And we know that Dumbledore is partly noted for his work in alchemy with what it says, his partner Nicholas Flamel. And so that means that Dumbledore, does that mean he's doing these alchemical tests after school, or is he doing them after his years at school, or would he potentially have been taking those courses while at school?
That is a good question. I want to say maybe in Elphius, we'd have to go back and check it. I think in Elphius Doge's memoir or something, he says like after the first year, Dumbledore was like clearly the brightest student the school had ever seen and was in contact with the most notable magical names of the day. Like possibly, he might say after that, like including alchemist Nicholas Flamel or something.
Yes. Yeah, you could be right.
Which would be interesting because at that, well, obviously by the time Dumbledore meets Nicholas Flamel, he's already invented the Sorcerer's Stone.
Right.
So it's like, it's interesting that he has other developments in alchemy because for all intents and purposes, the purpose of alchemy is to make the Sorcerer's Stone.
Yes, like and that is true outside of the wizarding world as well.
Right.
Like that is the actual pursuit of the field of alchemy.
Yeah.
So that's kind of interesting, and so that's where like my thought like sort of like immediately like gravitated towards is like, you know, it stands to reason that Tom Riddle had an affinity for the dark arts in particular. So it stands to reason that that is the pathway that he would take. Though if he never learns about it, and we do know that eventually he will be in pursuit of a Philosopher's Stone, and if he is so gifted, it seems like maybe he could succeed in making one. However, maybe the process is like quite lengthy. Like he would have had to like have worked on it for, because I mean that's really like a big question too, isn't it? Like why doesn't he make his own?
Why doesn't he make his own? Yeah, like I guess we don't know that it was taught at Hogwarts, or maybe it was at the time, or yeah, you're right. Like that is an interesting question. Like had he not known about Horcruxes, how would he have sought out immortality? Because certainly he would still seek it out. And the other known way that we know of is the Philosopher's Stone. So presumably that would be it.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I mean, the other thing that then definitely stands out to me about the Philosopher's Stone is that it seems like it comes with a lot more caveats than the Horcruxes do.
Yeah.
Where like you can like, I mean, even if you're taking the elixir of life, well, I'm trying to think here. I mean, like, you know, I guess if you always had some on you and you were attacked in such a manner, you could always probably like heal yourself by way of like consumption of it.
You'd probably be a lot more careful about going like into combat and stuff yourself.
Yes, I think it would change the kind of rule that Voldemort was like pursuing. So like less, maybe like less overlord, but more like diplomatic potentially.
He like probably like wears armor and stuff.
Yeah, almost
right?
certainly.
Yeah.
Because you would need to protect yourself from danger. But I think it's a really interesting question because it does seem like that's more of what you would see.
The other thing is that he could maybe learn more about the Deathly Hallows altogether.
Oh.
And like try and hunt down, because honestly he'd already have the Resurrection Stone.
He would already have the rest. Yep.
Yeah. And then he would like possibly be trying to hunt them down himself, like similar to Grindelwald or something.
Right.
Under the assumption it would make him immortal.
Yes, well, Master of Death.
Which of course it wouldn't, but
right.
Yeah.
Right. Yes. Okay. So, I mean that feels like the obvious next pathways that we would have to look at or consider would be that type of thing. And I think that there's very good reason to believe that just alchemy was just simply being taught at the school during this exact time.
The only other thing I can think of is if he attempted like his own form, his own like animagus form or something, like if he could some way manipulate himself into like becoming a basilisk, which would not make you immortal, but it might give you like 1,000 more years to work on it.
Longevity.
Yeah.
And I mean, 1,000 years for him would certainly be plenty of opportunity to get plenty of stuff done.
Right. And he would, we know he's good at making potions too. Like he makes the potion that brings his body back.
Right. Yep. Yep.
So it's like, or maybe there's something in that, or there's like the unicorn blood that'll keep you alive for a long time.
Yeah,
which he uses in that potion.
He does use in the potion, but that's the cursed life. So it's kind of like,
Well, he chooses that with the Horcruxes anyway.
I guess that's true.
That's a cursed life too.
Yep, that's a good point. That's a good point. Yep. So I mean, I think no matter what, the main thing that we know about Voldemort at his core, and the reason why he makes Horcruxes, and I mean, his quest for immortality altogether has less to do with seizing a power, which he also does want to do, but it has more to do with his own fear of death.
Yeah.
And so no matter what, we know he would attempt to elude death.
Absolutely.
Because that is going to be his driving objective.
Yes. Okay.
So-
That was a very interesting question.
That was a
to
very
look
interesting
at.
question.
So thank you, Odd.
Thank you, Odd. What a
for-
good one.
For your question. And thank you, everyone, for listening to this week's episode. Don't forget, one more shout out to the Patreon for the Owlry. The first episode of that will be dropping this week. And just thank to anyone who's already signed up. Like, you guys are amazing. And I'm so excited about the Owlry. It's going to be like a fun little extra show to do.
No, I know. Yeah, I think between the Owlery and Tor as well,
Yeah.
it's been like such a cool way because I feel like the community around this show, I feel like it's like it has like a home to go to now.
I
Which is
know.
like really cool. So it's like just starting to like kind of like get to know
I
the
know.
other people who are tuning in. I love that. So much fun. So thank you guys again. Be sure to check it out. Patreon.com/Through the Griffin Door.
Yep. Well, hopefully see you over there. And otherwise, we'll just see you next week for Chapter 7, The Boggart in the Wardrobe, here on Through the Griffin Door.
Today's episode was edited by Ethan Edgehill. Vaishon Brandon does our art. Catherine Stein is our production manager, and the show is hosted by me and Jonathan Carlin.